Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook Library, a sanctuary of stories where fan fictions come alive, where ancient legends echo from the East and Western worlds awaken with wonder. Settle in. Your journey begins now.
Game of Thrones Song of a Northern Sorcerer. The Valyria Expedition 2 Part 5. Even with the light of nearly a dozen torches to help guide their way, Jon still had to squint into the darkened corridor to have even the slightest of hopes of seeing where they were heading. And he knew the others were having the same problem as he with the darkness. All except Master Nox, of course. There were times when Jon truly envied the fact that his master didn't need to use his eyes to see. Not that Jon would ever want to go without his eyes. But still, to be able to see the world around them as Master Nox did, even for a day, would be an experience. All right. Small Jon growled, drawing attention to himself as Master Nox continued to lead them down through the lower levels of the palace, pausing only even now and then to clear debris from their path with Jon's help. Am I the only one who thinks that us talking to a fucking ghost of a god's damned dragon lord was fucking strange? Ahead of them, Master Nox chuckled as he moved yet another pile of debris, this time a section of wall the size of a carriage, out of their path with barely a flick of his wrist. Finding and talking to the ghost of a 400-year-old dragon lord doesn't even enter the top 10 of strange shit that has happened in my life, Lord Umber. Forget I said anything then, Small Jon mumbled, holding his torch higher above his head to try and let the light shine farther. Hells, how deep does this fucking place go? And the fuck is the damn vault that ghost thing was talking about? We haven't even gone that far down, Small Jon, Nox stated before stopping suddenly. But to answer your question, right here. Turning and facing the direction of his master, Jon found himself facing a section of wall that was covered with multiple dragons that had been etched into the black stone wall. Focusing through the force, Jon could just barely make out the edges of what appeared to be a door in the vast room that lay beyond. So, this is the vault, huh? Prince Oberyn half questioned as he stepped up and began running his fingers along the wall trying to find the edges of the door that was all but invisible. I trust your judgment, Sorcerer, but how do you intend to open this door without the key that Ghost told us about? This vault has been through earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and 400 years of disuse, Prince Oberyn, Lord Nox lectured. Do you really think the locking mechanism still works after all of that? Fair point. Prince Oberyn agreed, stepping away. Question still stands, though. How do you plan on opening the door? Merely giving a smirk in response, Lord Nox stepped back away from the section of wall and motioned for everyone else to do the same. Once clear, Nox raised his hand, palm towards the wall. Jon could feel the pressure building from the force as the wall groaned loudly before something snapped and the section of wall jerked away from its holdings only to hover in the air for a moment or two before Nox carelessly tossed the door, its frame, and even sections of the wall off to the side. It took a moment for Jon's eyes to adjust to the dim light, but as he got a good look within the vault, he felt his jaw just about hit the floor. The vault, although Jon wasn't sure if it truly deserved to be called that, was nearly the size of the Great Hall in Winterfell. And there were more shelves within the room than the Winterfell's library. And each shelf was full of jewels and books. And interspersed throughout all the shelves were mannequins wearing armor that had the same distinctive Valyrian steel coloring. And there were also dozens, maybe even hundreds, of Valyrian steel weapons of just about every type Jon could name. Swords, spears, axes, maces, shields, name it. And it was appeared to be in the vault and made of Valyrian steel. And that was just from what he could see from the entrance. Holy Seven's hairy ball sack. Eloquent as always, my large friend. Prince Oberyn remarked, shooting the Small Jon a look out of the corner of his eye while keeping his attention firmly on the treasure before them. But your point is well made. Well, Lord Nox called out, stepping into the vault. What are you all waiting for? This is why you all came with me on this crazy adventure, is it not? The sailors, lords, and ladies did not need telling twice as they all rushed into the open vault with such speed that Jon was sure there were dust clouds forming behind them. He could hear cheers coming from all the men and women as they pulled Valyrian steel weapons off the shelves, lifted Valyrian armor off mannequins, and dug their hands through chests full of gold coins. A not-so-small part of Jon itched to join in with the revelry, but he resisted the impulse and stayed by his master's side as Lord Nox calmly and slowly made his way between the shelves of the vault, all but ignoring the treasures around him. "Tell me, Acolyte, do you sense anything from within this room that resonates with you?" The sudden question caught Jon off guard, especially as he had been staring longingly at a Valyrian hand and a half-blade that was nearly screaming for him to take it up. Forcing his attention away from the sword, Jon instead focused inwards before letting his senses flow out like ripples in a pond. There's something in that direction," he stated, pointing towards and frowning at the strange sensation. "Very good," Lord Nox congratulated him as he led the two of them in the direction Jon had sensed the disturbance from. In the end, it turned out to be a series of shelves twice as tall as Jon and spanning the length of 5 horses. And on each shelf, situated carefully with a holder, were gems nearly the size of his fist. If Jon thought the wealth that he saw at the entrance to the vault was something, this shelf completely outdid everything he'd seen so far. Granted, the only jewels he'd ever seen were the few gems and that decorated the necklaces and bracelets that were owned by Lady Stark. But none of those were any bigger than this thumb at best. Before you get the wrong idea, these are not diamonds, rubies, emeralds, or any other type of valuable stone. These are man-made crystals, forged in the heat of the 14 flames or perhaps with the aid of dragon fire. But their worth is not material, but rather, that they are imbued with the Force. I wonder, just how advanced Force-wise were these Valyrian dragon lords? Lord Nox cut in, raising his hand and using the Force to pull one of the crystals off the shelf so he could examine it. Jon honestly didn't know what to make of the strange crystals. To him, they looked expensive, but that was about it. Sure, he could feel something off about them when he focused on them through the Force. But that was it. His master, however, he was holding the crystals as if they were a newborn babe. Should have figured that a man of your tastes would forego all the gold, jewels, and rare steel, and head straight over to the books. Although, considering what is before you, perhaps you do have an eye for valuables. No. Jon just barely managed to keep himself from jumping into action as Prince Oberyn came up to them. Force, I don't understand just how the prince can do that. Jon cursed at not having sensed the Prince of Dorne's approach. Master Nox says that he has some Force sensitivity, not enough to be trained like myself or the others. But he still has some skill, and that even without proper instruction, he'd managed to turn his slight Force sensitivity to his advantage. Which also helped make him one of the most dangerous fighters in the world. Not all valuable treasure can be measured in gold and jewels, Oberyn, Lord Nox said, seemingly not put off in the slightest at the prince's sudden arrival. In fact, I would argue that the treasure that cannot be measured in terms of monetary gain is the most valuable of all. Tell that to the others, Prince Oberyn smirked, jerking his thumb over his shoulder. Small Jon has gone through 4 damn claymores. Each time he finds a bigger one, he discards the one he has and grabs the next one. I swear he's trying to compensate for something. The she-bear is scrounging through maces trying to find one she likes, and Asha is currently deciding between 2 different axes, though I wouldn't be surprised if she decided to claim both as her own. And I see that you didn't waste time, either. Jon's eyes widened as he finally noticed the spear in the prince's hand. One that he had not come ashore with. The pole was nearly as tall as the prince and one end was adorned with a long curved blade nearly the length of a man's arm, with the other was topped with a spike. The blade and spike were both made of Valyrian steel, and the pole had, if his eyes weren't deceiving him, Valyrian steel inlaid within the wood. Yes, the prince nodded, holding the spear aloft and admiring the weapon. I have great plans for this beauty, great plans, indeed. Plans that do not pertain to our current arrangement and can wait until we are clear of this land. The prince looked affronted as Lord Nox placed the crystal back on the shelf. My dear sorcerer, revenge is like a sweet wine. One that is to be savored over a long period, not rushed and gulped down in one go. I cannot argue with you on that point, Lord Nox shrugged, shocking Jon slightly with just how sincere he sounded. But there is a time and a place for such thoughts, and this is neither the time nor the place. We have work to do. All of us. True enough. Oberyn nodded, looking around the vast darkened room. Even if we load each of the boats to the point where they nearly submerge themselves, I doubt we will even be able to take a quarter of what is in here. At best, Lord Nox agreed as Jon moved himself back away from the two men. I need you to assemble the men into two groups. The first is to start locating chests, trunks, sacks, whatever they can find and begin collecting things from the vault. As tempting as it might sound to them, gold takes the least priority here. There are things far more valuable in this vault and the gold will just weigh us down. The second group will scavenge the docks to try and find anything that might be seaworthy or working to make something seaworthy. We only get one shot at taking as much from here as we can. Once we reach the Sea Wolf, we will not be returning to this land. At least not for some time. Prince Oberyn seemed confused, as did Jon if he were being honest. Two things, Sorcerer. Why would we leave such a large amount of treasure behind? It may take some time to transfer all of this to your ship, but surely now that you know the route through the waterway and we are aware of the dangers, such a return trip will not be as difficult as the first. Master Nox didn't answer immediately as he held the Prince of Dorne in a sightless stare, one that Jon had been under more than a few times during his tutelage. And just like Jon, it did not take long for even the Prince of Dorne to begin fidgeting uncomfortably. Tell me, Oberyn, do you remember the first man who died on this expedition? Jon swallowed hard as the memory came back to him. Of course, the prince nodded. He started ranting about hearing some maiden's song and jumped off the boat and got swallowed whole by that massive sea turtle. And since that time, I have been actively shielding your mind, as well as the minds of everyone else that is with us. Master Nox said, making the Prince of Dorne blink and raise a hand to his head. The land itself is tainted. That man did not suddenly go mad, nor was he just hearing things. His mind was the weakest of the bunch and therefore the easiest to manipulate, and that led to his death. Since then, I have been shielding all your minds to prevent such an occurrence from happening again. But such a thing is taxing, and none of us are immune, not even Jon nor me. Given enough time in this land, all of us will go mad and attack one another just as has happened to every other expedition that has been launched in the past. Which is another reason why I am so interested in the Lannister we recovered. His mind, despite spending a year in this place, is still relatively intact. Such a phenomenon must be observed carefully and studied. And then there is the dangers we faced coming here. Again, the only reason why we were not attacked more frequently is because of my, and to a lesser extent Jon's, presence. And while you might not have realized it due to the lack of sun, it took us several days of rowing upriver to reach this port. And there were multiple channels and divergent streams that we could easily turn down that would lead us to our doom. So, having said all that, Prince Oberyn, is your want of adventure so great that you were ready and willing to risk such a venture multiple time over? Your point is, well made, Prince Oberyn agreed after only a moment's hesitation to think on what Lord Nox had said. But to the second point, this is your expedition, Sorcerer. Why do I have to be the one to organize the tedious part of it? Because Jon and I both have tasks of our own that we need to see to, Lord Nox replied, making Jon start. And of everyone here, I trust a learned man like yourself to understand the difference between items of true value and those that only give the illusion of value. Well, Prince Oberyn said slowly, drawing himself up so he stood taller. When you put it like that, I guess I have my work ahead of me then. Good luck on whatever crazy agenda you and that young boy have planned, Sorcerer. I'll make sure to hold the boats until you return. Don't want to leave without our shield, after all. The moment the Prince of Dorne left them alone, Jon immediately turned on his mentor. Lord Nox, are we going after the one who caused the doom? I am, Lord Nox nodded, casting one last glance towards the crystals lining the wall. You, however, will not. I have a different task in mind for you. A trial, so to speak. Should you succeed, then you will officially become my apprentice, Jon Snow. Jon stared dumbly at his mentor as his mind tried to process what he'd just been told. When he first started training himself and Robb, he had explained the ranks of the Sith and Jedi orders with the best approximate comparisons that Westeros had of each level. An acolyte could be considered a page, an apprentice a squire, a lord of the Sith a knight. And if one were to reach the rank of Darth, then they would be comparable to the Kingsguard. Apprentice, Lord Nox's squire. How many would do anything to have such an honor, and it is almost mine. What is my task, my master? Motioning for Jon to follow, Nox led the two of them towards the exit of the vault. Jon's fingers itched to grab hold of some of the Valyrian steel weapons and armor that the others were going through, but he fought that impulse and focused on following Lord Nox. And it was a good thing that he had, as his master had begun talking to him just as they were passing by the others. The spirit of that fallen archon had stated that there will be something we need in the fight to come. Something that will help to firmly tilt the scales of battle in our favor. You are going to collect this item while I go and confront the one who brought about the doom. And you will do so alone. Succeed, and you will earn your place as my official apprentice. Listening carefully, Jon committed every word his master said as to just what his task would entail. As he descended through the darkness into the depths of Valyria, Nox let his hand run across the wall of corridor while feeling every inch he could through the force. The familiar cold, the despair of the dark side, increasing with each step he took. Letting his head loll to the side, he took a moment to bask in the familiar cold, the hatred, the anger. It was disconcerting, but at the same time soothing in a familiar way. For it was in the darkness, alone, that Nox was made. In the deep of the mines belonging to his first master while he was still but a slave boy. For a long time, and even now, the darkness was all he knew. His time with Ashara, with Nyra, had given him a taste of the light. A taste he thoroughly enjoyed. But the darkness would always be his home. His journey to this cavern was not easy nor quick. The 14 flames were a fair distance from the actual city of Valyria. And seeing as how there were no rivers for his to boat down nor any creatures easily available for him to ride, he was stuck walking. Or rather running. And even then, after reaching the base of the 14 flames, many of which had been destroyed during the massive eruptions 4 centuries earlier, finding the ritual chamber was not simple. Although, that wasn't necessarily true. It was easy to find the general location of the ritual chamber given the heavy concentration of dark side energy surrounding it, but getting there was difficult considering he had to remove centuries of rocks and landscape that had covered the entryway. And if that wasn't bothersome enough, the land around Valyria seemed to have become infested with strange slug-like creatures that reminded him greatly of Koruslugs from Korriban. Troublesome, pack ambush hunters, and vicious against anything that entered their territory. Feeling the ground leveling out under his feet, Nox found himself before a towering set of stone double doors that were nearly 3 times his own height and, judging by the feel of the door beneath his fingertips, covered in runes of varying styles, though there was a distinct lack of force presence within the runes. Meaning they were more for show than anything else. Although from what I've seen of these dragon lords, I shouldn't be surprised. They did seem to adore showing status, even if all their posturing meant next to nothing in the grand scheme of things. Letting his hand fall, Nox went for the simplest means of opening the heavy doors. Which was by throwing them open with a force push hard enough to knock them off their hinges and fall inwards. Stepping into the ritual chamber, Nox could immediately feel the pressing weight of the dark side that was not his own press down in his mind, trying to dominate his very being as the lost soul that died in this chamber centuries ago cried out in agony and pain. Lessening his shielding on those that came with him, Nox reinforced his own mind and kept striding into the middle of the darkened circular ritual room. Trying to dominate my mind already, tisk tisk, not a very good way to make a first impression. The darkness pressing on his mind receded slightly. Who are you? A disembodied voice reverberating in the dark side called out to him. Holding his hand aloft, Nox waited with the patience of a fisherman as he searched the room for his prey. Feeling something brush by the edges of his power, Nox closed his hand, grabbing the presence in a force binding and forcing it to the ground before him. Ah, what have you done? The presence screamed as Nox contained the entity, forcing the miasma that encompassed the being to condense, forming into the shape of a man that could make even the withered husk seem attractive in comparison. Sorry about that, Nox shrugged as the being tried to disembody itself again, only to find it unable to do so. Yeah, that's not going to work anymore. See, I prefer being able to talk face to face and eye to eye with an individual. Well, maybe not so much, eye to eye, but you get my drift. The pressure on his mind increased as the entity tried to push its influence. Who are you? The entity screamed as the pressure continued to increase, making Nox want to submit. You are no dragon lord. Yet you stand before me like you think you are my equal. Submit, and tell me your name. When Nox had first left Korriban, that might have worked. But that was neither here nor there. He was now older and far wiser than the naive apprentice he was when under Darth Zash. During the short trip to the ritual chambers from the Archon's throne, Nox had been preparing his mind for what he would face. And now the pressure was more of an annoyance than anything. Obviously, this creature had never had to deal with one on equal terms. Sighing, Nox rolled his neck. You mind stopping with the whole influencing shit? You can't influence me, no matter how much you try. I've had more than enough time to prepare myself for the likes of you. The pressure increased tenfold as the entity launched one last mental assault at him. But the thing might as well have been throwing rocks at an Imperial cruiser for all the good its attack did. Interesting. The entity hummed, the pressure slowly ceasing. You have power, but you are no Dragon Lord. You are lowborn, are you not? How pathetic must the times have come that the lowborn are the ones who are born with power. Wait, no, you cannot be lowborn. You must come from a line of Dragon Lords. Could it be? It is. You are a descendant from the Targaryen upstarts, are you not? You have the look of one, despite not having any eyes for me to see. I'm not a descendant from that incest-ridden family, Nox denied, waving the suggestion off. And as for being lowborn, I guess you can say I am. After all, I was born a slave before I broke my chains and made a name for myself. A slave, the entity shouted. A slave dares to stand before a god of the Dragon Lords as if he is my equal. I will smite you to all the hells for your blasphemy. Nox felt the buildup of power as clear as day. Primitives. No subtlety at all. They get the tiniest taste of true power and suddenly they think they are gods. How pathetic. Rolling his wrist, Nox waited as the entity collected a whirling vortex dark side energy between its hands. As the vortex reached a critical mass, the entity threw it at Nox. Standing his ground, his hair and clothes fluttering against the wind created from the vortex, he waited until the attack was almost at him and then raised his hand and backhanded the sphere of energy away and into the wall where it dissipated with barely a flutter. Really? That's all you got? He asked, shaking the minor sting out of his hand. How pathetic. I didn't even need to exert myself at all to knock that pathetic attack away. Now, let me show you a true attack. Force lightning leapt forth from his fingertips, traversing the distance between them in a blink of an eye and catching the entity full in the chest. The being didn't even have time to cry out as the lightning broke the entity down at the near molecular level and disintegrating the body. A body which quickly began to reform the instant his attack ceased. Across from him, the newly reformed entity began laughing. Ha ha ha, not bad, slave, that tickled, ha ha ha, tell me, what is your name, slave? Perhaps I won't kill you, after all. No, one of your power deserves more than to just die. Instead, I will take you on as my disciple. Yes, you will be the disciple to the newly reborn Valyrian. God of Valyria, kneel, slave, and accept your new place at my sea. Another blast of force lightning and the so-called god was once again destroyed. Sorry, did I break your concentration? Nox asked rhetorically as the would-be god reformed itself. I must say, your definition of godhood must be severely lacking if you can consider yourself a god. At best, I would consider you a lich. But, in reality, you are nothing more than a wound, a blight in the force. One that I intend to cleanse. Once fully reformed, the so-named Bolyrian tried to retaliate with an attack of his own, only for Nox to once again casually grab the attack with his bare hand and throw it back at the wound, once again causing it to dissipate. It seems we are at an impasse, slave, Bolyrian growled as he reformed yet again. Your power is indeed incredible. I will even grant you the honor of staying that your power might even be near equal to my own. But that will not help you here. For I cannot die. How many times must I say it before you finally realize the foodie? Crossing the distance between them, Nox snapped his lightsaber into his right hand, slashing across the entity's chest as he passed him by, cutting him in two. I should have expected as much from a slave. No class at all. Bolyrian sighed as the wound bisecting him healed over. Your magic has failed you, so you resort to brute strength. How dull. But if this is the way you wish to die, then I will oblige your request. Feeling a sensation through the force, Nox leaned back just in time to have a sword pass by where his neck had been. Grasping the hand and a half-sword out of the air, Bolyrian gave it a few experimental swings before settling into a stance. It has been some time since I held Dragon's Lament in my hand, even longer since I quenched her thirst for slaves' blood. Yours shall suffice, but you will not die. No, you will have to suffer first. I believe I'll cut off your hands and feet. Then make you watch as I kill those you came with one by one as you sit there powerless to spare me the bullshit doom and gloom, Nox interrupted with an annoyed sneer. I care not for grandstanding. But if you are so sure in your victory, tell me something. How many slaves did you and your acolytes sacrifice here in this room to start your ritual? Bolyrian seemed taken aback by the abrupt change, his very being screaming his curiosity as it tried to piece together Nox's thought process for asking such a question. 1,000, Bolyrian finally answered. 1,000 souls to bring forth their new god. My 6 acolytes were nearly bathing in their blood by the time they finished. And you of course told your acolytes that you would be sharing the power amongst yourself and them, Nox stated. And they, foolishly, believed you and went along. Right up to the point where you turned the tide on them and killed them to act as the catalyst for your ritual. A ritual which brought about the doom of Valyria. The doom of Valyria. No, I saved Valyria. Balerion shouted. The foolish archons believed that they knew the path forward. But they were blind. They could only see what they had, not what they could become. The dragon lords had grown stagnant, our empire faltering. New power was needed, a rebirth. The others couldn't see what I could. The old had to be burned away to make way for the new. A new empire, ruled over by the god of Valyria reborn. Yet that didn't happen. Your ritual failed. Nox cut in, coldly. I recognize what you were trying to accomplish here. You weren't after just the souls of these 1,000 slaves and your acolytes. No, you wanted to absorb the souls of all Valyria. Yet that didn't happen. You managed to destroy Valyria, yes. But like all who get a taste of true power, you didn't have a clue of what you were doing. And because of that, the ritual failed in allowing you to gain control of those who lost their lives. And not only did you fail in that regard, you also failed in containing the 1,000 souls sacrificed here in this chamber. Even now they are fighting within you, not aloe, ducking. Nox spun out of the way of the Valyrian steel blade that meant to cut him down. Pushing off the ground with his left hand while parallel to the ground, Nox spun in a tight roll, his lightsaber cutting through the back of Bolyrian as he quickly put distance between the two of them. If you're going to try and launch a surprise attack while your opponent is speaking, you are going to have to do a lot better job than that. You were practically screaming your intent well before you even began shifting your weight to strike at me. Whole once more, Bolyrian turned to him. You think you know me, slave. You think you know what happened during my ascension. You are nothing more than a foolish slave who does not deserve to breathe the same air as one as divine as myself. Fuck, make up your mind already. Nox cursed. First you want to kill me. Then you want to make me your acolyte or prophet or whatever. And now you're back to wanting me dead. Make a decision and stick with it already, will you? Letting out a cry, Bolyrian launched a flurry of overhead attacks in quick succession. Backpedaling, Nox didn't bother blocking as he merely shifted his weight ever so slightly from left to right to avoid each downward blow. The moment Bolyrian overextended, Nox struck, slicing through the being's wrists and severing them before striking upwards, cutting through Bolyrian's neck and retreating to the far side of the chamber. Twirling his lightsaber, Nox waited once more for Bolyrian to reform. Well, I guess we're going to be at this all day, aren't we? He asked rhetorically. At least we'll finally be able to answer the age-old question of what happens when an immovable object meets an unstoppable force. Rolling his head, Bolyrian let out a crude crackling laugh that echoed throughout the chamber. You still haven't learned yet, slave. I cannot be killed. The only question that will be answered today is how long you will keep up this charade until I kill you. Tightening his hold on his lightsaber, Nox settled into his Form 3 stance. You can't die yet, that's true. But that's simply because I'm not ready to lose such an interesting opponent. But mark my words, before I leave this land, you will meet your end. God of Valyria. The Valyria Expedition 3 Part 1. Pushing through the rumble blocking his path in the middle of what had once been a road through the city, Jon paused for a moment to catch his breath. As he did so, he stared upwards at the imposing structure before him. While the curved walls were not particularly tall nor in the greatest of shape, for Jon, in this moment, he might as well have been staring at the wall itself for how imposing the structure was to him. Finally, he sighed in relief. The breeding grounds of the ancient Valyrian dragons. The place of my trials to become a Sith like Master Nox. Taking a few calming breaths, Jon started towards the breeding grounds while running the instructions Master Nox had given him before the two had left the vault and gone their separate ways. To the east near the outskirts of the city proper, you will find a building that looks like a coliseum. According to the Archon, this was a hatchery that held the dragon eggs when it became time to bind the hatchlings to their riders. That time has long since passed. But there are still artifacts and talismans and perhaps even tomes, if we're lucky, that will prove useful in the fight to come. Trust in the Force, and you will find what will help us. But be wary, for there were protections created by the Force users of old Valyria. And I sense that those protections are still very much active and capable of ending your life if you are foolish. Arriving at the entrance, which had been completely closed off due to rubble and years of disuse, Jon closed his eyes and reached out with the Force, trying to find something, anything, that resonated. But try as he might, there was nothing. Just the cold feel of stone. Come on, he thought, tightening his eyes as he delved deeper and deeper into the structure through the Force. Give me something, anything. Just as he started to feel that this was nothing but another false trail laid out by Lord Nox, he felt it. The slightest of a resonance on the edge of his senses that he nearly overlooked. Concentrating, he focused solely and only on the slight resonance. It was faint, so faint that it was as if he were trying to spot a minnow in a murky river at night. But it was still there, and the longer he focused in on the resonance, the clearer it became. But instead of just breaking his concentration and running into the structure, as he was tempted to do, he held himself in check. Instead, he continued to focus on the resonance in the immediate area surrounding it as his master had hammered into himself and his trueborn siblings time and time again. Rushing into an unknown situation or location will only get you killed. He remembered Master Nox lecturing them as they all sat before the weirwood in Winterfell's Godswood. Before heading into any situation, even if it is life or death, take a moment to analyze everything you can with all your senses and through the Force. A moment's preparation could mean the difference between survival and death, both for yourselves and your loved ones. After feeling that he'd mapped out the immediate area around the resonance as best he could, Jon pulled his senses back into himself and opened his eyes once more. Well, I have an idea of where I need to get to, now the question is, just how do I get there? The front of the building, indeed most of the building, was in ruins with no clear passageways leading to the outside. But by visually scanning the outside, he found another way in. It was a single opening, whether intentional or not, on the second level of the structure. Keeping his eyes on his target, he channeled the Force into his body, focusing it into his legs to strengthen the muscles as he'd done so many times before that it was now almost second nature. Bending at the knees, he pushed mightily off the ground with the aid of the Force strengthening him. The calm air rushed by in a gust of wind as he flew up to the small opening on the second level, landing just barely inside the small hole and throwing his weight forward to make sure he didn't fall backwards. All right, that's step one, he thought, frowning as he investigated the darkened room he'd entered. Thankfully, a combination of the roof mostly missing, and the dim light of the sky made it so that he didn't need a torch. But who knew how long that luck would last him? Keeping the slight resonance he'd felt at the forefront of his mind, Jon made his way through the darkened ruined halls. His eyes were continuously moving as he searched for any sign of structural damage or potential threats. During one of Master Nox's many lectures, he'd briefly touched on his experiences exploring abandoned or ancient ruins. A topic that had never failed to keep his sister Arya thoroughly enraptured. And it was those lessons and the dangers that such places often held that Jon was putting to use now as he began to make his way through it. He was only within the ruins for a few minutes before he came across his first obstacle. A hole in the ground that stretched the length of several men and went from wall to wall. Kneeling at the edge, he carefully examined the edges of the hole, looking for a way to possibly go around. Looks deep, he frowned, picking up a rock and letting it drop, waiting to hear the echo in order to gauge just how far down it went. Very deep. I might be able to jump it, especially with no roof overhead. But the question is if the other side can support my weight when I come down. Is it even worth the risk? From what I can sense, the resonance is down in that direction, but do I drop down or continue on this path? Deciding that he really didn't have the time to just stand around and argue with himself, Jon steeled himself for a moment before stepping off the edge and down into the hole. Using the force to slow his fall, Jon bent at the knees the moment he felt his feet touch solid ground to cushion the blow. That wasn't that far of a fall actually, he thought, looking skywards. Strange, it looked so dark from up there. But now that I'm down here, it's not that bad. In fact, I can see better down here in the dark than I could from up there. Like this corridor is filled with the light of the full moon. Strange, very strange. Despite the oddity of the light where there shouldn't be any, there was something else tugging at the back of Jon's mind. A nagging sensation that something just wasn't right. It wasn't that much of a feeling, not much more than slight unease in his gut, but it was persistent. And it only started once he dropped down the hole. I don't have time to worry about it, he thought, steeling himself as he forced himself to put one foot in front of the other down the hall. Master Nox says we can't stay here for long lest his protections wear off. And I, for one, do not want to become some mindless beast attacking everyone. As he walked, he gradually became aware of carvings on the walls surrounding him. Carvings that had somehow managed to survive the test of time and the doom of Valyria. Strange, he thought, pausing to examine one such carving, which showed a man or woman standing before what he could only assume was a dragon with their arm held towards the massive beast. The carving itself wasn't necessarily strange, the Valyrians were known as the Dragon Lords, after all. No, what was strange was the almost emphasis that was put onto some object that was on the person's arm. What could that be? Looking back in the direction he came from, Jon found himself dumbfounded. Wait, I came down a straight corridor, that turn wasn't there just a moment ago. He found himself less than a few paces from a sharp corner that he swore wasn't there just a moment before. Leaving the carvings, he started to make his way back, only to find that he didn't recognize anything. The corridors weren't the same as the one he'd passed through after dropping down the hole. The carvings on the wall were different and the twist turns that he suddenly found himself constantly encountering were not there before. Not good, he thought, starting to become panicked as the thoughts of being stuck down in this place started to crawl through his head. No, stop thinking like that. If I get lost, Master Nox will. No, I can't rely on him to save me. This is my trial. This is something I have to do myself. Stopping, he took several deep breaths to try and calm his racing heart. Breathe, just breathe. Feel the force. The force will grant me victory, and through victory, my chains will be broken. The strange resonance he'd felt before coming down here flared up once more, stronger than before. It's close, he thought, opening his eyes. Very close. Just a little bit further and, what is that noise? Turning at the sound of something that sounded like tapping on the ground, Jon had just a moment of warning from the force to duck as something passed over his head close enough that the wind of its passing brushed through his hair. Scrambling back, he found himself face to face with something. Something shaped like a man but cloaked completely in black cloth that even covered its face, and which also stood a full head and shoulders above him. Gods, is that a man? He thought as he scrambled back further as he began to recognize the object that the being held in its grasp and had apparently swung at him. Fuck, that's a sword. Drawing his own short sword, Jon clashed with the unknown man. Their blades locked momentarily before the cloaked figure hissed and pushed him a surprising distance away. Keeping his feet under him, Jon brought his sword up into mid-guard. Lord Nox had shown him with the tip of the short sword pointed up towards the ceiling. Of the 7 sword forms Lord Nox had forced him to practice time and time again, Jon had found himself most drawn to the 2nd and 7th form styles, Makashi and Juyo. He found that quite enjoyed Juyo the most. He loved the feeling he got when he immersed himself in the fight, especially when he was able to beat his opponents soundly. But he also loved Makashi, specifically the strategy that was required with the form. And against such a large foe and in such tight corridors, he knew that Makashi was his best bet now. Waiting until his opponent struck, Jon quickly shifted his feet to his left to sidestep the downward swing before using his sword to deflect the blow towards the ground and using the recoil to help quicken his backstroke towards his larger foe. Jon expected the man to dodge or move or something. But what happened was not what Jon expected. The man did not move. Instead he caught the edge of Jon's sword in his bare hand. What? That's... oh shit. Jon cursed as he had to let go of his sword in order to dodge the larger man's backswing which threatened to cut him in two. Now without a weapon, Jon did the only thing he could in this situation. Setting his feet firmly, he threw his hands out and lashed out with the force as hard as he could. The man, or whatever he was clearly not expecting the attack as it was flung back into the darkness behind him, dropping Jon's sword as he did. Picking up his sword, Jon prepared himself for another attack from the shadows. But nothing came. The man that attacked him had disappeared into the darkness. He couldn't even sense him through the force either. What the hell? He muttered out loud, keeping his guard up as he slowly backed away from where the larger man had disappeared, waiting for him to reappear and resume his attack. Fuck, I don't have time for this, he thought. He quickly scanned the area once more with both his eyes and the force but found nothing. I can't go chasing after him now. Just have to keep going forward. Keeping his guard up and his senses stretched, Jon turned his back on where the man had disappeared and took off at a light run towards the resonance he'd been chasing. Almost without warning, Jon turned a corner and suddenly found himself within a large room that was perhaps half as large as the great hall within Winterfell. And if the fact that he suddenly found himself in the room wasn't odd enough, there was also the fact that the room was as bright as the city outside the breeding grounds. But where the light was coming from, he had no idea. The ceiling was intact, there were no windows and no torches lit. But he could see perfectly fine. Scanning the room, he noticed that it was devoid of, well, anything. The only apparent decorations in the hall were a dozen or so statues of men and weapons that were standing in the center of the room facing one another. All of which were still fully intact. All right, he muttered, slowly entering the room as he sensed the strange resonance coming from the far side. As if things couldn't get any stranger. Walking into the room, he made his way between the statues while constantly keeping his eyes open and his sense outstretched. The moment he walked between the statues he suddenly doubled over as it felt like something invisible struck him in the gut. The resonance, he breathed, straightening and looking around. It's here. Looking around widely, he tried to find whatever had drawn him here, but failed to spot anything of note. That was until he made a second turn and noticed a slight flickering of light on the arms of one of the statues. Stopping mid-turn, Jon walked over to the statue. And on the statue's arm was a golden bracer the length of a man's fist adorned with large red jewel the size of a man's thumb in the center. Whatever the hell that thing is, that is definitely where the resonance is coming from, he thought as he reached out to grab the armlet off the statue. Just before his fingers could touch the armlet, he heard something behind him. A slight hiss followed by the sound of leather rubbing against stone. A feeling of dread filled him as he turned around, and found himself nearly face to snot with the largest snake he had ever seen in his entire life. The damn thing was nearly as thick as Jon's torso. It had also reared upwards and poised backwards slightly so, to Jon, that it seemed even bigger than it already was. But what truly made Jon nearly piss himself was the snake's hide. It had a faint orange glow, something he had only seen once before in his entire life. And that was just after they passed by the oversized sea turtle that was at the mouth of the river when they'd first departed the sea wolf. Fuck, Jon screamed, jumping to the side behind one of the other statues. He was just in time to dodge the fireworm's head as it struck, smashing the statue with the armlet into a cloud of debris and dust. Shit, 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 not good, Jon yelled, running behind yet another statue as the snake recoiled and reared itself up again. The glowing orange of its hide brightened up considerably mere moments before its jaw opened, and Jon could see the flames swelling within the back of the beast's throat. Fuck, he cried, running away once again, only this time with the flames of the fireworm right behind him instead of the snake's head. How the fuck am I supposed to fight this thing? Using the force to lift a larger piece of the statue that had been destroyed, Jon flung it as hard as he could at the snake, hitting the beast upside the head. The snake hissed loudly, an angry sound that chilled Jon to his bones despite the residual heat of the flames nearby, as the fireworm coiled in on itself briefly before lunging for him once more. I think that only pissed it off. Jon yelled to himself as he tried to think of something, anything, that he could use against the beast. but as he moved to hide behind another statue, he saw something. A flutter of something in the darkness that soon emerged from the shadows and charged the fireworm. That's the same man who attacked me in the hall. He breathed, watching completely dumbfoundedly as the man who'd tried to kill him not moments before completely ignored him as it charged the fireworm with its sword held high. The fiery M seemed to completely forget about Jon as it turned its attention to the large man charging at it. Opening its jaw, the serpent sent out another wave of fire, which seemed to do absolutely nothing to the seeming man as he completely ignored the fire and slashed at the underside of the snake with his sword. Peeking around his hiding place, Jon watched transfixed as the man went toe-to-toe against the fireworm, dodging the snake's lunges and seemingly to be completely unbothered by its flames. As he watched, he noticed something. The destroyed statue was not far from where Jon presently was and that the golden armlet was still intact. Not going to get a better chance than this, Jon thought, deciding to risk it while the two creatures that had just tried to kill him fought one another. Dashing out from his hiding place, Jon slid across the ground feet first through the gravel and shrapnel of the destroyed statue, grabbing the armlet as he passed it. The moment he laid his hand on the armlet, he knew exactly what its purpose was. It allowed the wearer to control fire, as long as the wearer had magic, or the Force. How he knew that he didn't know, all he knew was that he knew it to be a fact. Slapping the armlet onto his arm like it had been formerly worn by the statue and securing it, Jon sprung to his feet, ready to face the fireworm and the dark-cloaked figure. But the two seemed to still be completely ignoring him as they continued to fight one another. Okay, this is going too well, Jon thought, as he slowly inched back away from the two. As long as they're fighting one another, I can make a break for it and get the hell out of here. But just as he was about to make his break, he saw the fireworm lunge out once more, only this time the dark-cloaked figure wasn't able to dodge in time. The result was the snake being able to tear his sword arm clear off. The cloaked man immediately fell to his knees, clutching at the bloody stump that had once been his arm. The fireworm rose to a height twice as tall as the man, its glow brightened again as its mouth opened and flames welling up in the back of its throat as it prepared to roast the man alive. Fireworms do not kill their prey, not right off. The words of Prince Oberyn fluttered back to him as he watched the scene before him. They'll burn their prey, but they won't kill them. At least that is what little evidence we have says. No one has really studied them, considering how dangerous they are. But it is believed that they'll roast their prey slightly and then implant them with their larvae or hatchlings. And then the prey becomes a host. A host which is slowly roasted alive from the inside until the larvae grow large enough to consume their host. It's a fate I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy, well, maybe one or two. But it is definitely one of the worst ways one could ever possibly imagine dying from. The cloaked man may have just tried to kill him, but Jon couldn't just leave him to suffer such a fate. If he did, he would never be able to face his father or siblings ever again, or call himself a Stark, even if he was just a bastard. Fuck, Jon cursed out loud, holding out his arm with the armlet. You better not attack me again after this. The fire of the fireworm shot out of the snake's mouth and descended upon the helpless man. But just before it could reach him, the jewel on the armlet glowed brightly and the flames stopped, and instead of roasting the man alive started billowing upwards and around the intended victim as if hitting a brick wall. After just a split second of this, they suddenly seemed to warp back on themselves and back towards the snake. One of the many exercises Master Nox had forced Jon and the others to undergo was making fire dance. It was a nearly impossible task, and one that couldn't be maintained for long. Holding onto the fire and manipulating it was like trying to hold onto a freshly caught slime-covered fish that was the size of your arm. And that was just with a candle's flame. But now, with the armlet's augmentation, Jon could control the fire with such ease that it honestly felt like cheating. The snake hissed in pain as its own flames attacked it. As the snake thrashed about, Jon let go of the flames and charged forward with a cry, his sword held high as he readied himself to cut the fireworm's head off. But the moment Jon's sword was about to contact the snake's hide, something happened. There was no resistance. In fact, there was nothing. It was like Jon's sword was cutting through mist as it passed uselessly through the air and struck the ground where the snake had been. Catching himself, Jon readied for whatever counter the fireworm was about to launch, but there was nothing. The room was empty. No giant snake, no cloaked man, no flames, No destroyed statues. Nothing. The only thing that remained was the amulet on his arm. What in all the hells was that? He muttered, still not understanding or believing that all of that had just happened. But just as he was beginning to question his sanity once more, he felt another resonance from the force. Unlike the previous resonance with the armlet, this one was almost like a physical pull so strong that nearly took him off his feet. And in the center of the room he found a box, roughly the size of a man's head, just sitting there. A slight white glow coming from underneath the lid. Not entirely sure just what was going, or even sure that the box was even there, Jon cautiously approached the box and used the tip of his sword to open the lid. Within the box he found the source of the light. It was a small white jewel the size of a man's thumb that seemed to glow with the light of sun somehow contained within it. A jewel that was practically calling out to him through the force. But that wasn't the only thing in the box. Resting underneath the jewel was a large, scaled black stone with light gray stripes running around the numerous scales' edges. No, he thought, kneeling and inspecting the contents of the box. Not a stone, an egg. A dragon egg. Deep within the darkness of a ritual chamber buried within the 14 flames, two figures performed a dance of death as old as time, circling one another with blades unlike any other. Nox's blood-red lightsaber illuminated the surrounding area, the only light source available to see within the chamber as the blade spun around in quick movements. Its counterpart, a Valyrian steel blade, and its wielder, the false sorcerer god, Bolyrian, did everything in their power to keep up with the sorcerer. The hall leading to the surface echoed with the hissing and clashing of their blades as the two moved steadily down the corridor towards the outside world. Exactly where Nox wanted the false god. Ducking beneath a wild swing and placing his left hand on the ground, Nox spun on his hand in a move that would make any dancer green with envy as his feet left the ground, only to plant themselves in the chest of the would-be god before following up with an upswing that cut the creature from hip to collarbone diagonally across its body. But as had happened countless times before, the mortal wound closed almost immediately after being inflicted. Though, Nox noticed the regeneration seemed a touch slower than it had been when the fight began. Before he could fully regenerate, Nox let loose a barrage of force lightning, flinging the would-be god across the slight expanse left in the corridor and out into the land of Valyria. "You are infuriating," the false god shouted, his power flaring in response to his temper. "Why won't you die already?" Again, the fool was basically telegraphing his attacks as his anger and ego overrode any common sense. So, it was but a trifle matter for Nox to swat the attack aside once again. An attack which was little more than a barely solidified bout of dark side energy that obliterated a nearby rock formation. "Many better than you have tried," he remarked idly, slowly spinning his lightsaber in his right hand as he waited for the false god to provide him an opening once again. "They have all fallen to my power and blade. And you shall be no different." The false god sneered at him for a solid minute before its features morphed from one of frustration to one of confidence. "Ah, I see, that is your weakness." Raising a brow over his sightless eyes, Nox tilted his head. "Okay, this ought to be good. What is my weakness?" "Your feelings." The false god laughed. "You feel a sense of camaraderie for those you brought with you. Yes, I have been watching you ever since you and those you brought with you entered my domain. Because of that camaraderie, you've overextended yourself and your power from trying to protect them from my influence for days. Yes, your weakness is that you can be distracted by them. And with the protections around Valyria that those foolish archons put in place with their last breaths now weakened, how easily it will be to influence some of them to attack the others. Yes, I will do just that. Many were already set to betray you and it will be nothing to give them just the right push in that direction to accelerate the process. With all that treasure you have found, it will be easy to sway their hearts and minds. They will attack the others and kill them. And what will you do then? Rush to defend them, or continue our fight here? Haha, yes, your weakness is your care for those you brought with you. And now, it shall be your downfall." Lowering his lightsaber, Nox fixed the false god with a sightless glare. "You truly are an idiot, you know that?" he asked, shaking his head and chuckling, much to the bafflement of the false god. "I already know that there are those that are planning on betraying me within my expedition force. You see, I made sure that the force I brought with me was composed of all of those who were willing to betray me as well as a counterbalancing force that would be able to handle them easily. So, go ahead. Influence those traitors into making their move. Have them make the moves I have already predicted and already have countermeasures against. You see, I knew that I needed a decent-sized force to reach Valyria. But I don't need the same size of a force to leave. You will actually be doing me a favor by exposing the traitors and helping me clean house before leaving these shores. You will find that those who are vital for my long-term plans are those who are not traitors or shielded such that you will find no purchase in their minds. The false god faltered, then sneered as it gathered its resolve. You think you're so smart. Don't you, slave? Yes, Nox responded with a shrug. I won't pretend I'm the smartest man in existence, but I am, at the very least, smarter than you. Insolent slave, the false god screamed, fire springing to life along the length of his blade. Perhaps you have accounted for potential traitors in your midst, but your paltry minions will not stand against my army which will soon descend upon them. You mean the roughly 36 stonemen that are making their way towards Valyria from the northwest over that way? He asked, waving his hand towards the north. Yeah, we were already prepared for stonemen as well. We were heading into Valyria after all, and the Smoking Sea is known to have a colony of stonemen that have chosen to exile themselves there. So, not really a surprise that there would be some in the area. Honestly, I was more surprised that there were not any stonemen that had laid claim to the city. But again, your taunts are meaningless. Those that I brought with me are prepared to fight your infectious army. And I have the means to mitigate any damage after the fight as well. So, nice try. He could feel the fury coming from the false god, his emotions such that the dark side itself was reacting. Forming small wisps of miasma around the being's form as it stood fuming before Nox. You are nothing, slave. Wrong, Nox countered, leveling his lightsaber at the being. I was a slave, but then I was thrown to the darkness and left to die. But in the darkness, I learned. I learned peace is a lie and there is only passion. Through passion, I gained strength. Through strength, I gained power. Through power, I gained victory. And through victory, my chains were broken. The Force set me free. And with this code, I became something far more than you could ever comprehend. Pathetic drivel that means nothing. Fitting that one such as you would spout it. Bolyrian cried, holding his sword up high. Let me show you the true meaning of power. Holding his lightsaber before him, Nox braced himself for the attack while gathering the energy to create a force barrier between himself the false god. The buildup of force energy from the fake deity was immense and sudden. But as quickly as it came, it went, with no adverse effects to Nox at all. Rise, rise, my companion of old. It is time to unleash your fire once more. Time to feast on flesh once more. Rise, rise and smite those who dare to challenge the god of Valyria. Frowning, Nox followed the path of the force energy that had been unleashed. He found it settling on a pile of rocks along the edge of the volcano. A pile of rocks that began shifting and rising, dust and loose ash falling to the ground as a large shape began to pull itself up and out of the place it had been buried for so long. Nox only stared with a blank expression as he observed how the force was being twisted and warped into recreating a deceased artificial life. Have you prepared for this, slave? The false god laughed as the last rocks fell away, revealing a winged creature the size of several troop transports rising from its grave. My companion, my dragon, the Mount of Bolyrian, fly forth once more and lay waste to those who dare desecrate our sacred city of Valyria. There was little Nox could do but marvel as the undead dragon spread its wings, which somehow managed to retain their webbing despite centuries of being buried beneath the ground, and took the sky. Its path was clear as, with a few powerful beats of its massive wings, it headed straight for Valyria, giving off an earth-shaking roar as it passed the two of them by. Well, slave, did you plan for my dragon as well? No, he answered plainly. Honestly, encountering an undead dragon being raised and sent to attack those under my protection was perhaps one of the last things I expected to see when I was planning this voyage. Haha, so the slave is not all-knowing, the false god laughed. So, what will you do now? Without those you came with, you cannot hope to defeat me, nor can you ever leave this place. You are mine. You should have had the beast attack me instead of sending it after my expedition force. Nox continued on calmly, observing the undead beast through the force as it struggled to stay in the air with its tattered wings. Disappearing, the false god reappeared almost within arm's reach of him, his Valyrian steel blade aiming to remove his head. The damage will be the same. The false god laughed as Nox almost lazily leaned back and let the blade pass uselessly through the air. Already your moves are sluggish. Your attention is divided. This fight is twisting. Nox shifted to Ataru, flipping over the head of the false god and cutting his head in half and landing behind him. You talk too much, Nox murmured, shifting back to Sorzu and ignoring the dragon for now. Victory is never assured until your enemy lays dead at your feet. And as for your dragon, I care not. My acolyte is more than capable of handling such a beast, especially now. And if he is not, then I have wasted my time training him. Cracking his neck as his head reformed, the false god turned towards him. And what gives you such confidence in that uncultured barbarian Westeros boy you call your acolyte? Simple, Nox smirked. Let us just say that the archons of your time were not wrong in their beliefs. The Valyria Expedition 3 Part 2. Standing on the edge of the stone pier overlooking their boats, Prince Aberon idly cleaned the blood off his newly acquired spear as he watched the man he'd just killed bob in the water for a moment before the weight of the steel plate he'd been wearing beneath his tunic dragged him below the surface of the water. Turning aside, he saw the Mormont girl cleaning a man's brain off her mace while Asha retrieved one of her new throwing axes from the back of another man. Hearing a growl, Aberon turned his attention to small John Umber, who was returning from down the dock with Eddard Karstark and 2 other Northmen that had stayed true to their cause. Fucking bastards disappeared into the damned wilds, small John spat. Couldn't even bloody my new sword, lucky bastards. The mutiny, for that was exactly what they'd faced, had been poorly thought out and even more poorly executed. A group of 10 sailors had apparently decided they wanted the treasure for themselves and had concocted a half-crazed scheme to take the women hostage before jumping on the boats and sailing off into the distance. Apparently, they'd thought that his daughter, the Mormont girl, and the Greyjoy would be easy for the taking. Or perhaps they thought that the Greyjoy would join them considering her family history. Stupid, but the plan did have an inkling of sense in that they at least waited until most of the men, with the exclusion of Aberon himself, had left the docks to make one last run at the vault before making their move. Of course, their plan had gone tits up the moment they pulled their poorly hidden daggers and tried to grab hold of the women. His daughter had gelded the man who grabbed her before slitting his throat nearly to the bone. The Mormont girl had simply thrown her head back, breaking the nose of the one that tried to grab her before swinging around with her mace and braining the poor sod. Pathetic, stupid, ill-conceived, and costly, Aberon thought as he observed the bodies littered across the ground. They'd started out with 40 strong, 8 men to a boat. They lost 3 on the trek up the river. Now, 10 more had mutinied. Of the 10, 6 were dead and 4 had scattered to the wind. But before that, they managed to kill 2 others that had stayed loyal to the expedition, bringing their number down to 30. Thankfully, they waited until the boats were mostly loaded before launching this harebrained scheme of theirs. The looting of the vaults had not been an easy task, just as the sorcerer had predicted. The first problem had been locating anything that would be able to carry the valuables. Thankfully, there were lower levels within the palace and other homesteads in their immediate vicinity that were still moderately intact, and they were able to find the chests and crates to load the valuables. The second obstacle came to transport them out of the city. Despite the 3 losses on their voyage, they were still numbering 50 strong. And the boats simply couldn't hold much in the way of valuables and men and stay afloat. Which was why, if he'd been a pious man, he would have thanked the 7 and the old gods when one of the sailors stumbled upon a small building that had several small skiffs located inside. None of which by themselves were seaworthy. But with a bit of rearranging, they were able to tie 2 of the skiffs together and create a large enough raft that, while definitely not usable on the open sea, would be able to float down river easily enough and hopefully out to the Sea Wolf. And best of all, they had been able to load it with over a dozen extra chests of loot. The last issue present came about exactly as the sorcerer had predicted. And that was with what to take. The small folk of the crew had wanted to take all the gold coins they could find, while the lords wanted to hoard as much Valyrian steel as they could hold. Even his own daughter was not immune as she had eyed several Valyrian weapons she wanted to bring. Surprisingly, only the Greyjoy and the Mormont had shown the slightest bit of foresight. Coins were good, as was Valyrian steel. But gold was heavy, and if you could learn the secrets of Valyria, particularly how to reproduce their steel, then they could easily recoup the loss of leaving behind most of the weapons. So, it was with no small amount of moaning and groaning that the expedition began filling the first several chests with scrolls and books. After filling 5 to the point where they could hold no more, he had them move on to the strange crystals that the sorcerer had been admiring, which had filled another 3 chests before he decided they had enough. And while the Baron himself could not see any value in the things, as they were obviously crafted crystals from a forge, he had learned to trust the sorcerer to a degree where if the man said they were valuable, he would take his word for it. With the books, scrolls and crystals loaded, a Baron then directed their attention to the Valyrian steel. While most of the blades were too big to be placed into chests, they were easy to load onto the skiff once they were rolled up in whatever cloth they could find. The last 4 chests that went onto the skiff were loaded with gold and jewels. As a compromise, a Baron had agreed that each man present could find a satchel and load it with whatever they wanted from the vault and keep it as payment for their services. He'd hoped that would have been enough to satisfy the men, but he should have known better. Greed was a powerful motivator, after all. They can't have gotten far, his daughter stated, a hard look in her eyes. If you lumbering fools can't track them, give me 5 men and I'll track them down and end them. Let them go, a Baron ordered, surprising his daughter and several others. We've all seen what is out there. Those 4 won't last but a few hours. And neither would we if we pursued them. Best just to leave them to their fate and let the land itself take care of them. His daughter, nor the Northman, seemed particularly pleased with his orders, but as the sorcerer had made it known that in his absence a Baron was in charge, they wisely kept their opinions to themselves. Walking slowly back towards the others, he made certain to keep a close eye on each of the fallen, just to make sure they didn't have any sleepers waiting to strike when his back was turned. Fucking fools, Daisy Mormont spat as he approached the young she-bear and the Greyjoy girl. What the fuck were they thinking? In short, they weren't. A Baron sighed, not for the death of the men, but rather for the inconvenience it was creating. Their greed blinded them to the cost. And now their short-sightedness is going to cost us more than it already has. Asha nodded, throwing the rag away that she'd been using to clean the blood off one of her axes. We've lost a quarter of those we set out with. It will be difficult rowing back downstream, especially given what it took to get us here. And now we got the skiff to consider as well. We'll have the current to help take us downstream, but it won't be enough to offset what we've lost. She was right. The voyage upriver had been anything but easy. All of them, himself included, were nearing the point of exhaustion. He could feel it in his very bones. The current downstream would help. But as Asha correctly pointed out, losing a quarter of their number meant they had a quarter fewer to row. Which meant they would either have risked rowing to the point of near exhaustion, or risk staying in this accursed land longer than necessary, or they could leave behind some of their loot. None of which sounded particularly appealing to a Baron. Perhaps we should wake up the Lannister. Daisy muttered. The Lions might not have much in the way of honor and he might be half out of his mind, but at least he'd be one more pair of hands to man the oars. The idea was not without merit, as much as he loathed to admit it. And, granted, Gerion was not his brother nor the Mountain. But still, the idea of having to rely on a Lannister for anything was not something he was willing to entertain. Nox has seemed to have had a counter-plan for any potential issues that arose so far this voyage, he thought, his eyes flickering to the boat where the Lannister man remained asleep. I wouldn't be surprised if he even suspected a potential mutiny before we left. Let's just hope he has plans for how to get all of us out of here in a timely manner. The shifting of rubble away from a wall brought all of them around, their weapons leveled and ready to fight. Only to hold themselves in check as Jon Snow appeared on the other side of the rubble and stopped dead, his hands held out in an unthreatening manner while his eyes took in the scene with the several dead men scattered across the pier. What in the name of the gods happened? A slight dispute on the proper distribution of pay, a Baron replied almost on reflex as he raised his spear. A few of our number thought they were entitled to all of what we found and fully intended on leaving the rest of us behind. The rest of us had issue with that idea and, well, they lost the argument. Oh, the bastard of the Warden of the North replied elegantly, rubbing the back of his neck. All right, well, what do we do now? Now, a Baron replied, hefting his spear over his shoulder. Now, We wait for the sorcerer to return from whatever fight he's hogging all to himself. And then we figure out how to man our boats plus an extra skiff with less than a quarter of the manpower we started with. Either that, or we begin sorting what we have and start leaving things behind. Something that I'm sure no one wants to have happen. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the boy frown in thought before turning northwards and staring off into the distance. A baron considered himself a master of reading people. One had to be if you were to survive the games of nobles and the games in the fighting pits. In a fight, the slightest twitching of a hand or shifting of the eyes or even the shifting of one's weight could tell the opposition exactly what their next move would be. And in the game of the nobles, one's eyes are twitching or one of 100 slight tells could give away a liar the truth. So, when a baron saw the bastard of the north go stone still as he faced the north when he was relaxed but a moment before, 100 warning bells started sounding in his head. Tightening his grip on his new spear, he moved to stand side by side with the boy. Jon's eyes were pointedly facing northwards and had an almost detached look to them, as if he were seeing without seeing, if that even made sense. Master Nox is still fighting, something dark, something strong, but wrong. So very wrong. It's as if the force itself is rejecting the thing's very existence, Jon said almost emotionlessly as if he were describing the weather. Looking at the boy out of the corner of his eye, he kept his attention northwards. Is he winning? Jon shook his head. I can't tell from this distance but, wait. What is that? The sense of dread increased tenfold as he watched Jon turn whiter than the snow of his homeland. What is what, boy? Jon's answer came in a single word as his eyes grew large and went skywards. Run. Not a moment later, an ear-splitting, chest-rumbling roar came from the sky, chilling the very blood in a baron's veins as he looked skywards. What he saw was impossible. Yet, it was there. Dropping from the clouds and flying low enough to scrap the tops of the buildings was the very creature that allowed the Targaryens to conquer almost all of Westeros. A dragon. Scatter. Now, he yelled, running off to his left and, on instinct, grabbing Jon by the waist and putting himself between the dragon's path and the young boy. The heat was the worst. Even though a baron was well clear of the dragon's path, he could still feel the heat of the dragon fire down to his very bones as the beast of legend passed them by, scorching everything in its path. Which included 2 more of their number who were too awestruck to move. The only saving grace he could think of was that the flames of the dragon killed the 2 hapless sailors so quickly that they didn't even have time to scream nor, he hoped, to truly feel the pain of the fire turning them to little more than piles of ash. Someone better tell me I'm fucking sleeping on a pile of gold back in the fucking vault. The young Umber yelled, because there is no damn way that a dragon just passed us by and tried to fucking cook us. This isn't a fucking dream, Umber. It's a fucking nightmare, and one we're all sharing. A second voice, the Karstark boy he believed, shouted back. We need to get into the buildings. Daisy Mormont shouted, her mace held tightly in her hands as her gaze remained skywards. The thing can't burn us if it can't find us. No, a baron blinked. The voice hadn't come from him, but rather from the young bastard boy he'd been protecting, who'd suddenly shrugged him off and marched out into the open. Dragonfire can melt stone, even this stone here in Valyria. We go in between the buildings or in them, and that dragon will turn them into ovens. And we can't stay here. If one of those flames hits the boats, we lose our only way of getting out of here in any timely manner. He was reasonably impressed with the boy's logic. Between the buildings would give them the option to hide, but it would limit their mobility, and if the dragon hit them with a burst of fire, those stone homes would turn into ovens to cook them alive. Out in the open had its risks, but it was the better option. But regardless of out in the open or into the city, they had to get away from the boats to prevent the dragon from targeting them. Hopefully. Listen to Snow. Get your asses towards the outskirts of the city or I'll kill you myself and save the dragon the trouble. He shouted, motioning with his spear in the direction they were to go before turning and speaking quietly to Jon. I hope whatever task the sorcerer sent you on, boy, gave you some kind of trick to deal with the dragon. I just might have a trick up my sleeve, Prince Abaron. Jon Snow shouted as the two ran towards the outskirts of the city. The movement was brief, but out of the corner of his eye Abaron noticed Jon touching the sleeve of his tunic on his right arm. I see, he meant that quite literally. I'm interested to see just what the sorcerer sent him after. Careful with that cavalier attitude, boy. I might just start taking a real liking to you. And, if not me, then Elaria certainly will. She likes witty young men AF, shut the fuck up. Asha shouted from just ahead of the two of them. Think with your cock later, Prince. Dragon first. Fucking after. Despite the situation, a Baron felt his face split in a smile under his mask as he stared at the Greyjoy woman's backside. Is that an offer, Lady Asha? Here it comes. Scatter. At Snow's warning, everyone scattered off to their left or right, taking whatever cover they could find. Shit, a Baron cursed, tucking himself behind a building's corner just as he could hear the dragon's roar and the beating of the beast's wings. We're not out in the open yet. That thing lets loose a blast like last time, and we're all cooked. Just as he could start making out the form of the dragon through the mist, he noticed something that had slipped his attention when he ducked for cover. And that was the fact that Jon Snow was no longer beside him. In fact, that boy was standing out in the middle of the street, staring down the dragon that was on a direct path for him. Fucking fool, Oberyn cursed, ready to burst out from his hiding place and tackle the boy out of the path of the dragon. I don't fancy taking a swim in these waters, but if I go fast enough I should have enough to take the both of us into the water and, what is he doing? Any action he was about to take halted as he watched Jon casually raise his arm. This action allowed his right sleeve to roll back and revealed some sort of golden armlet on the boy's right forearm with a ruby gem in the center. A gem that started glowing brightly just as the dragon's maw opened and flames leapt forth, consuming the boy and everything around him. Ducking back, a Baron closed his eyes. Fuck. I got distracted. I couldn't save the boy. Damn it. What was he fucking thin? His thoughts were cut off as a torrent of wind rustled his clothes. The flames from the dragon weren't dissipating. If anything, they were gathering, right above where Jon had been standing. The Prince of Dorne had seen and experienced a lot in his life, more than almost any could ever hope to see or experience. But the sight of the bastard of Winterfell, standing amongst a raging vortex of flames with his hand held above his head, his face twisted into one of great concentration. That was something else, something new, even for him. With a yell rivaling any war cry he'd ever had, Jon turned, the vortex of flame following his movements as if a slave to his will. The flames formed into a ball and, launched like it was a stone out of a trebuchet right into the back end of the dragon. The beast of legend gave of a cry as it flailed in the air before crashing through several buildings. After picking his jaw up off the ground, a Baron was the first to react. Eyes bouncing continuously between the downed dragon and the boy, he slowly and cautiously approached the bastard of Winterfell. All right, I'll bite. What in the seven hells did the sorcerer send you after that allowed you to do that? It's this talisman, Snow answered, his face looking more than slightly drained, but his eyes remaining in the direction where the dragon had fallen. I'm not sure how, but it almost enhances my force powers to manipulate fire. But only fire. Master Nox never spoke of anything like it before. Well, that's convenient, Daisy Mormont remarked, her mace at the ready as she kept her eyes in the direction of the fallen dragon. But please tell me you weren't dumb enough to use that thing on a dragon without knowing it would work. Well, I wasn't sure that it would work that well against dragonfire, the boy said before hastily adding. But I did use it to kill a fireworm with its own fire. At least I think I did. So, I just assumed that it would work as well against a dragon. The ease with which he said drew many up short, no doubt as they remembered their first and only encounter with one of the most dangerous creatures in perhaps the entirety of the known world, now that dragons were extinct. Well, maybe not completely extinct seeing as they were now facing one. But as a Baron drew close enough to touch the boy, he had to reassess his original thoughts on him looking drained. Drained would be an understatement. He looked as if he'd just sprinted from Sunspear to the Water Gardens during midday. Not surprising. While I might not know about this brand of magic the sorcerer and the boy use, there has always been one rule that all magic abides by. It's taxing. Those two have been using their magic non-stop for days to guide us and keep us safe. And Jon, by his own admission, has already finished fighting off Fireworm and now he just used his power to deflect dragon fire. A feat thought to be impossible. The boy has given us a chance, a Baron called out, forcing himself out of his thoughts and back to the matter at hand. He's brought the dragon to the ground, which gives us a chance to kill it. Wait, You want us to go on foot and hunt that fucking thing? The Karstark lad all but shouted. Did you see how fucking big that monster was? Yes, he nodded. And while it is in the air, that big fucker will be impossible to kill without a heavy scorpion or ballista. So, our best, our only, chance to survive this is to try and kill it once it's on the ground where we can reach it. But how are we supposed to kill it? Umber growled. We might hate those dragon fuckers, but we know of them well enough. Their skin is tougher than heavy plate armor. Not to mention, you ever try and hunt a bear, you corner them and they get 10 times as vicious, which this beast now is. And not to mention, you need to drive your spear damn far into the bear in order to kill it. How the fuck are we supposed to get in close enough to not only stab it, but I doubt even our new Valyrian steel weapons will be able to get past those scales. Master Nox's lightsaber, Jon spoke up, stopping the retort that was on the tip of a baron's tongue. A lightsaber can cut through anything. I've seen him cut through steel, wood, even solid stone with little to no difficulty. If there is a weapon that can kill a dragon, it is that. Master Nox is far away but, I can sense he's returning. Then that's what we'll do, a baron decided, ending the discussion. Snow will use his magic to nullify the dragon fire. The rest of us will keep it occupied and once we get it to ground, we try and kill it. And if all else fails, we hold it off long enough for the sorcerer to get back and have him finish the job with, something's coming out of the mist. Turning, a baron squinted off into the distance of the mist-clouding wall that was just barely visible that had once served to contain the city of Valyria. At first, he couldn't see anything through the mist. But that didn't last as he soon saw figures shaped oddly like men limping through the fog. Misshapen men with skin the color and texture of the very stone walls that surrounded them. And as if to truly make their situation any worse, he could hear the distinctive beating of heavy wings and the roaring of the dragon as it once again took to the sky. Fuck me, he muttered. Just what we needed right now. Fucking stone men. The reaction from everyone was about what he'd expected as everyone, from noble to layman and from man to woman, took a step back in fear and disgust. Grabbing the sleeves of his tunic and making sure they were fully covering his arms, he popped his collar up and then took a two-handed grip on his spear as he stepped forward. Form lines. We fight in groups of 10 to give others the chance to rest. Make sure every piece of exposed skin you have is covered in something before you step forward to fight. No one moved to join him. No one save the one who couldn't, as Snow proved to have the biggest set of balls as he rearranged his sleeves and drew the short Valyrian sword Nox had given him from the vault. Not you, boy, he said, holding out his spear and blocking the boy's path. You're the only one who can deal with that fucking dragon when it comes back around. The rest of us will keep the stone men from reaching you. The boy looked like he was about to protest, but a distant roar from the dragon still in the sky must have brought the situation they were now in around to the boy. And with little more than a nod, he moved back as his daughter, Asha Greyjoy, Daisy Mormont and the small Jon all stepped forward with weapons held at the ready. Well, it appears you women have bigger balls than most, he smiled under his mask as the stone men started picking up speed towards them as they advanced. Let's just hope you are as skilled. Lashing out with a high spinning hook kick, Nox felt the attack find purchase against the face of the false god, stunning the being as his force-empowered limbs sent him stumbling back. Capitalizing on the opening, Nox used a force push to send the stumbling Bolyrian reeling head over heels down a small ravine. Reaching back, he grabbed hold of a boulder, easily lifting the nearly 1-ton object over his head and sending it down the ravine. The false god had just barely managed to right itself in time to see the boulder approaching, and by then it was far too late to do anything but take the attack head-on. Which resulted in the boulder passing almost effortlessly through him as it turned his body into a bloody red paste, forcing Bolyrian to once again expend the energy to create a new one rather than just repairing the old. Knowing he had a moment, Nox let his sense of awareness expand. Almost there. Just a small distance further and this will end. Feeling a disturbance, Nox ducked in time for Bolyrian's sword to pass over his head. Switching to Form 4, Nox twisted and turned his body, becoming the very weapon he wielded as he danced and parried around Bolyrian's desperate attacks. Die, 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 die already, you fucking slave. The false god shouted as he continued chasing Nox, his blade finding nothing but air in the edge of his lightsaber as Nox stayed ahead of Bolyrian. The once man was powerful, there was no doubt about that. In fact, if the battle was to be decided by sheer power alone, Valyrian would probably have been able to best him. But power was only part of the battle. To be a true warrior, one had to be skilled enough to wield both the power and oneself effectively. And while the man was decently skilled with a blade, he could not combine his power and skill and transform them into something greater. At best, he could be considered on par with a high-ranking Lord of the Sith. Not even a Darth, let alone a Dark Council member. The only reason why the fight had not already ended was because of his more than slightly annoying regeneration capabilities. Deactivating his lightsaber, Nox twisted into an aerial as Valyrian overextended a down sweep with his sword at his legs. Before his feet touched the ground, Nox hit Valyrian with a force push and used the recoil of the attack to flip and twist himself over backwards so that he landed on his feet facing the false god, his lightsaber activating the moment he solidified his stance on the ground. Digging the point of his lightsaber into the ground, Nox channeled a rivulet of dark side energy through the blade and into the ground. Dragging the lightsaber through the ground, Nox sent a wave of dust and superheated debris towards his adversary, temporarily blinding the still recovering Valyrian and allowing Nox to once again get a killing strike in. This time piercing the being's heart, or at least where his heart should have been, before wrenching the blade out through his chest and under his arm. Not giving his enemy the chance to recover, Nox flicked his left middle finger off his thumb on the lightsaber hilt, sending a concentrated burst of force energy the size of a fist into the unwounded side of Valyrian's chest. The concentrated strike hit the false god with the force of several tons packed into a few square inches, throwing the man back through the air for nearly 30 meters before his back struck a wall. The wall collapsed from the force of impact, covering the immediate area in a shower of debris composed of stone, mortar and wood. Raising his left hand, the newly freed clump of debris rose into the air a good 50 feet. Closing his fist, he compacted the debris into a single sphere before throwing it down on the false god, the mass just barely reaching terminal velocity before it impacted the ground where the false god still lay. Throwing up a force barrier, Nox defended himself against the falling stone and wood that was thrown up into the air in result of the makeshift asteroid he'd just hurled down on his opponent. Once the debris had stopped falling, Nox let his barrier drop and calmly walked towards the broken wall. I'm actually impressed that he managed to go through this wall without disintegrating in a splatagon, he thought as he observed the hole that had created in the wall surrounding the ruined city of Valyria. Either he's durable, or this wall was not nearly as impressive as it looked. Although, considering they had dragons that could fly over any wall built, I'm sure they didn't really care if their constructs were structurally sound or not. Walking over the debris, he calmly observed the swirling mass of dark side energy as Valyrian once again reformed his body. Your regeneration is slowing considerably, Valyrian, he said the name mockingly, jumping down from the pile of debris so that he could watch the finalization of the reformation. I suppose that I should welcome you home, but I know for a fact that the current tenants are not all that pleased with you, so I wouldn't really be expecting a warm reception here. Once whole again, Valyrian looked around wildly as he spun in the debris. Slowly, a low rumbling began in the creature's chest that quickly turned into a fully belly laugh. Ah ha ha, so this was your great plan, slave. Bringing me to Valyria, my home, the place I have been unable to set foot into since my ascension. And why? Did you think the Archon's spell would weaken me? Make me mortal? Ha! They are but toothless worms pretending to be dragons, when I am the only true dragon of Valyria. Do you care to put that to the test? Nox asked calmly. The Archons gave their very lives to erect the barrier that has kept you barred from this place for nearly 400 years. Are you so sure of your victory? Know that you are willing to put your will against not only mine, but of the lost Archons as well. The creature faltered. It was only for a split second, but Nox caught it. Good, all according to plan. I do not fear those dead worms. Valyrian shouted, and in the distance Nox could hear the undead dragon howl in response to his master's cry. They are dead and gone, and their magic has worn off such that I can step foot in this city once more. And now, slave, you shall die, Jon. It's time. The Valyria Expedition 3 Part 3. Standing in the center of the 20 men at arms and nobles, Jon kept his eyes and his senses firmly skywards. Around him, the others fought to keep the stonemen away from him, which allowed him to keep his concentration on locating the beast overhead that was trying to fry them all alive. Sensing the dragon swooping lower through the fog once more, Jon focused on the talisman in his right hand as he prepared himself to once again fend off the dragonfire that could melt stone. Concentrating on the talisman on his arm, he held his hand high as the dragon got close enough that he could see the beast's jaw open as the fire swelled within the back of its throat. Bracing himself for what he knew was coming, he kept himself fully focused on the dragon as the flames spewed out. The heat was almost unbearable, as well as the pressure that seemed to weigh on his shoulders as the gem on the talisman shined, giving him the strength and focus through some means he still didn't understand to hold the flames at bay. But this attack was different from the last, and vastly different from the very first onslaught. It was, well, weaker. He hadn't been able to notice it earlier. But now that it had come to his attention, he could sense that with each pass the dragon made, the flames were getting weaker and weaker for some reason. Am I getting stronger? He wondered as he directed the flames into the river water, quenching the flames. As if to answer his unasked question, his body answered him as one of his legs gave out and he dropped to a knee as darkness began creeping in on the corners of his vision. Jon! Several voices shouted at once as Jon struggled to regain his footing. The plan, if one could call it that, had been going well for a time. The arrival of the stonemen had forced them to forego going outside the walls of the Valyrian to fight the dragon in the open field. Which unfortunately left them boxed in with buildings to one side, water to the other and only a single path forward and back. Thankfully, the stonemen were neither numerous nor were they attacking from all directions, which allowed Prince Oberyn and the rest to prevent any of the diseased from reaching him. But it had also cost the group 2 more of their number to do so. Despite the almost insurmountable odds being sent against them in the form of the dragon and the stonemen, they were holding their own. But there was a problem. A major one. I'm all right, he forced out, doing his best to hide just how badly he was lying with that. He was nearing his limit and he knew it. A lot of Master Nox's training had been focused on what he called surpassing his limits, which usually meant running, lifting stones, or fighting until the point of physical exhaustion and then using the force to either purge that exhaustion or to perform some other task. Other times, though, he would have Jon, Robb, and Arya use the force until they fainted, usually by forcing them to hold stones several times heavier than a man in the air for hours on end. And having succumbed to that form of training more than once, Jon knew that he would not be able to keep using the force like this for long. Jon, it's time. The sudden voice in his mind sent a shock through him as if he'd been doused with a bucket of icy water. Master, the sorcerer is back, Oberyn yelled as he speared a charging stoneman, then sidestepping to allow the once man to fall on his face dead. It's about time. Where is he? Jon nodded, trying to not divide his attention too much from the dragon overhead as he searched for Master Nox. He's in the city again. Good, Umber yelled, cleaving a stoneman in half with his new Valyrian great sword while making sure to stay clear of the corpse when it fell to the ground. Tell him to kill that god's damned dragon then. It doesn't work like that. Jon shouted back as the dragon descended once more. It was the truth. He wasn't sure how exactly Master Nox was able to speak to him in this manner, but it wasn't as if he was hearing him. It was more like feelings and pictures from a book that left a message in his mind. Fighting through the exhaustion screaming through his entire being, he channeled the force into the talisman once more, just as the flames of the dragon descended upon them. The flames are getting weaker, he thought as he once again pushed the flames away from himself and the others. But why? Then what the fuck are we supposed to do? Asha asked, her axes held at the ready, waiting for the next group of stonemen to jump out from the ruined buildings surrounding them. As if to answer Asha's question, the sound of something crashing through multiple walls, followed quickly by the sound of a building collapsing, brought Jon and the rest around to face down a pathway leading into the city. Something, gods only knew what, had crashed into a home less than a few hundred paces from where they were. They weren't given long to wonder either as a dark mist almost came from the wreckage and formed into almost arrow-like objects before firing off into the distance like they'd been loaded into a ballista. The bolts of mist didn't make it far as they simply ceased to exist mid-flight. Then Lord Nox was there, his blood-red glowing blade alight in his hands as he ran directly into the building the dark figure had broken through not a moment before. Within moments of him disappearing, the dark figure was flung out of the wreckage and across the wide street into the buildings on the opposite side. Once again, Lord Nox appeared right behind the figure, only, by the old gods, Jon had seen Master Nox fight in the past. Hells, he'd sparred against him for years and he'd always thought that he could somewhat hold his own against his master. But now, watching Lord Nox defy almost every law of nature as he all but flew through the air, performed flips and turns that even mummers would think impossible, Jon knew without a shadow of a doubt that Master Nox had only been playing with everyone who'd ever sparred against him in Winterfell. No time for daydreaming, Prince Oberyn shouted, shaking Jon and several others out of the trance they'd fallen into, so enthralled were they with the battle between Lord Nox and the strange figure in the distance. Clenching his fist, Jon forced himself to look away from the fight between his master and the unknown figure and turned himself back to the task at hand. "I'm not angry he's been holding back," Jon said to himself. Whether he was trying to convince himself that or not, he wasn't even sure. But now I have a true goal to reach. I will reach Master Nox's level. And it starts now. Eyeing the dragon, Jon concentrated on the talisman, pouring as much power as he could into the object as the ancient beast once again descended from the sky. Only this time, it wasn't heading for Jon and the others. No, this time it was heading for Master Nox instead. "It's heading for Lord Nox," Jon shouted, breaking off from the rest as he sprinted as fast as his legs could carry him towards his mentor and master. The world seemed to almost slow as he watched the dragon draw closer and closer to Lord Nox. The ground shook and several ruined buildings lining the street collapsed as the dragon landed onto the street, its body acting as a barrier blocking Jon's path, preventing him from reaching Lord Nox. "Master Nox," Jon yelled as he watched on, helpless, as the dragon's head lowered, and its maw opened. Dragon fire erupted from the beast, covering the street and all the nearby buildings that surrounded Master Nox and his advisory. No, Jon thought, his steps faltering as he watched the man he admired, trained under, and looked up to as a second father was blanketed in a wave of fire. "No, stop worrying so much, Acolyte. If it was this easy to kill me, I would have died a long time ago." Jon could have wept with relief at hearing Lord Nox's voice in his head once more. And even more so as a Master Nox leapt out of the flames and landed on top of the nearest building that would put him above the level of the flames. "Now, Jon, use what you have, trust in the Force, and it will set you free." Jon didn't need telling twice. Channeling what little strength he had left, he forced his legs to move as he ran headlong towards the dragon. Behind him, he could hear the Prince Oberyn, Asha, and the others yelling for him to get back, but he paid none of them any heed as he focused solely and only on the black eyes of the dragon. Sliding feet first, Jon could nearly feel the heat of the dragon's scales as its spiked tail passed over his body. Slapping his hand on the ground and pushing with the force, Jon threw himself into the air, twisting his body in the air as the dragon's maw snapped shut in the air where he'd once been. Reaching out a hand, he grabbed hold of one of the dragon's horns, using it to stop his motion and pull himself down on top of the dragon's head. He could feel the rage, the hatred, the pain coming from the powerful beast beneath his feet as the creature began bucking and thrashing, trying to toss Jon from his head. Putting his faith into the Force fully as he held on with only one hand, Jon reached above his head blindly with his right hand and felt something solid strike the palm of his outstretched hand. Pulling his hand down, Jon could only gawk at what was in his hand. Lord Nox's lightsaber. It's lighter than I thought it would be. Stop daydreaming, boy, and finish that beast. Copying the movements of Lord Nox, Jon pressed his thumb down on a specific spot on the hilt. The blood-red blade shot forth, startling Jon. For just a moment, he could do little more than stare at the light coming from the blade. It's so light. Reversing his grip on the hilt so the blade was pointed towards his feet, Jon stared down at the top of the dragon's head he was standing upon. Letting go of the beast's horn, he grabbed the hilt with both hands and brought the sword down with as much force as he could. The lightsaber cut through the hide and bone of the dragon's head with only slight resistance, like he was using a freshly sharpened knife to cut through boiled leather. Beneath him, the dragon let a cry of agony as Jon fought to keep his balance atop the beast while cutting deeper and deeper into the dragon's head. Slowly, the bucking of the dragon slowed as the beast collapsed, its head flopping down heavily on the ground and throwing Jon from his spot. Ducking his head, he let his shoulder absorb the hit from the ground as he rolled just as Lord Nox had taught him. Coming out of the roll, he brought the lightsaber to bear as he turned, ready to face the dragon once more. Only, the dragon wasn't moving. The ancient beast was merely laying on the ground less than a few paces from him. One blackened eye open and staring at him. And the voice that rang in his head was louder than the bells of Winterfell, nearly bringing him to his knees as he fought against covering his ears. And this, shivering, he met the eye of the dragon that was staring at him. That was the dragon. I didn't think dragons could talk. Cautiously, Jon met the dragon's one remaining eye as he reached out to the downed beast through the force. What he felt nearly made him loose his stomach. Pain, no, anguish, fear and longing, a longing to rest. It wants to die, he realized, keeping the lightsaber held firmly in front of himself as he slowly approached the dragon. Its very existence is pain. Why, what happened to it to bring it to this state? Reaching the dragon, he transferred the lightsaber to his left hand and gently laid his right hand on the dragon's scaled head. You're already dead, Jon realized with a start, looking down into the dark pool that was the dragon's eye. You're dead, but your rider has been forcing you to stay alive, somehow. Stuck between life and death, but neither one nor the other. Gods, why? Letting his hand drop, he took a moment to compose himself before clutching the lightsaber with both hands and raising it above his head. May you finally find rest, he sent out to the dragon before bringing the lightsaber down once more upon the dragon's head. Hearing the dying cries of the dragon brought a smile to Nox's face as he sensed the intoxicating fear and despair coming off the would-be god of Valyria as his dragon was brought low by a mere boy. No, Bolyrian yelled, his movements becoming more and more frantic as he felt his companion being ripped away from him. No, this cannot be. I am a god. I am immortal. You shall know. Having grown more than tired of the monologue, Nox, now without his lightsaber, calmly brought his hands forward and unleashed a blast of force lightning into Bolyrian's chest. The would-be god tried to fight back against the current, but as he was now, there was absolutely nothing he could do. I told you before we began that your ritual was a failure, he said after ending the onslaught and letting Bolyrian drop to his knees. But I never specified why I said that, did I? You did manage to collect the souls of your followers and the slaves you sacrificed and added their power to your own. But you made one egregious mistake. You collected their power, instead of absorbing it. Which means that all those 1,000+ souls within you have retained their individuality, even after all this time. There is no difference, Bolyrian shouted, rushing at Nox with his blade held high. It was almost pitiful with ease that he was able to sidestep the attack before burying his armored fist into the creature's gut, dropping it to the ground where it was left gasping desperately for air. The fact that you do not recognize the difference only serves to prove my point, idiot. Not even bothering to dodge what he knew was coming, Nox simply used the force to strengthen the palm of his hand and caught the edge of the Valyrian steel blade as Bolyrian tried to cut him with a weak backhanded strike. What? Bolyrian gasped, staring dumbly at the edge of his blade, held firmly in Nox's grip. This cannot be happening. I am a god. You cannot be more powerful than me. Wrenching the blade from the would-be god's grip, Nox casually tossed the blade aside before delivering a full-arching kick straight to the man's jaw. He could feel the bone break under the pressure of his foot as Bolyrian was lifted off his knees and sent careening into a nearby wall. At the start of this fight, you would have been correct in saying that I was not as powerful as you, Nox lectured as he squatted down a fair distance from Bolyrian and watched him through his sightless eyes as he tried to reform his jaw. But, like many before you, your pride and belief in your supposed immortality led to your downfall. I must thank you for not even bothering to block my first couple of attacks, by the way. That allowed me to not only form a theory, but to test it as well. Do you want to know what I learned? I learned that you imprisoned the souls within your body and then started to channel the power from those spirits. While this method does allow one to become more powerful, there is a problem. A problem that exists with all prisons. In that prisoners can escape. He could sense Bolyrian startle as fear began pouring off the fool. Utter dragon shit, I have no reason to lie to you. And you know that I'm telling the truth. Nox replied dismissively as he advanced on the now cowering being. Each time I delivered a fatal blow to you, I weakened your hold on the souls imprisoned within you. And then you did me a favor by overextending yourself by manipulating the stonemen and using a fair portion of your power to reanimate your dragon. But now, your dragon is dead, and the power you used to reanimate it is gone. And what little power you have left, you need to use to keep your spirit anchored to this plane. In short, you're powerless now. Growling, Valyrian threw his hands forward, dark mist forming in the palms of his hands. I'll show you powerless, slave. Nox didn't even bother trying to form a defense. The attack was so pitiful that the dark mist simply bounced off him before dissipating harmlessly into the air. As I said, powerless. Holding his hand above his head, Nox began pulling heavily on the dark side of the force as he prepared himself to call his wrath down upon the fool. Unfortunately for you, you still have quite a few souls left to help anchor you. So, I'm just going to have to kill you again and again and again until all those souls you imprisoned are set free. And you are once again mortal. Wait, Valyrian screamed, hands held out pleadingly as the being scrambled to get to its knees before him. I will swear myself to you, my lord. My knowledge will be yours. You will be able to take over the world. And I will serve at your side for eternity. If the being expected Nox to be moved by his plea, well, he was correct that it moved him. But not in the direction it had been hoping. Snarling at the kneeling man, Nox paused what he had been preparing and opted instead to simply lay into Valyrian with a blast of force lightning. Did you think that kind of plea would work on me? He all but yelled as he carefully maintained the current of the lightning to optimize the pain but making sure it wouldn't kill him further. You sacrificed thousands to get here. Destroyed an entire civilization in your pursuit of power. Now, you dare to plead for mercy. How fucking pathetic. At least have the decency to die like a fucking man and not a sniveling coward. And besides, I already made a deal. A deal to end your pathetic existence for good. Ending the attack, he once again raised his hand towards the sky. As he did, he could feel the powers within him shift once, twice, thrice and again until the 7 beings he'd contracted temporarily separated themselves from him so they could be revealed before Valyrian. For his part, the would-be god could do little else but whimper as he stared at the now 8 faces glaring down at him. I told you, had you used your full power from the moment you saw me, you potentially could have defeated me. That was not a chance I was willing to take. So, before confronting you, I took my time to track down the 7 archons who gave their lives and bound their spirits to the barrier to protect the souls of Valyria from you. It didn't take much to get them to agree to be temporarily bound. I just had to give them my word that they would have a front row seat at seeing you being obliterated. In return, they would grant me their powers. And now it is time for me to uphold my end of my bargain. May you rot in whatever hell you believe in, God of Valyria. He could feel as the 7 archons gave up their forms and returned to him, boosting his connection to the force like a dam that had all its floodgates opened simultaneously. The sky above him crackled and boomed as lightning arched through the sky and the wind began to blow fiercely enough to kick up dust and even start to move rocks. On the ground, the false god begged again and again for its life, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Nox let the storm of force energy saturate everything around him. Dropping his hand, Nox unleashed the strongest force storm he'd ever conjured. The wind surrounding them whipped up into a frenzy, tearing buildings apart as its cyclone spread around the 2 of them. Force lightning fell all around the 2 of them, reducing everything to ash and sand before crystallizing it due to the extreme heat before vaporizing the crystallization once more. And in the center of it all, the false god convulsed on the ground, screaming as loud as the being could as its body was torn down to a molecular level. Only to be reformed by its own power, just so that it could be torn asunder once more. As he poured more and more power into the onslaught, he could even feel the fabric of space and time around the would-be god begin to tear, ripping into the creature even more deeply than the lightning. And, through it all, Nox stood his ground, acting as judge, jury, and executioner on the one who brought about the doom to Valyria. Nox had no idea just how long he remained, standing amongst the storming winds and lighting of the force as the creature sufferer. But, eventually, the last of the souls held captive within the creature were ripped from him, leaving Valyrian defenseless. Snarling, Nox focused harder on the being, condensing the force energy around him as he ripped his connection to the force from him before using the force to tear him apart cell by cell until there was nothing left of him. physically and in the Force. Letting go of the power, Nox leaned his head back as the storm slowly started to dissipate around him. As it did, he could feel as the 7 Archons left him, only to reappear before him in their astral forms. "Our pact is done, Sorcerer from the stars," Archon Draesquidem said, standing in the middle of the Archons. "The fool is gone." He is." Nox was tempted, Force knows he was tempted. But he knew the risks of keeping the spirits bound to him indefinitely like this. While the Force walking technique allowed one to bind a Force ghost, there was a price to pay. Binding 4 Sith Lords had nearly killed him and would have killed him had he not all but remade his body down to a molecular level. Binding 7 beings of nearly equal power, well, that was not going to end well. Going to his knees, Nox lowered his head on as he called upon the power within him that he hadn't even known he was capable of until he met Ashara, and later Nyra. "May my light, what little there is, redeem your spirits in the Force. And may you find peace as you leave this plane and become one with the Force." One by one, the spirits of the last Archons of Valyria glowed brightly before dissipating as they became one with the Force. Soon, only Draesquidem was left standing before Nox. As his body began to glow, the Archon asked, "The boy? The one whose presence you guarded when we first met? The one you sent to the breeding grounds? Is he?" "He is," Nox stated, cutting the spirit off. He could practically feel the relief and joy that was coming off from the spirit as it began to disappear. "In the end, our will was done. Train him well, Sorcerer. And see him safe." With his piece said, the last Archon of Valyria became one with the Force, and Nox was left alone. "Well, that's that I guess," he thought, rising to his feet and rolling his neck as he took a moment to study the land now that the Archons and the false god were gone. The land is still heavily tainted in the dark side of the Force. And without the Archons' protection, the various monsters that call this land home will be able to start claiming parts of the ruins here. But give it a century, maybe 2, and this land might actually start to become something close to habitable for again. Turning his back on where the Archons had disappeared from, Nox made his way across the freshly ruined landscape towards where the rest of the expedition was standing. Perhaps that was a bit overkill, he thought as he listened to his boots crunch through the ground, which had been partially transformed to glass. From what he could tell, everything within a half-mile radius of where he'd been standing had been reduced to nothing. There wasn't even any evidence left of the structures that had once surrounded him. But highly satisfying. Now, I know that creating a Force storm of such magnitude is indeed possible. And not only that, but at that level of intensity, it was warping time and space, creating a wormhole effect. Interesting. I wonder if such a phenomenon could be controlled. Standing near the edge of the ring of destruction he'd caused were the surviving members of his expedition force. Each of whom, from a baron to his acolyte and the sailors, were all staring at him with varying degrees of shock, awe, and fear. "What's our status? Have the ships been loaded and are they still in one piece?" he asked as he stepped out of the ring of destruction before his men and women. "Gods, that's the first thing you say," a baron asked with a forced chuckle as Nox calmly brushed some dust and debris off his overcoat. "People say that I like to showboat on occasion, but you, Sorcerer, you give a whole new meaning to the word. That was not me showboating," he said, only slightly lying. "That was simply the level necessary to destroy the fool who was responsible for all of this. Now, what is our status?" We still have all the boats and a skiff Prince Baron managed to find and repair, Master," his acolyte said, tentatively stepping forward and holding his lightsaber out for him to take back. "But there was a mutiny and, with the dragon and stonemen as well, we only have half of our original number, my master. If we want to take everything with us, we'll have to tow the boats down the river." Taking his lightsaber back, Nox gave it a quick check to make sure Jon hadn't damaged it in some manner before reattaching it to his belt on his left side. "Then that is exactly what we'll do. Split the boats in half, 3 will carry our spoils along with this skiff and those of us still alive will be in the remaining 3. Scour the docks for chains or ropes or anything that we can use to lash the boats together." "Now, you heard the Sorcerer," Asha yelled, being one of the first to break out of her stupor as she rounded on the others. "He's given you lot an order. Now get your asses in gear before I put my boot up it." Now, except for Jon and Prince Baron, Everyone all but jumped as their senses came back to them. Then it almost seemed like a race to see who could get away the fastest, leaving only the two men and the boy at the edge of the ruins. "Jon," Nox said, turning towards his acolyte. "Show me the talisman." Jon hesitated only a moment before rolling up his right sleeve, revealing the talisman attached to his arm. "I see," Nox said simply after only a moment's investigation. He had a pretty decent idea about just what the talisman would do, but it never hurt to confirm one's suspicion. "I must admit that I have not seen many items like this in all of my travels, and that is saying something. For the Dragon Lords to have been able to construct such an object, perhaps they were more Force adept than I had originally theorized. And, for those of us who don't speak your cryptic tongue, Sorcerer, care to translate?" Prince Oberyn asked, eyeing the talisman on Jon's arm warily. Reaching out, Nox laid a single finger against the talisman. "A full explanation would more than likely leave you even more confused than you are now. Suffice to say, when the Dragon Lords crafted this talisman, they imbued it with the Force with the purpose to give the wearer the ability to control flames, even those from a dragon. Such Force constructs are not unheard of, but it takes a certain level of knowledge of the Force in order to achieve such a specific result. Perhaps, yes, if they were able to manipulate the Force to such a degree and create an object with such a specific purpose, they could also. Is it that simple? It must be interesting. Hopefully, one of the tomes we collected will have the answers. But then the question would become how to mass-produce it without a sufficient heat source." Master Nox," Jon called out tentatively, breaking Nox out of his thoughts. "It is nothing," Nox responded. "At least not now, but soon it could be much more." "And what of the crystal you gathered? Let me see it." This time Jon didn't hesitate in removing a small coin purse he had tied to the waist of his pants. His acolyte didn't even need to open it for Nox to know what was inside. But even knowing what his impressive acolyte had found didn't fully prepare Nox to see the small finger-sized kyber crystal in Jon's outstretched hand. It wasn't the fact that Jon had found a kyber crystal that had surprised Nox so much so. While rare outside of Ilum, other veins of kyber crystals were known to exist elsewhere. No, what truly surprised Nox was the fact that the crystal in Jon's hand glowed with a steady white glow. A feat only obtained when a corrupted kyber crystal became purified. But Jon couldn't have purified the crystal, he thought, examining the crystal through the Force. To do so takes a tremendous amount of time and energy, not to mention a level of understanding of the Force that is currently beyond my young acolyte. Which means the Valyrians either corrupted a kyber crystal and then purified it somehow, or they took an already corrupted crystal and purified it. Perhaps I was a little too hasty in dismissing the spirits of the Archons before I could bleed them for more information. "Do you know what you have in your hand, Jon?" he asked rhetorically. He hadn't yet explained to Jon or any of his acolytes just what a kyber crystal even was, seeing as how he doubted that he would ever encounter another outside of the lightsabers he brought with him when he crash-landed on this planet. "No, Master Nox," Jon answered honestly. "But I could feel it through the Force. Like it was calling out to me. And, it feels like your lightsaber." Prince Oberyn, perhaps you could assist the gathering and disposing of our dead," Nox interrupted his acolyte as he turned to face the Prince of Dorne. "You've been a great asset to this expedition so far, and my acolyte and I have words that must only be said between the two of us." On the outside, Oberyn didn't appear to have registered anything as he gave Nox a polite nod before moving away to go about the task. Nox though knew that was furthest thing from the truth. Oberyn was sharp, and Nox didn't forget the primary reason as to why the prince was even in Essos in the first place. To gather knowledge about Nox and his powers. And while his display did give Oberyn a good idea about just what he could do, Jon had just given the prince a clue as to how some of his abilities could work. "Master, what? You need to learn to watch that mouth of yours, Jon." Nox lectured his acolyte as he used the Force to fashion himself a chair of sorts before sitting down. Between the journey to Valyria and the fight with Bolyrian, even with the aid of the Archons, he was starting to feel the familiar signs of fatigue beginning to wear him down. "Oberyn is not our ally. Not yet, and he is not a Sith nor a Force user like yourself or your Stark brethren. Yet you have just given him vital information that is not known. That is not acceptable. You must watch your tongue in the future. Anything you say, even if it might seem trivial to you, can be used against you by your enemies if they are cunning enough. Or even your friends, if they are ambitious enough. Jon seemed thoroughly confused as he tried to put together what had just happened. But, what is this? Nox asked, motioning towards his lightsaber. Your lightsaber, Jon replied without hesitation. Yes, now, have you ever seen a weapon like this before? Or do you know of any who can create this type of weapon? Frowning, Jon shook his head. No, and that is because no one besides myself and those I decide to teach in the future will know how to make them. Let alone what needs to go into their making, Nox lectured, leaning forward so he could rest his elbows on his knees. But one of the key parts to creating a lightsaber, the very core of a lightsaber in fact, is the utilization of a kyber crystal. A fact that you just now hinted to Prince Oberyn with your offhand comment. Now, it is highly unlike, improbable even, that some smith and scholar working together could manage to hit upon how to make a lightsaber based on what Prince Oberyn now knows, or some weapon that is similar to a lightsaber. But if it ever did happen, what do you think would happen once those weapons start to become as commonplace as, say, Valyrian steel? Don't answer right away. Think first. Think of what my lightsaber can do, then think of it in the hands of those unworthy of wielding it. And what that would do to the lay of the land. He could see the wheels turning in Jon's head as he thought everything through. I'm sorry, Master. I'll be careful with what I say in the future. Good, Nox nodded. The boy was learning but he still had a long way to go. Despite your slip of the tongue just now, you have done exceedingly well. Kneel. Jon's eyes widened as Nox stood while he went down to a knee before him. Resting a hand on Jon's head, Nox added a little more flair than he usually did to his acceptance. You have stood against that which many cannot. You have survived your trials and come out stronger than you were. You still have a long way to go, but you are no longer an acolyte, Jon Snow. From this day forth, you are now my apprentice. Rise. He could practically feel the pride and joy bursting off the young boy, but thankfully he was at least able to keep some of it from showing on his face. What now, Master? Now, he questioned. Now, you are going to help Prince Oberyn with the last details on loading our boats and getting ready to leave this place. Jon nodded. And what will you be doing, Master? Me? He asked, a grin coming across his face as he thought of what was to come. I have a few degenerates to teach a lesson to. Oh, and by the way, that other thing you found in the hatchery. Make sure you keep it safe and hidden. No telling what will happen if it becomes common knowledge about what else you found. The Valyria Expedition 3 Part 4. Catching himself with his hands on his knees, Theo Snow, or Theo Pike, when he was out of the north and back where he belonged on the Iron Islands, resisted the urge to rip the blasted leather mask off his face so that he could breathe properly. But despite his deep hatred for the Sorcerer, he couldn't deny that the man was intelligent, frighteningly so. And because of that, when the Sorcerer spoke of the dangers of Valyria, Theo listened and obeyed. Even if he had been planning on stabbing the man in the back ever since before the Sea Wolf set sail from White Harbor. Glancing to his left and right, Theo took stock of the few that were left who he'd managed to convince to go along with his little plot. Of the 10 he'd convinced to follow his lead in leaving the Sorcerer and taking the treasures for themselves, only 4, including himself, remained. There was some bastard, from the Riverlands he thought, and 2 others from the north. The Riverlands fuck was bleeding, courtesy of the Red Viper's cunt of a daughter. And one of the men from the north was nursing a broken arm, thanks to that Mormont bitch's mace which she'd taken from the vault. The other 6 were all dead. Killed when that skeleton fucking dragon decided to show up and breathe fire down on the ruins. And then there were the fucking stonemen that came right behind the beast. 2 of us are lame, and were weighed down, he thought, his eyes glancing to the leather saddle bag he had hanging around his shoulders. A saddle bag that was filled to the brim with more gold than he'd ever seen in his entire life. Enough gold to set him up with his own ship and his own crew. This bag was his future, and he would be damned if he would let it out of his sight. Our best, and only, hope is that the fucking dragon and stonemen manage to finish those noble fuckers, the Sorcerer and bastard boy off. Never should have listened to ya, fucking iron-born cunt. Glaring to his left, Theo spared the Riverlander a sneer. You were just as ready to betray the fucking Sorcerer as I was. So, Don't give me no shit just because you wanted to get your fucking cock wet in that Dornish cunt. Probably couldn't even get his cock wet, one of the Northerners chuckled as if there was something amusing about their current situation. Bet that one is as dry as the deserts those snakes call home. Cunts, cocks, fucking, gold, none of it fucking matters right now, just in case none of you pieces of shit realize how deep of shit we're fucking in, the other Northerner spat, surprising Theo as he actually spoke a semblance of sense. We've all seen the horrors of this godless land, and now we're stuck in the middle of it, alone, without the fucking sorcerer to guide us and no boats to hide on. We won't be out here for long, Theo countered, resting his back against the rocks they were resting behind. Between that dragon and the fucking stonemen, no way those noble pricks survived. And even if they did, well, they won't stay here long. All we need do is hide out here a day and then go back. If they're dead, we loot their corpses and take the boats. Then continue with the plan to convince the others on the sea wolf to turn on the fat fuck, and then the sea wolf, the treasure, and the path to Valyria will be ours to sell to the richest lords and ladies in Essos. We'll live like fucking kings still. Mark my words. And what if they're not dead? The Riverlander challenged. If the sorcerer ain't dead, what then? Shrugging, Theo tried to make himself as comfortable as possible. Then we wait until they're gone. Fashion a raft out of all the rubble that the Viper found along the docks and make our way out to Essos. Either way, we still get to leave here with as much coin, jewels, and Valyrian steel as we can carry. I doubt the sorcerer, if he is even still alive, will care about us. All we need to do is hide and wait. I wouldn't be too sure about me not caring. Theo felt all the blood in his body freeze as it suddenly felt like he was standing naked atop the wall. No, it can't be, he half whispered, half prayed to the drowned god as he slowly turned around as his sight traveled upwards. But the drowned god could not hear his prayers, not in this forsaken land. For, squatting atop the very rock pile he was leaning against was none other than the northern sorcerer. His rumored eyeless face hidden behind his ever-present cloth and the leather mask he made them all wear. You know, while hide and seek isn't my favorite game, I'm not all that bad at it either. Wouldn't you lot agree? Theo had heard stories from the ones who'd survived the massacre of the Pike. Tales of the sorcerer being the storm god reborn. That he destroyed the very walls of Castle Pike with thunder and lightning he'd summoned forth. How his sword of fire cut through wood, steel, and leather as if they were nothing. Of how battle-hardened Ironborn now pissed themselves out of fear just from the thought of getting too close to him. But Theo had always thought the stories to be horse shit, especially after traveling with the man for months. But now, staring up at that mask and cloth-covered face, Theo felt as if he were staring into the very eyes of the storm god and the stranger of the seven, had they somehow combined into this one vengeful being. Run. He hardly even recognized his own voice, and he wasn't even sure just how he managed to pull the dagger from his sheath and throw it at the sorcerer. All he knew was that one moment he was staring down death and now he was running for his very life. Fucking shit, ass fucking nobles, he cursed, squinting as he tried his best to see as the land became darker and darker. Fucking Balin Greyjoy ordering me to come. Fucking sorcerer. Fuck that Greyjoy cunt. Bet she's fucking the sorcerer and that's why she didn't join us. She probably sucks his cock and kisses his ass whenever he tells her to. She's nothing but a fucking puppet he's going to send back to the Iron Isle. Aw fuck. His screams echoed as the ground beneath his feet gave way to nothing. He could feel the air rushing past as he fell deep into darkness, his hands reaching desperately for anything to break his fall. And suddenly it ended as his back hit the ground, driving the air from him. Fuck, he coughed, rolling over and noticing that he wasn't the only one who'd fallen into this pit as the other three had joined him. Getting his hands under him, he tried to clear his head as his hand slipped across the ground. Despite his slightly dazed state, he could immediately tell that that wasn't normal, whatever it was he'd put his hand in. What the fuck? One of the others mumbled, lifting his hand, which was covered as some strange substance. What is that fucking stench? And what the fuck is this shite? That shite is a viscous secretion from a rather unpleasant creature that calls this area its home. Looking up, Theo found the sorcerer, once again squatting above them all. Only this time he was on the edge of the hole that they'd fallen into. and hole which seemed to be as deep as 4 men standing atop one another. Turning away from the sorcerer, he tried to find some way of getting out of this hole, but the dim light barely provided them with enough light to see much of anything in the hole they were stuck in. Quickly giving up on looking around, Theo yelled up at the bastard, "What the fuck are you on about, cunt?" As he was trying to get to his feet, only to slip in the strange substance. With the dim skylight backing him, Theo could do little more than watch as the sorcerer picked up a stick of some sort and scraped one end around the inside of the hole, collecting the strange substance on the end. This slime is a mucus secreted from a slug-like creature. And that smell you noted is a compound that, if I had to guess, is a type of petrochemical. In other words, it is highly flammable. Shall we test that theory? The air hissed as the sorcerer's strange fire blade came to life. Holding the stick in one hand, the sorcerer brought the fire blade to the end of the stick he'd rubbed inside the hole, and to Theo's fear, the stick burst into fire as if it were coated in oil. Interesting. Highly flammable, and the gel consistency isn't affected by heat. In fact, the heat almost seems to be hardening the gel, making it cling even more tightly to whatever is on fire. Interesting defense mechanism. The dragons were the alpha predators of this land, so these creatures developed a natural defense against them by fighting fire with fire. So, if the dragons burned them or tried to eat them, their secretions would ignite, burning and sticking to whatever killed them. Makes one not want to mess with them. Such a curious evolutionary trait. "What the fuck are you on about, sorcerer?" Theo shouted, finally rising to his feet and looking around. If this shit did burn like the sorcerer was showing, then Theo really did not like the way the sorcerer was holding that torch so close to the edge of the pit. You fucking caught us. We surrender. Surrender?" the sorcerer asked, his head turning back towards them. "Oh, forgot you lot were there. Sorry about that. I tend to get carried away when I find something fascinating. Oh, and as for your surrender, that's going to be a no." "No," one of the northern men barked. I'll take the black for my crimes. You serve the Starks. I've decided to take the black. So, you're honor-bound to see me to the wall." The fire blade disappeared as the sorcerer stood to his full height. "Am I? While it is true that I do serve Lord Stark, that is primarily because 1. I like the man. And 2. For the time being, our goals align. But that does not mean that I share Lord Stark's sense of honor. You lot have been planning this mutiny with the others since before we departed Bravos. I know you lot planned on leaving the rest of us to die. That you planned on using the riches of Valyria to make the other crew members of the Sea Wolf turn against Esser Manderly. I also know that you either planned on either selling Lady Talisa and Lady Elaria into slavery or turning them into your own version of salt wives. And I also know that each of you were sent to White Harbor to spy on the North. You, the Riverlander, were sent by House Frey. You were sent by the Lords of Skagos. You were sent by the Lords of the Three Sisters. And you, Loudmouth, were sent by Balin Greyjoy. Each of you had orders to sabotage the expedition or to make sure I never returned to the North. So, what makes you think that I would show you mercy now?" Theo felt his blood run even colder, if that was even possible. "Horse shit, didn't you find it odd?" the sorcerer continued, "that you lot were always thrown together during the voyage? I knew that you were all planning on trying to kill me and the others, even if you didn't know that about each other. I planned this all from the very start. I made sure you traitors were always together. I even gave slight encouragement to your planning. I was the one who planted the idea of leaving me to rot here in Valyria." With each word, Theo found himself involuntarily taking a step back until his back was pressed against the slime-covered wall of the pit. He didn't want to believe the sorcerer, but it all fit. He hadn't even questioned the fact that his bunk, isolated in one of the lower levels of the ship, was with so many others that were of similar mindset to his own. And he hadn't even thought twice when all of them eagerly jumped at the chance to join the expedition, nor had he balked when the suggestion came about that, instead of stabbing the man in the back, that they would leave him to die in Valyria. No, he's spewing horse shit. He couldn't have planned all of this. "Yes, I did plan all of this, Theo Pike." The words made his breath catch as he suddenly couldn't breathe. "You see, I knew it would require a decent amount of manpower to get to Valyria. However, the same amount of manpower would not be needed to leave. In fact, Keeping the same number would be a nuisance, as it would mean that I would have to leave some of the lost knowledge of Valyria behind. And Force only knows when I'll be able to come back here to gather more. So, the most obvious solution is that I needed to leave with fewer men than which I came with. And you and your accomplices provided the perfect solution to that. After all, no one will question the loss of traitors. And speaking of which, I suppose it's time we wrap this up. If I were you, I wouldn't let this touch the ground. Time slowed as the sorcerer held the torch over the pit and then let it go. The others with him started yelling as they tried to get away, but he knew it was no use. This slime was everywhere, which meant there was only one chance for survival. Tracking the falling flame, Theo waited until just the right moment before snatching the torch from the air. Ha 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 ha, he laughed, holding the torch high and glaring at the sorcerer. Is that the best you can do, cunt? No, the sorcerer shrugged. I can do far worse than that. But, if I were you, I would be far more worried about those things, especially as I am no longer holding them back. I wonder if they'll simply eat you or if they'll use you as incubation hosts for their young. But, a study for another time, I guess. Oh, and by the way, I do believe they are attracted to heat signatures, so, if I were you, I would find a safe place to put that torch down. A loud chittering noise followed by the sound of flesh tearing and a scream of agony brought Theo and his torch around. One of the Northmen was on the ground, covered in large slug-like creatures nearly half as tall as a man. And when one pulled back away from the screaming man, it came with a strip of the Northman's flesh as if he'd been flayed. Fuck, Theo shouted, drawing his dagger in his hand as he backpedaled away from the dying and screaming man. Hearing more chittering from behind, he whirled about just in time to duck as another slug flew through the air, its maw open like a fucking lamprey, showing off rows of thick serrated teeth as it passed him by, only to land on the chest of the Riverlander, bringing the poor fucker to the ground where he was immediately swamped with other slugs coming up from the ground. Fuck this, the other Northman yelled, going from the pit wall. We can climb this, just need to find the right F. Oh fuck, a piece of the pit wall gave way, revealing no less than two more of the slug creatures which immediately lurched out, one going for the man's face and the other going for his crotch. Fuck, Theo yelled, dodging his way through the pit and trying to block out the sights and sounds of the others being torn to pieces. Holding the torch above his eyes, he looked to where the sorcerer had been standing, prepared to get on his very knees and beg for his life, only to find empty space. Fuck, he murmured, not caring as his fear drove him to piss his pants as he turned back to the pit. The light of the torch revealing a swarm of the slug creatures rising from the slime and coming towards him. Fuck, fuck, fuck you, sorcerer. Resting with his back to a wall, Prince Abarin allowed himself a slight grin as he watched the last of their plunder be loaded up onto the boats and skiff that were tied off in the harbor. While the sight of chests of gold, Valyrian steel, and other valuable loot was enough to make anyone grin, that was not the true reason why he felt the way he did. No, what was causing his mood was the young boy who had, without even seeming to have realized it, taken over command of the expedition while Nox was off doing whatever it was a sorcerer did in his free time. He'd always been one for the more underprivileged of the nobility, especially bastard children. Which was understandable considering he had 7 bastard daughters of his own and, God's willing, hopefully more in the future. But he had an especially soft spot for those who did their best to rise above what the civilized nobility thought their place was. His own squire back in Dorne, Demon Sand, was one such bastard. His eldest daughters could also be considered amongst that group. And now, Jon Snow was with them as well, having earned the respect of the only true sorcerer of Westeros to the point where the man had taken the boy on as his official apprentice, a position akin to being a squire if his somewhat limited knowledge of the sorcerer and his ways meant anything. And, without a doubt, it was an honor and privilege just about any lord or lady in Westeros and Essos would kill to have. And, at least to a baron, the honor was well deserved. The boy did manage to not only hold off the flames of a dragon for gods only knew how long until Nox could return and put an end to the skirmish by killing whatever the hell it was that he'd been fighting, but he also managed to kill said dragon as well. Thinking of the fight dampened his mood more than slightly. For a long time, Abarin had considered himself one of the more knowledgeable men in all of Westeros, especially in matters of the arcane. Unlike many in the Citadel, He took his studies of the high mysteries seriously. He'd bore witness to a shadow priestess ritual. He knew of the warlocks of Karth. And while he had not had the pleasure, or displeasure pending on one's viewpoint, of meeting the faceless men of Bravos, he knew the assassins used some form of magic to aid them. But his short time here, perusing some of the tomes of ancient dragon lords, reminded him of a lesson he'd long since forgotten. That no matter how much one thought they knew, there was always more out there. Whatever magic the dragons used, it was far beyond anything he'd ever seen or even heard of from other people. And watching just what Nox had done, well, that was so far beyond what even the Valyrians could probably do that he was relatively sure that had he been born during the Valyrian Empire, the sorcerer would have either been given one of the highest seats in the empire, or be considered a god reborn. To say nothing of his fighting prowess, the man's power was far beyond anything a baron could have ever imagined. He was able to call down a storm that completely obliterated a fair portion of a city. Not destroy, obliterate, and, as if that wasn't enough, he was able to stand in the midst of said storm and emerge without a single hair out of place. And when a baron added what he'd seen to the rumors he'd gathered from the Battle of Pike, rumors that he was now sure were understating Nox's capabilities, he was left with one conclusion. That Nox was, without a doubt, the most dangerous man in all of Westeros. Perhaps even Essos and Sothorios, and all other land masses as well. And not just because of his power, but his mind as well. The man was a born strategist and a beyond excellent player of the game, on the same level as his brother, or perhaps even greater. A thought that chilled a baron to the bone. My brother sent me out to learn what I can about Nox and report back to him. Specifically, if there is anything we can use to entice him to our way of thinking in the times to come, a baron mused, glancing out of the corner of his eye at his new Valyrian spear. Well, after spending weeks with him, I can safely say that any rumors or stories about the man and his abilities are, if anything, understating his capabilities. And as for enticing him to our side, according to northerners with looser lips, the sorcerer has a woman he cares deeply for waiting for him back in the north. He has the respect of the north for all his actions, which have placed him on the same level as Ned Stark in their eyes. And with this little venture into Valyria, he now has more wealth to his name than perhaps even Tywin fucking Lannister. In short, there is nothing we can do to entice him to leave the north. And facing him either on the field of battle or off is akin to suicide. But, perhaps, the answer to our problems lay not with the sorcerer himself. But rather, in someone who would be more malleable. Someone young. Someone who doesn't stand to inherit anything from his father because he laid with a woman who was not his wife. The idea had merit, but it would take time. The sorcerer obviously cared for his new apprentice, though how deep that relationship went, he still wasn't sure. But if, within a few years, Jon Snow could wield even a fraction of the power Nox had, then he could change the course of a war with his mere presence. And there is the added benefit that Snow and his trueborn siblings are being raised as if they were truly siblings. Meaning there is love between them. A baron mused, watching as Jon coordinated the efforts to finalize their departure. If there truly is family love between Snow and the future heir of the North, then that could be potentially leveraged if we were to gain control, or rather the allegiance, of the boy. I doubt controlling him will be an option, given who his mentor is. Though, the reverse is true as well. Any action taken against the North and his family would firmly put Snow against us. It will be a fine line to walk, but it is possible. That is quite the pensive look for you, Prince Abarin. Damn, Abarin cursed, just barely managing to keep himself seated instead of jumping up and grabbing his spear. I need to learn how he can sneak up on people so effectively. I know of many assassins that would do just about anything to have his level of skill. I find myself in a pensive mood, Sorcerer, Abarin responded, slowly rising to his feet as he turned to the man he was starting to consider a friend. Or at least a man that he knew he couldn't afford not to befriend. I take it you dealt with our wayward sailors. No, Nox responded, shaking his head. I let the land take care of them. I just led them to the right spot. Abarin didn't really have much to say in response. The men tried to kill himself and take one of his daughters as a plaything. As far as he was concerned, whatever ill fate befell those fools was well deserved. Well, as long as they're dealt with, I guess that is all that matters. Indeed, Nox agreed before turning towards the boats. Is everything set? Yes, a baron nodded. The boats are filled to the point where they're about to capsize. And they're chained to the others so we can tow them out of this godforsaken land. Good, Nox nodded, his tone lighter than it had been for days. Then let us get out of this hellhole and start discovering just what kinds of treasures we have managed to procure from this costly venture, shall we? The return part when the summer sea was peaceful, calm, serene. There wasn't a cloud in the sky and the air was warm. The sea wolf rocked only slightly as the tide of the ocean water gently pushed at the massive ship with a weak effort, or none. Yet despite the calm weather and sea, Ellaria Sand could find no peace. Not while her love was away from her side. Deep in the forsaken land of Valyria for over a sennight now with no word nor sign of himself, his bastard daughter, or any of the others that had gone with them being even close to returning. Normally, whenever her lover would go on some dangerous venture, it was never for very long and she was able to keep her mind off him and just what dangerous things he could potentially be facing. She'd tried to employ the same tactic this time as well. Unfortunately, she was stuck on a ship. It was a large ship to be sure, but nonetheless a ship. After only 2 days, she'd run out of activities that could potentially keep her mind off what could be happening to a baron in Obara. Well, not all activities. And while she knew that a baron would not chide her for turning to the pleasures of the flesh to keep her mind occupied, she simply couldn't work up the will to do so. Not without him. The only thing that kept her occupied now was her daily duties where she helped the Lady Talisa, who'd taken on the unofficial role of healer on board. But even then, there wasn't much in the way of injuries or sickness when the ship stayed anchored in a single location for days on end. The only oddity that had occurred was a few days prior when 2 long ships, not even galleons, had tried to attack the Sea Wolf while it was anchored. The battle, or rather, skirmish, and even calling it that was a stretch, was very short-lived. The longboats didn't even get close enough so that the occupants on board could start attempting to board the Sea Wolf before one of them was sunk by well-aimed scorpion bolts and a firebomb. The other was very quick to flee in response. She knew that Esser Manderly had wanted to go after the ship, but 2 things stopped him from ordering the pursuit. 1, the longboat was faster than the Sea Wolf and was already at full sail. And the second was the fact that their orders from the Sorcerer took precedence over petty grievances. And no one wanted to have to explain to that man why they weren't in place to pick him and his expedition up once they returned from the Valyrian Peninsula. My lady. Glancing to her left, she gave an acknowledgement to Esser Manderly as he made his way towards her. Honestly, I try not to be judgmental, but how does one gain such weight? She thought as she could feel the deck boards give slightly under her feet as he approached and stood beside her, looking out towards the river that her lover had taken on his never-ending quest for adventure and thrills. Esser Manderly. The 2 stood in silence as they both stared out at the same spot leading upriver. It's been a sennight, my lady. I don't care. Ellaria shot back, just barely managing to keep the venom out of her tone. Even if another sennight should pass, simply leave me in a boat and go on your way if you wish to flee. That isn't what I was saying, my lady, Esser Manderly responded slowly. I meant, well, I talked to the crew and, well, in the north, the Sorcerer is well respected. Even loved as much as the Starks themselves for what he's done for us all. And then there's Lord Stark's boy. Even if he is a natural-born son, he's still Lord Stark's. Then there are all the other lords and ladies that went with them and, well, if they don't return in another sennight then I've gathered together a list of volunteers that are willing to head upriver and find them, no matter what. Thank you, Esser Manderly, she muttered, not entirely sure just else to say on the matter as the 2 continued to look out over the ocean water towards the river. I believe I shall see if Talisa needs any more help with, well, anything. Turning her back on the peninsula, she made it only a dozen steps before Esser Manderly stopped her. You might want to wait on that for a moment, my lady. Spinning back around, she rushed to the railing of the ship and leaned over it as she stared hard towards the river opening. Her breath quickened as her heart threatened to beat out of her chest as she squinted, trying to see as far as she could. It was faint, barely little dots on the horizon, but it was unmistakable. Boats, several of them, were leaving the river and making their way out into the sea. They're back, she breathed. That they are, Esser Manderly nodded before turning towards the rest of the ship. All right, lads. The sorcerer is returning from having spit in the eyes of the dragon lords of old. Get off your fucking asses and get the wenches and ladders ready to get our men and women back on board. Around her, the ship exploded into a flurry of activity as the sailors began preparing the numerous ropes and wenches to raise the small boats out of the water. Despite everything going on around her, Ellaria stayed rooted to her spot, keeping a watchful eye on the slowly approaching boats, looking desperately for any sign of her lover and her half-daughter. As the boats crossed the halfway point between the land and the sea wolf, she felt the cold hand of fear grip her tightly as she could begin to make out aspects of the boats. While she couldn't make out the individuals on the boats, there were a few things she could already tell. 1. There was an extra skiff that was drifting behind the others. And 2. Only half of the boats had people in them. They left in a full company, she thought, trying, and failing, from allowing her fear to overcome her. Yet they return with what looks like less than half the number they set out with. Ellaria wasn't a devout woman, but at that moment she was praying to the seven, the old gods, the many-faced god, and even the red god for her family's safe return. Once the boats were close enough to begin making out individual faces on board, she nearly sagged in relief. For in the lead boat sitting beside the sorcerer was her lover Abaran and her half-daughter Obara. Thank you, she sighed in relief, her hands gripping the railing so hard she was almost sure to leave marks in the wood. Thank you, sorcerer, Esser Manderly bellowed, leaning over the rail as the ships got close enough to begin tying off on the sea wolf while rope ladders were lowered down the side of the hull. Looks like things didn't go as smoothly as you hoped. The sorcerer didn't respond as the boats began roping themselves to the side of the sea wolf. Once they were secure, the sorcerer raised his hand and lifted several unconscious individuals out of the boats, one of whom she noted as being the Lord Stark's baseborn son, while Abaran and a few others began scaling up the rope ladders. Send for Lady Talisa and the healer on board, the sorcerer shouted as the sailors began scrambling to take the bodies that were being lifted using sorcery. You heard him, Esser Manderly shouted as the bodies were lowered onto the deck. Get your asses moving or I'll put my boot up 'em. The mother in Ellaria wanted to immediately go to the boy, but that thought was quickly pushed to the back of her mind as Abaran vaulted over the railing and landed lightly on his feet right next to her. My love, she nearly cried, rushing into Abaran's waiting arms and clutching him tightly to her. Please, please tell me you will cease with these ventures for some time now. I don't know if my heart can take another Senite like this. Tears began falling from her eyes as she felt Abaran's warm soothing arms encircle her and hold her close. I think I can safely say that my need for adventure has been sated. And will be for quite some time. Good, Ellaria smiled, pulling back just enough to lean forward once again and capture her lover's lips with her own. Sorcerer, I can't find any wounds on Jon. What happened to him? Breaking the kiss she'd been longing for, Ellaria felt her motherly instincts return. Full force as she broke from Abaran's embrace and rushed over to Talisa, who was currently on her knees and examining the young Jon Snow. He wasn't wounded, the deep, almost sensual voice of the sorcerer called out as the man himself slowly climbed over the railing of the ship. He's merely exhausted. Due to our losses, Jon and I were forced to use our powers to help push and guide the boats downriver. And while Jon is powerful, he doesn't quite have the experience or endurance to bear such strain for longer than a day or so. He needs rest, maybe a day or two and he'll be back to normal. Talisa seemed to accept his words and left Jon to go to the other man's side, who she didn't recognize but could clearly see was in worse shape than Jon. Or anyone else for that matter. Rising to her feet, she moved to return to Abaran's side, but halted as she watched her lover lean in slightly towards the sorcerer. His words were quiet, but she could still just barely make them out. You should be taking your own advice, Nox, Abaran said quietly as the men and women around them scurried about, congratulating those returning from Valyria while working on bringing the loot from the voyage on board. The others may not have noticed, but I have. You haven't slept since we left the Sea Wolf. And you've been using whatever power you have the entire time to protect us, to fight that monster, and then to ensure we made it back safely and timely. There's no shame in admitting you're exhausted too. Gods know that if anyone has earned the right to rest, it's you. I can handle things from here for now. You need to get your pretty ass in bed. Upon hearing that, Ellaria began examining the sorcerer closely. The man was doing a good job of holding himself up, especially if what a baron had said was true. But the closer she looked at him, the more she could see the telltale signs of exhaustion, the slight bend in his knees, his slight leaning, and while she couldn't see his eyes beyond their cloth coverings, she could see the signs of exhaustion clear on his face. Back in your paramour's arms for barely a few moments, and already trying to get me into bed, a baron. Have you no shame? Ellaria found herself smiling at the jest as she walked up and weaved her arm around a baron's. Oh, I don't mind, Sorcerer. I'm sure you two would put on such a show that I would be unable to remain a spectator for long before joining you. The Sorcerer chuckled, and as I've said, I have a fine woman waiting for me back in the north that I will not stray from. Then perhaps we shall just have to venture north and bed both yourself and this mysterious woman who has ensnared you so. Ellaria laughed back, feeling a familiar warmth return to her lower regions. She needed to get a baron alone, and fast, or she would be taking him right here on the deck. If she is strong enough to capture and keep your attention, Sorcerer, then she is definitely the kind of woman I would gladly feast on. And with that thought, I believe I shall be taking your advice, a baron, the Sorcerer replied, making a hasty retreat towards his cabin at the rear of the ship. Sir Manderley, I leave the unloading of everything to you. Sort out and categorize as much as you can. I want the books kept separately as well as the crystals that are in some of the chests. Lady Talisa and I will begin working on translating as much as we can once we're back on the open waters. Aye, Sorcerer, Sir Manderley shouted. All right, lads, you heard the man. We got gold, Valyrian steel, and only the gods know what else to sort through. No longer able, or even willing, to remain above deck, Ellaria grabbed a firm hold of a baron's arm and began leading him back towards their own private cabin. Why, my love, a baron chuckled. So, forward, did you not find a suitable substitute while I was away? Shut your mouth, love, Ellaria hissed, throwing open the door to their cabin and tossing a baron inside before shutting and latching the door behind them. Or, on second thought, she muttered, unclasping her dress and letting it pool at her feet. Let us put your mouth to much better use. He was sitting on a grass field, feeling the warm air brush across his face as he watched his little girl dance through the meadows. The wind catching her golden hair and her emerald green eyes full of mischief as she danced and laughed. This was peace. This was what he wanted. If only he hadn't been a fool, he could have had exactly this. But now this was denied to him. And the only chance he had of experiencing this bliss was in the world of dreams. His only escape from his current reality of horror. As if to curse him more than he already was, he could feel the waking world calling for him. Denying him the peace he so desperately sought. He knew it was a pointless struggle to fight against that what was natural, but he fought against it all the same. Here, he was at peace. Here, he was with her. The waking world held no peace for him. No respite, nothing but unending torment and hardship. But even as he struggled to remain in this peace, with her, he could feel the world slipping away from him as he began to regain conscious. Joy, my joy, I'm so sorry. As darkness eclipsed his vision and his one hope left his sight, Gerion fought against the tears threatening to fall as he began mentally preparing himself once again for the hardships of the day that had become the norm for him while being stranded in this accursed land of the fallen dragon lords. But as he began to wake, he noticed something odd. There was a gentle but subtle rocking motion that was not normal. And whatever he was laying on was certainly softer than the hard wooden planks of the shipwrecked lion's pride that he'd taken to call his bed. And there was also a soft sheet covering him. What fresh hell is this? Have I finally lost my mind and succumbed to the darkness that claimed so many that foolishly came with me on the promise of riches and fame beyond imagine? Forcing his eyes open, he had to immediately shut them once again as a light, far brighter than any he'd seen in a long time, assaulted him. Raising his arm to shield his face, he slowly cracked his eyes open once again. My armor is gone, he thought, marveling at the rough woolen tunic that covered his arm. Though after so long wearing leather and whatever he could scrap together, the cheap wool felt more like the softest silk. What is happening? Finally awake, Gerion Lannister. I must say that you certainly took your sweet time. I was starting to wonder if I'd overdone it with you. But I didn't want to take any chances. Turning his head, he noticed that he was in a decently sized cabin of some sort. And just a short distance from him was a man who had his back turned towards him with a book in his hands as he sat in a chair. A man dressed all in black with his hood pulled up over his head. "I'm dead," he thought, closing his eyes once more. "And the stranger has come to take my soul to the seven hells for my greatest sin, or I've finally lost it. Either way, I suppose this isn't all that bad. Interesting. Your emotions are screaming confusion yet acceptance. Yet at the same time, your thoughts, which should be screaming as well, are muffled. Quite curious. Yet it does serve to reaffirm my decision to take you with us, even if you did try and kill one of my expedition upon our first meeting." What? Forcing his eyes open once again, he turned to the stranger. Only, he wasn't the stranger. Or perhaps he was, but just a representation of what Gerion found to be the stranger. A man with Valyrian features, yet who was blind, so kept an ornamental cloth wrapped around his head to hide his ruined eyes. A man he knew of very well. After all, his insufferable elder brother wouldn't shut up about him, and his nephew continuously gushed about him. The northern sorcerer, Lord Nox. Scrambling away from the man, creature, whatever he was, Gerion only stopped as his back hit the wall, leaving him nowhere else to run. "No, no, no. You can't be real. You can't be here. This is impossible. This is a trick. You're the stranger himself taking that form. Or just a figment of my mind sent to." He hadn't even seen the thing, move. But within a blink of an eye he managed to cross the distance between them and flicked him in the forehead with enough force to knock his head back against the wall. "Does that hurt? Does that fucking hurt?" Gerion yelled, rubbing the front and back of his head. "Of course that fucking hurt. Then, by that logic, this is no illusion. Nor is this the afterlife. This is real. I am the Sorcerer Nox, as you more than likely know me by. Now, stop being a fool and don't do anything to hurt yourself. I would hate to have the effort I expended getting you out of Valyria to go to waste." He didn't want to believe it. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't let himself hope. Hope was something that he'd long ago abandoned in order to survive in the hell that had become his life. But, despite himself, he found himself slowly inching towards to the man claiming to be the sorcerer. Reaching out, he poked the man in the arm with a finger, half expecting it to go through his form and for him to once again be in the ruins of the lion's pride. But it didn't. His finger struck solid flesh under cloth. This is real," he murmured. "Hope, dangerous hope, rearing its head within him despite his best attempts to suppress it." "It is," the man, sorcerer, nodded. "Valyria is a few days at our backs. Soon enough, we'll be coming upon the stepstones, and then into Westerosi waters once again. Soon enough, you'll be home once more." He didn't want to believe him. He didn't want to get his hopes up once more, only to have them crushed. But even as he tried to deny what was happening, tried to suppress the hope this man had given him, he failed. The relief, the joy he felt was so overwhelming that he fell to his knees as tears of relief started pouring from his eyes. His brother, may the gods curse him, had always insisted on an image for all of those of House Lannister, especially after his father passed and he took up the mantle of Lord Lannister. And if he were to see the state Gerion was in now, he would consider it a disgrace. But Gerion simply didn't care at that moment. He was finally free of that hell hole. And now he could return home, correct the wrongs he'd committed and do everything he could to keep his promise to the gods, old and new, for having delivered him his salvation. He didn't know just how long he knelt there, sobbing like a child, but eventually he managed to compose himself enough to raise his head. Mercifully, the sorcerer had turned his back on his shameful display and had resumed his spot in his chair, the book he had been reading once again in his hands. Though just how the sorcerer managed to read the words on the page without the use of his eyes was beyond him. "I apologize for that display, sorcerer. There is no need," the sorcerer said dismissively as he closed his book and set it aside. "Given what you've just went through, it's understandable. But now that you have gotten that out of your system, perhaps you will sat my curiosity. I am most interested in just how you managed to retain your mind in a situation where you shouldn't have been able to." Swallowing past the lump forming in his throat, Gerion nodded and sat down on the only seat left available, his small bed. I don't know what I can tell you, sorcerer. But I'll answer any questions you have for me." I owe you that much and more. And a Lannister always pays their debts. Let's start with your mind, the sorcerer said, leaning towards him. Besides having a noble upbringing and an educated mind, what thoughts occupied your mind most frequently? And were there any that you found to keep yourself from falling into despair? The question was honestly one that he had pondered frequently during his isolation in that hell. Why was he spared when so many of his men, good men, fell victim to madness? I don't know, he answered honestly, dropping his head. I thought often of my daughter. Of my failure to her as a father. I swore to the gods old and knew that should they deliver me from Valyria and return me to Westeros that I would do right by her. That I would go to my brother or even the king and beg, on my hands and knees if I had to see her legitimized. And I would spend the rest of my life making up for my failure in taking full responsibility for her. And after I made that promise I started seeing her in my dreams. Of the few memories I had of her playing at the beach with other children or her running through a field of grass. I thought perhaps the gods had blessed me. But then as no rescue came, I began to think they cursed me. Torturing me day in and day out with thoughts of a peaceful life with my daughter only to have me awaken and find myself still fighting every day to stay alive and to keep my mind sound. You might actually have the right of it, the sorcerer replied, surprising Gerion. The god part is debatable. But the thought of returning to your daughter and doing right by her, combined with your will, might have been enough to hold back the darkness that encased Valyria for a time. But such a protection should not have lasted for as long as it did. Especially as your brothers showed no obvious signs of force sensitivity during the brief time I spent with them on Pike. But maybe, would you consent to an examination? Gerion could only follow about half of what the sorcerer was saying as most of what he said seemed like mere ramblings. Why would you need my consent? He asked. I've been unconscious for days. You could have done whatever you wanted to me then. Why ask now? Because there is a difference between examining an unconscious mind versus a conscious mind, Nox answered. Now, do I have your consent? Warning bells were ringing in his head louder than the bells of King's Landing. But he owed this man a debt and he would see it repaid. If that is what you want, then I give you my consent. So, he wasn't entirely sure just what happened as soon as he said the words. One moment everything was normal and then next it felt like someone had their fingers inside his skull. What the fuck? He shouted, jumping to his feet and backing into a corner of the room, trying to put as much space between the two of them as he could as he felt the strange sensation within his mind disappear as quickly as it came. What did you do to me? Nothing, the sorcerer answered with a dismissive wave of his hand. I expected something along these lines, but certainly not to this extent. You are an extraordinary individual with quite the will to back it up. What in the name of the gods are you talking about, sorcerer? Gerion shouted, his body physically shaking as thoughts of Valyria and the cries of his men descending into madness returned full force upon him. No games. What did you do to me? Scratching at the short stubble on his face, the sorcerer took his time in answering. I did nothing more than probe your mind. A probe which you successfully rebuffed, I might add. You see, when you were asleep your unconscious mind repelled any type of probe I tried to perform on you to see if you were in your right mind. In fact, I'll even admit that it was more than slightly difficult to keep you unconscious for those few days between our finding you and bringing you back to the Sea Wolf. At first, I simply assumed you had a strong will which manifested in your subconscious to keep foreign intruders at bay. The reality is far more complex. You see, you were force sensitive. Not to a high degree, but there was some force sensitivity within you. Perhaps, with the right training, you could have manifested the force in slight manner. But your time in Valyria has altered that. Subconsciously, you pulled on the force, centering on thoughts of your daughter and your will to return. You then coalesced the force into a construct around your mind. Think of it as sort of like building a castle in your mind where the designs were based on your desire and will to survive and see your daughter and the force made up the bricks and mortar of your castle. You then locked your mind within, preventing any outside interference. Your time in Valyria eroded quite a bit of your defenses and, if given enough time, they would have crumbled completely. But now, your castle is constantly repairing itself to any attempts to breach it. In short, You subconsciously gave up your force sensitivity and any future potential you might have had to manifest the force in return for making your mind essentially as strong as Valyrian steel. It's actually quite impressive. Gerion couldn't keep up with over half of what the sorcerer was saying, but he thought that he understood the general premise. Though the one facet that he was interested in was the fact that the sorcerer claimed he was force-sensitive, whatever that meant. So, what does all that mean? It means that in exchange for giving up any magical potential you might have had, you now have perhaps one of the strongest and best protected minds in all of the land, save for my own of course, the sorcerer answered. But we can go into more details later. Now, I believe that it would do you a fair bit of good to get some fresh air, don't you? The thought of smelling fresh air, of feeling the sun on his face once again was enough to make him put thoughts of the sorcerer's words to the back of his mind. Yes, that does sound good. Good, the sorcerer nodded, rising from his seat and going towards the door to the cabin. Oh, and by the way, I would highly recommend that you make your apologies to Prince Aberon Martell and his daughter, Obara Sand. After all, you did try and stab her in the back when we first found you. From what little I know of the Dornish, they tend to hold a grudge. And I doubt you want to give them any more reason to dislike House Lannister than they already have. The elation he'd been feeling dried up immediately as a cold chill went through him. Wait, I tried to kill who? In the lower levels of the Sea Wolf, Jon Snow, son of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell and apprentice to Lord Nox, watched quietly as Lady Talisa made her way through the chests they'd brought back from Valyria as she carefully began pulling out selected books to begin translating from High Valyrian to the common tongue. By order of Lord Nox and Esser Manderly, no one could enter the room unless they were accompanied by Jon, Nox, Esser Manderly, or one of the other nobles on board the ship. They had to keep everything under lock and key, which Jon had at first not understood the reasoning behind. But the reason became obvious as the night after Jon had awoken from his exhausted state, one of the sailors on board had been caught trying to filch some of the gold. The man had received 10 lashings and been placed in the brig for the rest of the voyage, but after that Jon understood the need for precautions. The men of the North were honorable, but in the end, they were still men. And greed was a powerful motivator that none were free from, as Lord Nox liked to continuously remind him. As Talisa continued her process of pulling out one book, opening it to a random page and then either tucking it into the basket she was carrying or placing it back, Jon idly looked around the room, taking in the riches that they now had. He'd been part of the original sorting and categorizing of the loot they'd managed to find, so he knew just about everything they had. But before they did, the nobles and the sailors who'd survived had each been allowed to take something. Naturally, all the nobles had decided to take Valyrian steel weapons. Jon Umber had taken a sword that could easily rival ice in size. Eddard Karstark had taken a longsword. Daisy Mormont had held onto the mace she'd found while Asha had kept her twin throwing axes as well. Prince Aberon had claimed his long spear and his daughter had taken a strange weapon that Lord Nox had categorized as a spear sword. As for himself, Jon had surrendered the short sword he'd used during his trial for Lord Nox. After all, he was able to claim the strange armlet as well as the strange crystal Lord Nox called a Kyber crystal, which Lord Nox had recently taken possession of, though he wouldn't tell him why. As well as the dragon egg, which he was keeping secret from everyone except for his master. As for the rest of the men who'd accompanied them, Nox had promised each of them the sum of 1,000 gold dragons, which would be held in safekeeping until they arrived back in the north. After the rewards had been sorted out, what was left had been catalogued and categorized, and the sheer amount they had collected completely shocked Jon. In terms of Valyrian steel, they managed to find 7 and 20 additional swords, 8 axes, over 30 daggers, 2 other spear swords, 2 spears and 3 shields. What was also surprising was the fact that they managed to find 2 complete sets of scaled armor and 7 chainmail vests. Gods only knew how his father and Nox were going to distribute or sell the steel. In terms of gold, that was far more difficult to count. But if Jon had to guess, he would have to say that they had over 400,000 gold dragons worth in gold, and that was a low estimate. A very low estimate. Then there were the 6 smaller chests of rare jewels and jewelry. There were the 4 chests of the strange crystals that didn't honestly look all that valuable, but, according to Master Nox, who had taken a few to study, if they were what he thought, then they might honestly be the most valuable things they'd found. Then there were the dozen chests full of books as well. And with it all piled into this one room and somewhat on display, he had honestly never seen so much wealth in one place before. Even the treasury in Winterfell couldn't compare to what they now had. "I believe this should suffice for the time being, Jon," Lady Talisa stated as she walked up to him, at least 10 books in her basket held under her arm. "I swear, Lady Talisa," Jon chuckled, holding open the door for her to leave. "Between you and Master Nox, I don't know which one of you reads more books." Once they were both outside the room, Jon shut the door and held his hand towards the latch. Closing his eyes, he reached out with the force and manipulated the locking mechanism inside the room and locked the door. It was another precaution implemented by Lord Nox. By using this method, only Jon or Nox would be able to open the door. "We all have our skills, Jon," Lady Talisa answered him as the two began to ascend to the main deck of the Sea Wolf. "Reading just happens to be one of mine. No need to be jealous just because it is not one of your particular strengths." The tone was teasing in nature, but she was quite accurate in her statement. He'd never been the greatest of readers, preferring instead to spend his time in the yard rather than sitting with the Maester or Master Nox reading one book after another. That wasn't to say that he couldn't read or didn't enjoy it under specific circumstances, there were just quite a few other things that he would prefer doing. Coming onto the main deck, Jon took a moment to lean his head back and smell the sea air while Lady Talisa immediately left for her cabin to continue her seemingly never-ending task of translating as much as she could from what they recovered. Until this voyage, he'd never really been on the sea, never really understood its appeal. But now, after so many weeks, he felt a slight pain of regret as he recognized that his time on the sea was soon coming to an end. Granted, they still had weeks at sea as they were still days away from the Stepstones, but still. He would miss it when he was back on land permanently. "Lord Snow, the Sorcerer wants to see you." Opening his eyes, Jon turned the owner of the voice. While he'd tried his best to learn as many names as he could of the sailors on board, the simple fact was that the Sea Wolf was massive and carried a large crew to keep her afloat. Because of that, he only knew a handful of the sailors at best. And the one who'd come up to him was one that he did not know. "Thank you," he said, nodding to Man, who quickly left him to return to his duties. Heading for the back of the ship, Jon hesitated only for a moment outside of Lord Nox's cabin before knocking and letting himself in the largest room of the ship. The captain's cabin was a mess, and that was putting it lightly. The table within was covered with scrolls, books, the strange crystals, a hammer, pincers, and various other hand tools. And standing with his back to the door, facing out the back windows overlooking the sea behind them was his master. "Master Nox," Jon called out, shutting the door behind him. "You wished to see me." Nox didn't say anything, he just continued to look out the window. Or rather, face out the window. "Tell me, Jon, why didn't you decide to keep the Valyrian sword I gave you at the start of your trial in Valyria?" I didn't think it was right of me to keep it," he answered slowly, choosing his words carefully. "Between the armlet, the Kyber crystal, and the, well, you know. I didn't feel it was right for me to keep the sword also." "Fair, but keep in mind what is fair is not always what will be in your best interest. In the future, do not discard a potential advantage just because you do not believe that it would be fair to others. But I suppose it is a moot point regardless. I was going to have you surrender the blade, not because it would be fair, but because such a weapon is frankly beneath one of your skill." Jon's heart started to race as Nox turned away from the window and made his way back to the table. The day after Jon had awoken, Nox had all but demanded the Kyber crystal from Jon, which he had immediately handed over. Though what Nox wanted the crystal for he wasn't sure. But he had a suspicion, or rather a hope, of what the reasoning might be. Especially after their talk in Valyria just before they left. His already racing heart threatened to beat out of his chest as he watched Lord Nox bring out a long box, set it on the table, and open the lid such that Jon was unable to see what lay inside. "You have done exceedingly well so far, Jon. You earned your place as my apprentice, yet you still have much to learn. But now it is time for you to take the next step towards becoming a true Force adept." From within the confines of the box, A long cylindrical shape floated upwards before shooting across the room towards Jon, who just barely managed to catch the object out of reflex. It took him a moment to recognize what he was holding. But when he did, he nearly fainted on the spot. It was a hilt with no cross guard. A black grip that was interlaced with silver decorative designs that seemed to almost form some sort of wolf-like creature. And, while it was faint, he could feel the kyber crystal he'd found in Valyria within the hilt. Well, Nox asked, you can activate it whenever you want. It is yours. Just be mindful in here. You break anything, and you'll be spending the rest of your time on board fixing it. Nodding absent-mindedly, Jon's thumb traced over the small red part of the hilt that he knew, even if he didn't know just how he knew, that would bring the blade to life. The blade hissed just like Lord Nox's as it emerged. But unlike Lord Nox's lightsaber that was a blood-red color, his lightsaber was as white as the winter snow and the blade almost seemed to hum in his hands. And he could have sworn he felt something within the blade feel almost pleased to be released. Lord Nox's blade didn't feel like this the one and only time Jon had wielded it. It made him wonder just why that was. This lightsaber is your life now, Jon, Lord Nox lectured as he retracted the blade. Take care of it as you would your own child, for you will not get another. He murmured, marveling at the weapon in its hand. What's its name? The question seemed to catch Lord Nox off balance. You know, no one has ever actually named a lightsaber to my knowledge. Well, I suppose if you want to name your lightsaber, that is your prerogative. It is yours, after all. Perhaps I may even follow suit and name my own after all these years. But, until we're back in the north, do keep that out of sight. A frantic knocking on the cabin's door abruptly ended their conversation, and Jon was just able to turn around and hold his retracting lightsaber behind his back as the door was thrown open by a frantic-looking Asha, a state Jon had never associated with the woman. Lord Nox, Talisa needs your help now. Nox immediately stepped forward beside Jon. What is going on? Asha swallowed hard, the fear rolling off her in waves so thick Jon could almost taste it. It's Daisy. She has greyscale. As does the Karstark lad and 2 others that went with us to Valyria. Cold dread settled in Jon's stomach at the thought. Gods be good, greyscale. How? No, not like this. Not after everything we went through. However, Lord Nox didn't say anything. Instead he went over to one of the cupboards in his room and pulled out a large glass jar the size of a man's head that contained a thick yellow substance inside. He also grabbed a satchel of what he called surgical instruments, which to Jon just looked like very small knives, and also a small bottle of vinegar. The strange substance that he made from all that molding food, Jon thought, trailing behind Nox, who was following Asha out of the cabin and down to the next level of the Sea Wolf. He called it medicine, penichi, something like that. He said it would help cure diseases, but can it truly cure greyscale? Was this why he insisted on making so much before we left the north? As they descended the stairs, Jon could hear Daisy's distinctive voice shouting. Just give me a fucking axe and I'll take the god's damned rotting arm off myself. I keep telling you that won't do any good. Lady Talisa's voice joined in at nearly the same level. Cutting off your arm won't help matters. Shouldering past Asha, Lord Nox made his way into the small room with Jon right behind him. Inside were 5 people, Lady Talisa, Lady Daisy, Lord Eddard Karstark, and 2 of the sailors that had come with them. Talisa currently had Daisy's arm held tight with her sleeve rolled up, and the others were seemingly trying to put as much space as they could between themselves and the 2 women in the room. The moment Nox entered, the yelling stopped as they all turned as one towards him and Lord Nox. Sorcerer, Daisy breathed, hope shining in her eyes. Please tell me you can heal this. Or, at the very least, use your fire sword to cut my damn arm off. I won't turn into one of those mindless beasts. I won't. Setting the glass jars and satchel down, Lord Nox replaced Lady Talisa on the stool just in front of Daisy and took hold of her arm. Peeking over his mentor's shoulder, Jon shuddered at what he saw. A fist-sized patch of skin on the top of Daisy's forearm had turned black and gray and was starting to resemble scales more than flesh. Jon, Nox said, not moving from his spot in front of Daisy. The tools I brought, start cleaning them with the vinegar and then let them air dry. Someone else go and get fresh clothes for all 4 of them that haven't been used recently. As for you 4, strip. Now, everything you're wearing needs to be destroyed. Even your small clothes. Grateful for the excuse to leave the room, Jon picked up the small satchel of tools and the bottle of vinegar and left to do exactly what Nox told him to do. It took longer than he cared to admit, mostly because most of the knives were so small and sharp that Jon had to be extremely careful when cleaning them out of fear that he'd cut himself open. But eventually he managed to get all the knives and other various strange tools cleaned and dried. When he returned to the room, he noticed that all 4 that were afflicted with greyscale had shed their clothes and were now each wrapped in a blanket to give them some modesty. And, once again, Daisy was seated before Lord Nox and Lady Talisa. This time the 2 were wearing gloves as they examined the blackened scaled skin on Daisy's arm. Just in time, Jon, Nox said and, without looking, reached back and swiftly took one of the smaller knives, more like an oversized needle, from the pile. I want you to tell me when you can feel anything, Daisy. Daisy nodded, her eyes wide as she tracked the oversized needle point as Lord Nox brought it down on her arm. He first poked directly in the center of the blackened skin, and Daisy shook her head. He then continued to poke, slowly moving away from the center of the blackened mass until he came to the edge. The moment he poked the skin just outside the black, Daisy winced as a small amount of blood appeared on her arm. I felt that. Nodding, Nox reached behind him once more towards Jon. This time he grabbed one of the larger knives available. Taking the knife, he carefully laid the flat of the blade against her skin just outside the greyscale and moved forward. Daisy stiffened and flinched, but his master's hold was too strong. So much so that she couldn't move, even as the knife sunk into the black skin. The instant the knife cut into the greyscale, yellow pus surged forth from around the knife. The stench and sight of which nearly made Jon lose the contents of his stomach immediately. The pus means that her body is trying to fight the greyscale, Lady Talisa noted. For the first time Jon noticed that she had a quill and a parchment beside her, which was already half full of notes written in her delicate hand. The fact that she can feel outside the visible greyscale area means it hasn't spread too far. At least, that is what is widely believed. The best treatment is lime or vinegar to try and stem the tide of the infection until the individual can recover, but that doesn't always happen. Because that would be like trying to dam up a lake the size of Volantis using only twigs, Nox lectured, to which Talisa immediately began writing again. No, we need to remove the visible infection first and then treat the infection from the inside. Talisa's hand stopped writing. Treat the infection from the inside. How? Turning around, Nox grabbed the bottle filled with the strange yellow substance. This is called penicillin. It's an antibiotic from my homeland that's created from mold. It will help the body fight off the infection. Talisa stared at the bottle as if it were the most valuable gem in the world. How? Setting the bottle aside, Nox took the vinegar from Jon and poured some out onto a cloth and began to wipe at Daisy's arm around the greyscale. It's difficult to explain, so perhaps an analogy then. Think of your body fighting off an infection like 2 armies fighting against one another. This medicine is basically a second army of reinforcements that will combat against the infection, aiding the body to get rid of the invader. Amazing, Talisa breathed, staring at the bottle. But, does it work for greyscale? I don't know, Nox answered honestly. In truth, I'm not even sure if it is a true cure for greyscale as, to my knowledge, it's never been used to treat this disease. But if we combine the penicillin with the removal of the visible infection, and then keep the original infection area clean with methods that you know of, it should be enough to help the body overcome the greyscale. Well, this is all fascinating, but can we please move on to getting this shit off me instead of just talking about it? Daisy nearly screamed as she kept the blanket clutched around her body with the arm that Nox was not holding onto. Very well then, Nox nodded. Talisa, I'll need your help with this. You as well, Jon. So, get your stomach back in place. If you feel the need to lose it, for God's sake do not do it where I'm working. Swallowing the bile that was steadily rising in his throat, Jon stood next to his master as he held his hand over the greyscale. He wasn't sure just what his master was doing, and it seemed to also confuse Daisy. Sorcerer, what are you doing? I can't feel anything in my hand or arm. Good, Nox stated, picking up the large needle again and poking it into the normal flesh on her arm. When she gave no reaction, Nox nodded and swapped the needle for another knife. You might want to look away for this part, Daisy. It won't be pleasant. Daisy quickly looked away, and Jon wished that he could as well. But he didn't want to disappoint Lord Nox. So, as hard as it was to watch as Nox and Talisa worked in tandem to slowly and methodically remove the blackened scaled flesh from Daisy's arm, Jon forced himself to watch. Gods, how can they do this so calmly? Jon wanted to scream as he watched the yellow pus stream out around the knife Nox was using to cut into Daisy's flesh while Talisa stood next to him, a pair of pincers in her hands as she helped to lift the cut flesh away. The sight, the smell. Gods, how can they do this? Jon, bowl. Wordlessly, Jon picked up a wooden bowl that was next to Nox and held it out for him. Just as he was about to ask what it was for, he nearly lost his stomach once again. Nox casually dropped a piece of hardened flesh the size of his thumb into the bowl. Coughing and swallowing, Jon pointedly looked away from the bloody, pus-soaked flesh, and towards the others. Daisy was still pointedly looking away from what was happening but didn't appear to be in any pain for some reason. The other four, however, they had all turned completely white as they watched what was happening to Daisy, knowing that they would be next. After what felt like an eternity, the infected flesh on Daisy's arm was gone, leaving her exposed flesh for all to see. That was step one, Lord Nox said, making Jon curse as he wondered just how many steps there were. Now, we need to clean and disinfect the wound before going about healing it. Setting their tools aside, Nox and Talisa went about collecting clean cloths, water, and vinegar before going about cleaning the exposed flesh on Daisy's arm. By the time they were done, the cloth they'd put on the floor was covered in blood, but the wound on her arm didn't look nearly as bad as it had. Now, to cheat slightly, Nox proclaimed, holding his hand above the wound. Jon could feel the manipulation in the force this time. He'd seen his master use this technique before, the force healing he called it. It was capable of completely healing most physical wounds. And, unfortunately, it was a technique that Jon had next to no affinity for. In fact, neither Robb, Arya, nor Bran seemed to be able to use the force healing. Which, according to Nox, wasn't necessarily surprising as the technique required a very specific understanding of the force and often couldn't be taught. And just as Jon had seen happen several times before, Daisy's flesh under his fingers mended on its own, leaving behind completely unblemished skin such that you wouldn't be able to tell that anything untoward had happened. While Jon had seen the healing before and wasn't surprised, the same could not be said for Talisa. The Volantis noble was doing a very impressive impression of a fish out of water as her mouth soundlessly moved up and down. By all the gods! How did you do that? And, if you had such a technique, why didn't you just use it to cure the greyscale at the onset? Talisa all but yelled, moving to touch the freshly healed skin, only to think better of it and stop. Is her flesh safe to touch? Honestly, I don't know, Nox answered cryptically before elaborating. About the touching her flesh part, I'm not entirely sure just how deeply the infection runs for now. So, until you all show no resurgence of symptoms, you are all under quarantine. As for why I didn't just heal her, the simple fact is that the force is limited in this capacity. I can heal wounds, but not diseases. In this case, we had to remove the infection as much as possible and then I could heal the physical injury that was left behind. Amazing, Talisa breathed as Daisy found the strength to finally look down at her arm, her eyes going wide as she did. What now? Now, we send in the reinforcements, as it were, Lord Nox answered, turning and grabbing the glass of yellow liquid. Each of you will need to take 2 spoonsful of this a day. Once when you wake and once before you sleep for the night. You'll stay on this regime for a week. And once that time is up, we will reevaluate your condition. Jon, wrap up Daisy's arm in a bandage so she isn't tempted to touch where the greyscale was. As for the rest of you, who's next? Keeping a firm hand on the ship's wheel, Asha Greyjoy kept her eyes steady on the horizon as she guided the massive sea wolf towards the edge of the stepstones. She hadn't been on a ship since she'd been torn from her home after her father's ill-conceived rebellion, and until now she hadn't truly realized just how much she'd missed this. At the same time, she recognized just how pathetic it was that such feelings had gone unnoticed for years. She was an Ironborn, for fuck's sake. Not some soft Greenlander. Salt was in her very veins, yet her time in Winterfell had softened her far too much. Within the next 2 years she would be able to return to the Iron Islands, and if she returned as she was now, she would never be able to achieve her long-term plans. Plans that would see the Ironborn rise above their status as simple-minded reavers and the dreads of Westeros. No, she intended for the Ironborn to be feared and respected once more, only for something more than reaving. And if she were to do that, she needed to forego the Greenlander tendencies that had been drilled into her by Lord Stark and his family. Not that she was ungrateful to Lord Stark, far from it in fact. The man had treated her like his own daughter despite her status as his ward. He'd treated her a hell of a lot better than her own father had, that was for sure. But that was just another reason why she needed to put her Greenlander tendencies to the wayside. She wanted to protect the Starks, something she would have never thought she'd be saying in 100 years. To do that, she needed to take over the Iron Islands. Because she knew, as things now stood, it would only be a matter of time before her father or some other fools decided to try their luck raiding the north. And that was not something she was about to let happen. Mostly because she didn't want her people to end up dying at the hands of the Sorcerer. Just the thought of the Sorcerer drew her attention to the man, who was currently standing at the bow of the ship with Talisa and Jon right by his side. Jon being next to him was a foregone conclusion, he was his apprentice after all. A position that Asha had coveted when Nox had first explained to her the levels of learning within his doctrine. But after a few years, she began to realize it was futile for her to keep holding out the hope that she would take Jon's place. The irritating truth was that she just wasn't as strong in the Force as Jon, or any of the other Stark children were. To be sure, she could do a few tricks, but what took her an extreme effort to accomplish, Jon and the others could do as easily as if they were walking. Talisa staying by his side however had been a relatively new development. After Nox had cured Greyscale on Daisy, the Karstark boy, and the other two, the noblewoman from Volantis had pretty much stuck to the man's side like tar on the side of a ship, picking his mind every waking second. At first, Asha had thought that the noblewoman was infatuated with Nox. An idea which made her chuckle, especially at the thought of what would happen when they returned to the north and he reunited with his lover, Nyra. That woman might have once been a serving girl, but Nox had raised her well above her station and she'd grown fangs, sharp fangs. It was a not-so-hidden secret that she'd nearly beaten the backside of a particularly ambitious whore red when the whore had tried to sneak into Nox's private chambers, which Nyra had been using to take a bath at the time. But it quickly became apparent that Talisa wasn't interested in him physically, an extremely odd thought to Asha as she would easily admit that Nox was perhaps one, if not the most handsome man she'd ever met. But Talisa didn't seem to care about that. Instead, her interest in him was purely for his knowledge, nothing else. Alternating between watching the slowly approaching island chain and Nox, Asha was able to glimpse a peek as Nox used his powers to lift a section of rope in front of Jon and Talisa and tie it into several knots before setting it back down on the deck. Seeing such a casual display of his power brought back memories of Valyria. She'd seen the destruction he'd caused when he rampaged through the pike firsthand years ago when he almost single-handedly ended her father's extremely short tenure as king of the Iron Islands. At the time, she thought that was his peak. But now, after watching what he'd done in Valyria, she was forced to accept the unthinkable. He hadn't even been taking things seriously when he'd invaded Pike with the Starks. If he had, there wouldn't have been anything or anyone left alive. It was an incredibly chilling thought, and one that made her renew her vow that she would change the Ironborn, make them more than just reavers. Because if they did not change, if they went back to reaving the Greenlanders once more, then Nox would come for them. And she doubted that he would hold back a second time. Moving off the Sorcerer and his little lesson he was giving, she scanned over the rest of the deck of the Sea Wolf. Which honestly, was sparsely populated even at this time of day with the sails at full mast. Outside of the normal amount of crew required to be on hand, the only ones of note were the Dornish and the Lannisters sitting together, of all things. And talking, amicably, honestly, she thought with a shake of her head and a slight chuckle. A Lannister sitting with the Martells and talking with them like they are old friends. Any doubts I might have had about Nox's ability to do the impossible have been greatly diminished. Thought it might have helped Gerion's cause when his first action was to beg forgiveness from Obara for nearly stabbing her in the back and then following up his apology by calling his brother an ambitious cunt. Seeing that they were now close enough to see the first of the stepstones, Asha cranked the wheel of the Sea Wolf, turning to port so they could align their starboard side with the island chain and make their way towards Dorne, where they would be harboring for a day or so to resupply and drop off their Dornish passengers. As the ship leveled out, she felt something. A nagging in the back of her mind that would not leave her alone. A nagging that she had grown accustomed to after hours spent under Nox's tutelage as he tried to coax out what power she had. "Take the wheel," she commanded, not looking nor caring as to which Sob grabbed the wheel as she turned her back and walked to the very aft of the ship and peered out into the distance. Tugging at a small metal cylinder on her belt, she pulled on the tube as it extended to 4 times its original length and held one end up to her eye. "Myrish eye glass," she smiled as she closed one eye. "Heard about 'em when I was younger, never thought I would see one in my time and always thought they were a waste of shite. An Ironborn leaving the helm of a ship. Never thought I'd see the day." Not rising to the bait, Asha merely held the eyeglass out for Manderley to take. "Straight behind us, on the horizon." Blinking at her curt manner, Manderley took the eyeglass from her and held it up to his pudgy face. "Looks like 2 longboa, no, 2 galleons, both flying colorful banners. Can't quite make them out with the wind on our backs. More than likely merchant vessels from Lee or Volantis en route to Dorne or perhaps Aldtown." "Unlikely," Asha countered, taking the eyeglass back. The 2 galleons were already starting to get slightly larger in the eyeglass, enough so that she could start making out the colors of the banners flying high on their main mast. "The ships came from within the stepstones, and the banners are not those of Tirosh, Myr, Pentos, or Bravos. Those aren't merchant vessels." Manderley made the connection quick enough. "Pirates." "Aye," Asha nodded, lowering the eyeglass. "And even with us at full mast with the wind at our backs, they are gaining on us quickly." "Who is gaining on us quickly?" She just barely managed to keep herself from jumping. Manderley wasn't so fortunate. Though it was a testament to the carpenters that built the Sea Wolf that the floorboarding held under the force of the fat man landing flat on his ass. "Fuck, Sorcerer, you trying to make my heart go out? If I was trying to kill you, Manderley, you wouldn't know until you were already dead." Nox deadpanned before turning towards her. "What do you see? 2 ships, at least galleons in size. Probably a crew of 50 strong on each," Asha explained, moving to off the eyeglass to Nox on reflex, only to stop as she realized just how stupid such an offer would be to a man with no working eyes. "Both flying banners with colors corresponding to either Lee or Volantis, but they sailed out from the stepstones and are making their way towards us at full mast." "Pirates then," Nox nodded, seemingly unsurprised. "Not surprising. Our journey to Valyria was not necessarily a well-kept secret, especially in Volantis. More than likely they were waiting for us to finish our little expedition and then waited to ambush us at a location of their choosing, and a place where they could garner more like-minded allies to help take down a ship the size of the Sea Wolf." Asha immediately made the connection in her mind as to just how they would know if they'd been successful in their venture or not. "The 2 longboats that attacked the Sea Wolf while it was anchored offshore waiting for us to return. They must have been sailing non-stop since the engagement to make it back to wherever they made berth to set all of this up." "Benefits of using smaller and faster ships," Nox commented idly. 2 galleons, no matter their speed, won't be a match against the Sea Wolf, Lord Nox," Manderley boasted, having finally managed to regain his footing. "We'll show these pirates that the North is not one to be trifled with." Again, Nox seemed to ignore Manderley as she felt his attention on her being. "Asha, what would you do if you wanted to take a ship like this?" Frowning, Asha thought for several long moments. She'd learned the hard way, the very hard way, not to simply answer any of Nox's question with the first thing that popped into your head. She still wasn't sure just how he managed to use that lightning trick of his to hit her backside while she was facing him and he was across the room not even facing her. So, she contemplated, deeply and carefully. Not only with her mind, but she thought through the force as well, just as Nox had taught her to do. 2 galleons cannot take on a ship the size of the Sea Wolf and expect to come out on top. Not unless they loaded up their ships with enough men to almost capsize them. "But I would do just as they are now." Use my galleons to draw the attention of my target, then once engaged I would have smaller longboats or even other galleons that were waiting in ambush to strike. Nox seemed to ponder her strategy, nodding his head as she spoke. And on the flip side, how would you defend against such a strategy? She didn't need to think as long to come up with an answer this time around. The sea wolf is strong, but even she can be overrun if attacked from multiple sides. Our best option is to fight the two behind us and then after we've finished them off go after whoever else is out there. I'd have the sails pulled to half, no, quarter, mast and let those two catch up. While they were, I'd order the crew to begin preparing quietly for battle to not tip our hand. When they get close enough to make their move, we preempt them and strike first. And, if for some reason they turn out to just be simple merchant vessels, then we don't attack and go about our day. An ambush is only an ambush if one party does not know about it, otherwise it can be used against the aggressor. A sound strategy, Asha. Nox congratulated her, which caused her chest to swell with pride as Nox was not a man known for handing out compliments easily. Well, Sir Manderly, what are you waiting for? You heard her. Get the men ready for battle following her instructions. To her utmost surprise, the fat man started barking out orders that followed her strategy exactly. What? Nox asked, as she glanced towards him. Your strategy was sound. No reason not to follow it. Even Manderly knows that. Stop doubting yourself just because of your ancestors' stupidity and look to the future. After he walked away, Asha turned back out to the horizon. The two galleons were now close enough to see without the use of the eyeglass. Well, time to show these northerners why the true Ironborn rule the seas. She thought, leaving her spot on the deck to retreat to her cabin so she could collect her axes and don her leather armor. Steel had the benefit of offering the greater amount of protection. But during a sea battle you really did not want to be wearing anything heavy. If you fell into the water, then your armor became a weight that would drag you to the bottom of the sea. By the time she'd got her leather jerkin on tight, grabbed her axes and made it back on deck, the two galleons were close enough for her to start making out individual details of each ship with the naked eye. The biggest clue was that colors they were flying. While matching Lee, they were incorrectly patterned. Hells, one was even upside down. Definitely not merchant ships, she thought as she made her way back to the helm, taking care not to fully acknowledge the men who were hiding as best they could along the ship's railing with bows in their hands, waiting to spring their own ambush. Feeling her heartbeat wildly in her chest as she gripped her axe tightly, she took her place beside the Sorcerer and Jon, who were also standing next to the helm alongside the fat Manderly and Prince Oberyn. Well, Asha, it seems that your hunch was spot on, Nox stated, nodding off into the distance in front of them towards the stepstones. I can sense a lot of less than savory individuals perhaps a league or so ahead of us. We should be able to deal with the two annoyances behind us before the others crawl out from under the rocks they're waiting under. And how are we going to handle the two behind us, Nox? Oberyn asked, risking a glance over his shoulder. The scorpions on board are not in position to fire accurately at either ship. And turning quickly to give the two a full broadside is not a strong point of this ship of yours. We won't need to use the scorpions on the galleons, Nox countered as he motioned towards the galleon approaching on their starboard side. When it starts, have our archers concentrate on that ship. Once they've cleared an opening, a boarding party led by Jon and Asha here will clear the deck and claim the ship. I'll deal with the other galleon. You'll deal with the other galleon, by yourself, Sorcerer. Manderly gaped. I respect your strength, Lord Sorcerer, but isn't that overkill? Yes, I suppose it is, Nox commented, making those who had seen him in Valyria chuckle darkly at the thought of just what was about to happen. But it can't be helped, I suppose. Oh, and Jon, yes, Master, don't hold back the advantage you now have. And give these bastards no quarter. If it were up to them, we would all be dead or in chains. And as for Daisy, Asha, Elaria and Obara, well, it is better not to say what fate would await them should these pirates have their way. Asha wasn't exactly sure just what Nox meant by Jon not holding back his advantage, but the bastard sure did as he gained a hardened look in his eye and his hand twitched towards belt. Specifically, towards a long slender leather pouch that hung on his belt. Well, no point in wondering about it for long, she thought as the two galleons drew close enough for her to start making out the members of the crews on board. The mystery will be answered soon. Enough. Just as the three ships were about to become close enough to reach out and touch one another, the colors on both galleons dropped while the sounds of dozens of bowstrings snapping filled the air. Dozens of arrows arched up from each ship, aiming for the deck of the Sea Wolf. "Take cover," Esser Manderly shouted, only for Nox to calmly turn around and raise his hand towards the sky. All the arrows that had been in flight just stopped. Everyone, save for those who'd seen what he could do, stared awestruck at his display of power. Then, as if he were a puppet master pulling on strings, Nox turned his hand around and every arrow that had been launched their way turned as well, pointing back towards where they came from. A snap of Nox's fingers, and the arrows shot off like they'd been launched from crossbows. Screams of fear and pain came from the two attacking galleons as the men on board were suddenly trying to hide behind whatever they could to protect themselves from their own barrage of arrows. "Well?" Nox asked, turning his head around as the crew all stood, awestruck by his sudden display of power. "Return fire already, or I might just decide to use the lot of you as projectiles next time." The threat was enough to spur the men on board to rise from their hiding places and begin returning fire with their own arrows. Gripping her axes tightly, Asha grabbed a rope and hook that was nearby and waited for the ship to get close enough for her to board. Nox, however, didn't bother to wait as he walked to railing on the opposite side of the ship from her, completely unfazed by the arrows passing close to him. Had she not seen what she saw in Valyria, she would have sworn that she was drunk. But, having already experienced just what Nox could do, what happened next didn't even faze her. She could feel the air grow colder as Nox held out his hand towards the ship on their port side, his fist closed tightly as if he were grasping hold of something. Sailors on both galleons and even on the Sea Wolf all cried out in fear as the galleon started to rise. The ship rose steadily into the air until the hull was completely clear of the water and above even the deck of the Sea Wolf. Then, without saying a word, Nox rotated his closed fist. The ship rolled in response, flipping over slowly as the men on board cried out and screamed in fear as they clutched onto whatever they could as the ship was turned upside down in the air. Once the ship had been fully rotated, Nox opened his hand, and the ship crashed mast first into the seawater, crushing all of those who couldn't get out of the way. "Stop gawking like a bunch of green boys seeing a freshly shaved cunt for the first time," Asha yelled, smacking one of the archers on board with the flat of her axe. "Keep firing at those fuckers before they get their shit together again." "Sorcerer," Manderly cried, "ahead on our starboard side. 6 longboats coming out from the stepstones." "Well, they didn't waste any time, did they?" Nox asked, turning his back on the sinking ship he'd overturned with next to no apparent effort. "Plan stays the same. Asha, Jon, go and claim that galleon. I'll help deal with the longboats." "Yes, master," Jon nodded, as did Asha, only leaving out the whole "master" comment. As Nox walked away towards the bow of the ship, Asha could no longer hold herself back. "Fuck this. This is taking too damn long." Dropping the rope and ignoring the others, she took off as fast as she could towards the railing. Using what little power she had to strengthen her muscles, she planted one foot onto the railing and pushed off as hard as she could. The air passed her by in a rush, rustling her hair as she jumped off the Sea Wolf and towards the deck of the remaining galleon. The moment her feet touched the hardwood decking, she tucked her head and rolled to soften the impact of the landing. Coming out of her roll, she shot up to her feet, both axes in her hands ready for the first poor fool that thought they could get the better of her. She didn't have to wait long as the first of her soon-to-be victims ran at her with a worn saber raised high. But before he could reach her, he was suddenly launched off his feet and thrown over the side of the ship. "Damn it all, Jon," she yelled, spying the bastard boy land on the deck right next to her. "He was mine." The young man shook his head and motioned towards the rest of the attacking crew, who were all staring at the two of them with wide eyes and shaking weapons. "There's plenty more here for you." "True," Asha smirked maliciously as she revealed in the fight to come. "Whatever this advantage is that Nox says you have, you might want to bring it out. Either that or get your pretty ass back on the Sea Wolf and leave these fuckers to me." "As you wish," Jon said, reaching into the leather pouch at his side. She wasn't sure what she'd been expecting Jon's so-called advantage to be, but it certainly wasn't what she was seeing now. A long cylinder like an eyeglass, only silver and black in coloring. She didn't even need to ask to know what it was, even though there was only one other like it she'd ever even heard of. No, it's impossible. Then, he can make more. Any doubts to just what Jon was holding were firmly put to rest as Jon's hand twitched and a pure as snow-white blade emerged from the hilt in his hands. The blade humming as it cut through the air. Well then, Asha, Jon smirked, holding his blade in front of his face before sweeping it down into his right. Shall we begin? Leaping headfirst into the fray, Jon brought his lightsaber down on the nearest unsuspecting pirate. The idiot tried to bring the club he was holding up to block Jon's attack, but the lightsaber cut clean through the club and the man that had been holding it. Not breaking stride, Jon dodged sideways, avoiding a thrust from a saber before retaliating by thrusting his lightsaber through the man's neck. Fuck this, Asha screamed, slapping her chest with the flat of her axe. I'm not about to let some pretty northerner with a fancy sword show up a true Ironborn on the seas. Rushing forward, Asha focused on one of the fools that obviously thought Jon was the bigger threat and therefore had turned his back on her. Raising the axe in her right hand, she brought the Valyrian steel down with enough force to split the man's skull wide open and spill his brains out onto the decking. Her axe still logged in what was left of the man's skull, Asha parried a wild swing with the axe in her left before kicking the dead fool in the back to free her axe. Time lost meaning as she stood back to back with Jon as the two of them methodically worked their way through the men on board the galleon. Amateurs, the lot of them, Asha nearly spat as she cut down another would-be raider, her 11th since she stepped foot onto the galleon. Attacking a superior vessel in full daylight, pathetic. At least they came with a full crew and multiple ships. But still, in the end, their numbers mean nothing against a true Ironborn. After cutting down two more, Asha held her bloody axes ready for her next opponent, only to discover to her utmost surprise that were none left. Everyone who had been on board the galleon were dead, be it from her axes, Jon's fancy new blade, or from the archers perched up on the sea wolf. Damn, Asha muttered, lowering her guard slightly. And here I was hoping for an AC. Something solid struck her side, and it took her a moment to realize that the something was in fact Jon's hand. What the fuck, Jon? She cursed, scrambling to get back to her feet. What the fuck AR? The words died in her throat as she saw a crossbow bolt still quivering in the mast of the galleon, which just so happened to be right where her head would have been had Jon not knocked her out of the way when he did. Fuck, thought I had the bitch with that one. Turning to the source of the voice, Asha found who she could only assume was the captain of the galleon. The man had a darker shade of skin and was wearing a ridiculous-looking overcoat with a discarded crossbow at his feet and a saber in his hand. Well, perhaps 'tis better this way. I get to kill the boy, take his fancy sword, and then go balls deep in your ass, girl, before selling you off to the highest bidder. Growling, Asha leapt up to her feet, firmly intending to end the fucker. Only for Jon's outstretched arm to stop her. There is no point in continuing this, Jon said. Your men are dead, and the rest of your fleet is destroyed or surrendered. There is no point in continuing this. Blinking, Asha risked a glance over her shoulder. Sure enough, the longboats that had descended upon the Sea Wolf were either sunk, sinking, or had sailors from the Wolf scouring across their decks and roping prisoners together. Fuck me, just how long were Jon and I at it? The captain merely chuckled. You think I don't know that, boy. But I still have some crew left below deck. Useless dregs, but they will serve their purpose of getting me back to holdings. But I'm not about to run away without some form of compensation. And as I said, I've taken a fancy to your sword and the woman you fight alongside. So, I think I'll be taking you both. Jon, Asha said, using her bloodied axe in her right hand to push the bastard aside. Step aside. This fucker is mine. Jon spared her a glance, but she didn't look back at him, her focus only on the captain before her. This fucker wants to claim me through the iron price, so be it. I'll teach him what it means to pay that price. Reaffirming her grip, she shifted her weight onto the balls of her feet and shot forward towards the captain without warning. When she was within arm's reach, the captain lunged forward, his saber aiming for the center of her chest. Throwing her chest back, she slid feet first across the deck, her axes swiping at the man's leg as she passed. The captain just barely managed to evade her, but the move cost him precious time. time in which she was able to get back to her feet and engage him once more. The captain was skilled, there was no doubt about that. His strikes were quick, accurate, and used as little motion as possible to conserve his energy. But compared to her normal sparring partners, namely Nox, Jon, Robb and recently a Baron, the man might as well have been as mobile as stone for all the swiftness he showed. All too soon, the captain made his mistake by performing an ill-advised lunge into an opening Asha had purposely presented. Dodging to her left, she brought her right axe around and buried it into his sword hand. As the man was still screaming in pain, she followed up by kneecapping him with her left axe. Then once he was on his knees, she let go of her left axe and brought her right above her head and held it in both hands. With a yell, she brought the Valyrian steel down onto the top of the man's skull. The axe cut clean through his skull and neck, stopping only when the handle ended up getting caught on the top of the man's chest. "Balls deep in me, will you?" she shouted, spitting on the man's corpse. "There's only one man that I would let touch me like that, and you are not fucking him." Wrenching her left axe free from the man's knee, she took several deep breaths to calm herself before turning and facing Jon. The bastard was staring at her with wide eyes as he looked back and forth between her and the man she'd partially split in two with a throwing axe. "What?" she glared, to which Jon merely shook his head. "Nothing," he said, looking around the galleon. "I think that's all of them. Let's tie this ship onto the Sea Wolf and head back to Lord Nox." By the time Asha and Jon found themselves back aboard the Sea Wolf, the sun was nearing the horizon. The massacre, for that had been exactly what it was, had been over relatively quickly, but the cleanup had taken some time. In all, the pirates had attacked them with 2 fully crewed galleons and 6 longships. Of those, 1 galleon was now resting on the bottom of the sea along with 4 of the longships. The vessels that had survived were now tied off onto the Sea Wolf. The surviving members of the various crews, perhaps only 50 in total, stood on board the Sea Wolf bound together into 2 rows with barely any space between them, while around them the men of the north jeered and laughed at their pathetic attack. And sitting before the prisoners, remaining completely stoic, was none other than Nox, flanked on either side by herself and Jon, while the fat Manderly paced in front of the prisoners. "You men stand accused of the crime of piracy," Esser Manderly bellowed, his girth jiggling slightly as he paced in front of the prisoners. "Under the orders of King Robert of House Baratheon, first of his name, protector of the Andals and the First Men, the penalty for piracy is, fuck your fat king." One of the men near the end spat. "The narrow sea is ruled by no man. Not your king. Not your god's forsaken demon you have tamed. You have no right to jaw." The sound of bones breaking filled the air as the prisoner who'd spoken arched up onto his toes, his eyes rolling into the back of his head as he gasped for air until his neck snapped at an unnatural angle and he fell to the ground dead. "Anyone else feel like speaking up?" Nox asked, his hand held out in a tight fist. "No. Come now. Surely one of you have an opinion on the matter at hand. So, speak up. You might not get another chance." None of the prisoners said a word, not even when Nox rose to his feet and approached them, unless one could consider whimpering and pissing their pants as saying something. "No, nothing." "Well then, Esser Manderly, please continue." Still staring at the corpse, Manderly had to visibly shake himself. "Right, you are all guilty of the crime of piracy. The penalty for which is dependent on the severity of your crimes. You will be either flogged, sent to take the black, or put to death. There is no need to judge based on the severity of their crimes, Esser Manderly," Nox cut in, pulling out the captain's log that Asha had taken from the surviving galleon. "According to the recently departed captain, this little fleet has been working together for over a year now, raiding and pillaging the trade lines around the stepstones, and you even managed to capture and kill an entire Dornish crew. Tisk tisk. Not very smart." Watching as Nox put his hands behind his back, Asha felt the familiar warmth spread through her body and cool in her nether regions as she watched Nox utterly destroy the fools before him. "By the drowned god, I respect Nyra far too much to poach on her territory, but if they ever gave me the chance, I would gladly give every first I have to this man. You are all guilty of rape, murder, pillaging, torture, and of selling people into slavery," Nox stated, walking up and down the line of prisoners. "Not a single one of you is innocent in these crimes. And there is only one fate awaiting you." At this, Several of the prisoners wet themselves as many more began to whimper and a few even started to openly beg for mercy. But, Nox stated, holding up his hand, I am not a wasteful man. I see an opportunity here to help alleviate some of the issues surrounding the stepstones. So, in the interest of making things better for trade in the future, I've decided to go about a different route. Tell me, Asha, how many would it take to sail one of the longboats back to where it makes berth? She hadn't been expected to be called on, so she had to fight back the blush that she knew was forming as she was torn from her fantasy of Nox bending her over the railing and having his way with her. 5 would suffice. It would be difficult, but doable. 5, very well, Nox nodded, walking up and down the line. This one, that one, those 2 and the one at the end that pissed and shit himself. Release them. The 5 Nox pointed to were all cut from their bindings and moved away from the rest. You 5, Nox stated, will be delivering our message to any other pirates that call the Stepstones their home. And this is our message. Nox moved so fast that Asha could barely follow him. One moment he was standing at one end of the line of prisoners with his back turned towards them. And the next he had his fire sword drawn and is turning towards the prisoners. Only he didn't strike the nearest prisoner down. No, he threw his sword. The blade spun in a tight circle, cutting through the prisoners' necks one after another until it reached the end of the line. And then it simply stopped moving and flew back to Nox's waiting hand. By the time the first body hit the deck, Nox had killed all 50 or so prisoners and sheathed his sword. Esser Manderly, Nox called out as the 5 chosen prisoners proceeded to piss and shit themselves as they were approached by the Northerners. Load the heads onto the more damaged longboat and then throw these 5 onto it. As for you lot, you get to leave with your lives today. But do not mistake this as mercy. You will deliver the heads of your fallen to whoever you call a leader and tell them that should there be any more pirate attacks on the trade lines between Essos and Westeros, I will personally sweep through the stepstones. And I will not be merciful a second time. Oh, and should any of you get the bright idea of throwing the heads overboard once you're out of sight, don't. I will know if you do. And you will suffer in agony for hours before I allow you to die. Do not test me on this. Now, get out of my sight. As the prisoners and heads were loaded onto one of the longboats, Asha sidled up next to Nox. Can you really do that? Know if they throw the heads overboard and kill them from a distance. To her surprise, Nox just shrugged. I probably could if I wanted to. But I'm not going to. There's no need as they believe that I can kill them from here. And there is a lesson for you, Asha. It doesn't necessarily matter what you can do. It matters what people believe you can do. Pondering his words, Asha watched dispassionately as the surviving pirates were set upon their way with the shipload of heads. Once they were on their way, Asha made her way back towards the helm where Manderly and Nox were discussing what to do with the remaining longboat and galleon they had tied off to the Sea Wolf. Shame to leave them behind, Manderly was saying as she arrived. They might be pirate vessels, but they are well made. Then there's no reason to leave them behind, Nox replied. We can tow the longboat behind the Sea Wolf easily to Dorne with us. Perhaps the Martells will be interested in purchasing it off us. As for the galleon, Asha, you have captaincy of the galleon until we return to the north. Her mind froze. What? Did I stutter? Nox asked. I said that you have captaincy of the galleon until we return north. After that, perhaps you could talk to Lord Stark and try and convince him to allow you to keep it as name day present or something of the like. Either way, for now the ship is yours. Nox turned back and continued speaking with Manderly, but Asha didn't care. Her attention was solely and only on the galleon tied off onto the Sea Wolf. A ship, her ship, one she'd earned through the iron price. The moment Nyra says I can share their bed, I'm going to show them both a passion greater than the sea. The return part 2. After the brief distraction provided by the incredibly ill-conceived attack by the pirates of the Stepstones, the rest of the voyage by sea towards Sunspear was relatively peaceful. Those that had been afflicted with greasecale had made a full recovery and, in general, the morale of the ship was extremely high. After all, they had just succeeded in doing something no one in the past 4 centuries could claim to have done. Made their way to the very heart of the ruins of Valyria and lived to return and tell the tale. And the fact that they could now see the impressive structure of the Sunspear, the walled city that served as the seat of House Martell and the capital of Dorne, the moral had skyrocketed with the knowledge that they were truly back in familiar waters. I don't suppose that I could convince you to stay any longer than just a night at most, my friend. Prince Oberyn asked as he sauntered up next to him, his Valyrian spear resting against his shoulder as the sea wolf slowly made its way into the harbor on the south side of the city. I know that my brother, niece, nephews, and my daughters are all very excited to meet you. The offer is tempting, Oberyn, Nox replied, mildly shocked that he'd meant the sentiment. But I fear that we cannot afford more than a night at most. The men of the Sea Wolf are of the north, and it has been little over 6 moons since we left White Harbor. They are anxious to return to their homes and their families. He could tell that Oberyn was giving him a sidelong glance. You don't fool me, my friend. You've been anxious ever since we put the stepstones to our backs. The men and women on board are not the only ones anxious to return to the warmth of their ladies back home. I wouldn't be surprised if your Lady Nyra will be walking bow-legged for some time after you return to her. Nox didn't deny the accusation, because Oberyn was right. The ache of not having Nyra by his side was starting to worsen the longer he was away from her. And what wasn't helping matters was the strange sensations he kept getting from the Force every time he tried to meditate with her in mind. Something had happened. He didn't know what it was or even if it had or had not happened just yet. But some sort of change was happening around Nyra that he couldn't see. It was starting to frustrate him to no end. Not to mention, ever since they destroyed the false god in Valyria, aspects of his foresight had started to darken. He was unable to come up with an explanation as for why that might have been. And on top of all those things, Oberyn was also correct in that he missed Nyra's warmth. After all, it had been over 6 months and would probably be another month at best before they made landfall in the north. Besides, listening to Oberyn and Ellaria, night after night, was starting to wear down on even his self-control. Putting thoughts of Nyra and his inevitable return north to the side, Nox focused his sight instead on the walled city before them. It was truly an impressive sight to behold, as he was starting to become accustomed to in this world. Honestly, the sheer architectural genius of almost every city or keep he'd encountered during his years on this world could make even the most skilled amongst the Empire seem like floundering incompetence. Sunspear was a walled city that was composed of 3 massive winding walls which encircled one another, which protected miles of roadways all condensed tightly together. Honestly, it would be insanely difficult to take the city if one were to try. 3 sides of the city were surrounded by the bay, while the only access point by land was protected by a secondary city just outside the walls. Shadow City, he believed Oberyn called it. Even if an invading army were to breach the first wall, they would have to either choose scaling the next several layers of walls or traversing the miles labyrinth roadways between the walls. Neither of which were pleasant options. But the city wasn't just built to protect against invaders. It was also built to withstand the harsh weather of the desert which covered most of Dorne. Well, it seems that our arrival will not be a quiet one, Oberyn sighed, nodding towards the docks the Sea Wolf was being guided towards so they could tie off. That man there is Esser Manfrey Martell, my cousin and the Castellan of Sunspear. Does this mean that your brother knows that you're on board? Nox asked. More than likely, Oberyn conceded. The crew I brought with me to Essos likely returned some weeks ago and informed my brother about my decision to accompany you on your little excursion. No doubt he has quite the berating waiting for me the moment I enter his presence once more. Well, no time like the present, as they say. As the ship was tied off and the gangplank lowered, Nox and Oberyn were quickly joined by Ellaria, Obara, and Jon. Once all together, the group made their way off the ship and towards the growing crowd of people who were staring at the Sea Wolf with awe. At the head of the crowd was a man who resembled Oberyn greatly, though he was a bit stockier than the Prince of Dorne and was wearing a set of what looked like ornamental armor complete with a sword at his waist. Oberyn, ever one for the dramatic, embraced the man with a flourish and a kiss to either cheek. Ah, dear cousin Manfrey, I wasn't expecting the Castellan of Sunspear to greet me in person. Are my brother and beloved niece and nephew resting at the Water Gardens? Prince Oberyn, welcome home, the man returned the greeting cordially before his eyes flickered briefly towards himself and Jon, an air of suspicion growing around him as he did so. And, no, Prince Doran and his children have not gone to the Water Gardens, so you cannot postpone your fate this time. Oberyn didn't appear to be fazed at all by the not-so-veiled threat, but he did notice the curious glance that had been sent towards Nox and Jon. "Ah, forgive me, I forgot to introduce my new friends and guests of Dorne. This is Lord Aleem Nox, the Northern Sorcerer, the slayer of Esser Armory Lorch. And the young man beside him is his apprentice, the bastard son of Lord Eddard Stark, Jon Snow." Whatever curiosity remained in a baron's cousin disappeared immediately and was replaced by an all-too-familiar sensation of fear and awe. "Lord Sorcerer." Esser Manfrey gaped, while around them the crowd started breaking out into loud whispers as people began jostling for position to see what was going on. We were not expecting you to arrive and in the presence of our wayward prince, no less." Used to the reaction his presence could cause from his time traveling the Empire, Nox merely waved off the man's concern. "There is no cause for concern, Esser Manfrey. Prince Oberyn has been a most interesting and amusing traveling companion for these last few weeks. And good spear to have at one's side when it is needed." The stench of fear remained within the man, but at least it had lessened slightly. "Yes, well, if you would please follow me, my lord, Prince Oberyn, I will lead you to where Prince Doran is waiting." Falling in step beside Oberyn, Nox kept his senses on high as the group made their way off the docks and towards the towering walls that protected Sunspear. "Normally, I would take the time to show you and young Jon all the delights our fair city has to offer," Oberyn explained as they walked along the edge of the first wall before coming upon a massive gate. "But, as I know you are pressed for time, we shall be taking the threefold gate path directly to the old palace to meet with my brother." The city itself was mightily impressive. At a rough estimate, the entire area of Sunspear was only slightly larger than Winterfell, but thanks to what he could only describe as incredible city planning, they would be able to fit the entire population of Winterfell and Winter Town within the walls of Sunspear several times over and still have room to spare. The culture was also vastly different, such that he felt that the Dornish had more in common with the people of Volantis than they did with the people of the north. "It's understandable," he thought as they passed through a bazaar where peddlers, whores, fire dancers, and mummers plied their trades. Westeros is huge, and Sunspear is about as far as one can get from the north and still claim to be on Westeros soil. Still, such vast difference in cultures, the literature I've read does not do it justice. I feel I'm going to have to start taking trips around Westeros to get a better idea of the cultural and political climate I now find myself stuck in. If only there were faster methods of travel. Well, there are. But they've yet to be invented here yet. Perhaps I'll have to start planting the theories behind internal combustion or steam engines in the minds of my students at the Winterfell College. As I really don't feel like spending the rest of my life on horseback trying to get from one city to the next. As they passed through the third gate, Nox found himself tilting his head back as he took in the beauty that they entered. Unlike most of the city or even the land surrounding the city, the grounds of the inner palace area were relatively green and very well maintained. And in the center were three structures. A rather squat structure that stood in stark contrast to the two towers next to it, one of which was easily the tallest tower Nox had seen in his time here on this world. "The Sandship, the Tower of the Sun, and the Spear Tower," Prince Oberyn explained, pointing to each tower of note within the center of Sunspear. "My dear brother will be waiting for us in the Tower of the Sun, no doubt in his private rooms as it is still too early in the day for him to hold court. Obara, dear, why don't you bring young Jon here to my squire, Demon Sand? I'm sure the two will hit it off well in the yard. And then go and find your sisters and cousins. Elaria, my dear, I know you're itching to see our daughters again, so I will not hold you any longer. I'll come find you and our beautiful girls after my brother is finished with me." The three nodded and quickly left, leaving Nox alone with Oberyn and Manfrey. "Come, Sorcerer," Oberyn said, motioning towards the more ornate structure. "My brother is most anxious to meet you." Following Oberyn into the Tower of the Sun, Nox took a moment to marvel once again at the elaborate layout presented to him. High vaulted ceiling with marble columns and flooring. A glass and gold-laced ceiling that allowed the light of the sun to filter and provide illumination. And at the far end of the main hall was a dais where the twin seats of the rulers of Dorne sat. One inlaid with a spear and the other with a blazing sun. A symbol of their heritage, he thought as they passed by the thrones. If my history is correct, the spear designates House Martell, and the sun is for their Roynish roots through Princess Nymeria. Fascinating. And beautiful. After leaving the throne room and walking up a few flights of stairs, they found themselves before an open doorway that was guarded by a dark-skinned man that was easily as large as his old companion Val. His sheer mass was pressing outwards against the copper-scaled shirt he was wearing. And if Nox had to guess, he would put the axe he held to weigh nearly as much as himself. Honestly, Nox thought, just barely managing to suppress the chuckle. How a pre-industrial world can produce men the size of the mountain and this giant now before me I will never know. Perhaps something in the food. Or maybe it's the force presence of the planet itself. Who knows? Ah, dear Areo, good to see your smiling face once more, a baron greeted the man joyfully. Though Nox assumed the smiling face was said in jest as the man looked as hard as Durasteel. Prince Baron, Areo greeted the prince back before shifting his focus to Nox. Prince Doran is waiting for you. Not this one or Esser Manfrey. Oh, don't be so formal, Areo, Baron smiled, patting Nox on the shoulder. This is my new friend, Lord Aleem Nox. Perhaps you've heard of him. Or perhaps you've heard of his more well-known moniker, the Northern Sorcerer. My brother certainly has. After all, he sent me out to learn as much as I could. And after meeting him in person, well, I decided that the best way to really get to know someone is to travel with them. And we've had quite the interesting few weeks, haven't we, Nox? That we have, Baron, he responded in the same light tone as Baron. There, now you know who he is, Baron said, stepping forward. Now, why don't you move aside my large friend and let me see my brother? Areo didn't respond. Instead he simply moved aside in order to let Baron and Nox pass him by while Esser Manfrey took his leave. Interesting, Nox thought, giving the man a once-over. His skill is on par with Baron's, or perhaps even more so. And he isn't afraid of me, even knowing my reputation. If he had been born in the Empire, he would have been a shoo-in for the Imperial Royal Guard. Inside the room were 3 men, 2 of whom were wearing the grey robes of the maesters and the third was sitting in a rather primitive but elaborate wheelchair of all things. Brother, Baron called out, making his way over to the man in the wheelchair and kneeling before him quickly before taking his hand. Brother, Prince Doran greeted back, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. It is good to see you that you have returned. I was most distressed when the crew you left with returned without you and tales of you running off with the sorcerer of all people. Yes, well, when you are offered the chance to explore the lands of the fallen dragon lords beside a living legend, you can't really say no, Baron replied good-naturedly as he rose back to his feet. Indeed, and I can see that your venture was indeed a success, Doran said, nodding towards the spear still in Baron's hand. Yes, it was, Baron replied, handing the spear over to his brother. We fought side by side with against beasts straight out of nightmares, raided the vaults of Valyria, killed an undead dragon, and even obliterated a forsaken dragon lord sorcerer. Sounds like quite the adventure, Baron, Doran noted with a quirked eyebrow, handing the spear back to his brother and turning his attention towards Nox. I take it that I owe you my thanks, Lord Sorcerer, for ensuring that my brother returned to his home unscathed. With his naming, both maesters froze as fear tore through them. Strangely, though, it wasn't the same fear as that which was present in Esser Manfrey. No, this time their fear was all-encompassing, as if he were their very worst nightmare come to life. Before them, in part, Prince Doran, Nox replied, bowing his head slightly in greeting to hold proper decorum. In truth, your brother proved himself invaluable to our success in Valyria. Flatter, Baron laughed. I saw what you did when you leveled a part of old Valyria. You didn't need any of us, except as pack mules, I suspect. But still, even if that was all I was, it was a privilege to fuck with those dragon lord cunts. Leaning back in his chair, Doran waved the 2 maesters off. Kaliot, Miles, that will be all for today. And send out word that I will be in private talks for the rest of the day and will not be holding court. Yes, Prince Doran, both men said before they all but ran out of the room while trying to keep as much distance between themselves and him as they could. Interesting duo, Nox said, tilting his head towards the fleeing maesters. I haven't experienced that level of fear just from my mere presence in some time. Grabbing the wheels of his chair, Doran brought himself over towards what Nox recognized as a Sivas board. It is a not-so-well-kept secret that the maesters are wary of all things magic. Doran explained as he motioned for Nox to join him on the opposite side. There are exceptions, of course. But most do not view that which they cannot explain in the best light. Taking the offered seat, Nox took his time in examining Oberyn's older brother. They shared physical similarities and a fiery passion. But unlike his younger brother, Doran was very in control of himself. And even with just the briefest of passes, Nox could tell that the man had a mind like a steel trap. First Tywin Lannister, now Doran Martell, Nox thought as Oberyn went about filling a few wine glasses behind him. Two of the four top players of the game, as it were. And both live up to their reputation. Now, I just need to meet this Jon Arryn and Olenna Tyrell to see if the rumors regarding their prowess are indeed true. Well, Oberyn said, giving each of them a glass of dark red wine. I take it that you two have quite a bit to talk about. Most of which I've already heard. So, with your permission, brother, I would seek out my daughters. It has been some months since I last laid eyes on my beauties. Of course, brother, Doran said, excusing Oberyn. They have been most anxious for your return. But do not think this gets you out of the conversation we will be having soon about your disregard for my instructions. Why, brother, you wound me. Oberyn cried out dramatically. I followed your every instruction to the letter. I even went above and beyond by bringing the very man you were interested in home with me. And this is the thanks I get. A scolding. Perhaps I should have just stayed on the Sea Wolf with you, Nox, and gone north. I've heard the women of the north are most eager to keep warm. Enough, Oberyn, Doran sighed. No doubt used to his brother's antics. We will talk later. Now leave us and tell Areo that we are not to be disturbed. As you say, brother. Nox, have a good game. And, brother, don't try and play too hard. This man is perhaps one of the best players I have ever met, even if he is new to the game, Oberyn said with a flourish before making his way out of the room, leaving Nox alone with Doran. Well then, Doran said, placing a screen in the middle of the board so that the two could place their Syvas pieces where they so desired. Shall we begin our game, Sorcerer? Leaning against the arch leading out to her balcony high within the Tower of the Sun, Princess Arianne Martell, eldest daughter of Prince Doran Martell, took a moment to enjoy the warm breeze that fluttered her silken robes around her body while she idly listened to her cousins interrogate their sister who had accompanied her uncle across the narrow sea. To say that her cousin Obara had experienced perhaps the adventure of a lifetime was understatement. Traveling to Valyria in the accompaniment of the northern sorcerer of all people. Raiding the vaults of the lost dragon lords and fighting against a dragon. An actual dragon. It made even Arianne's most interesting day seem utterly dull in comparison. Do you truly expect us to believe that a boy, a mere boy whose balls probably haven't even dropped yet, was able to take down a dragon, sister? Turning her attention away from the landscape of Sunspear and Shadow City, Arianne started paying closer attention to what her cousins were saying. Her companions for today, all of whom were her cousins, were currently lounging around her room. Obara was standing with her back straight as if she were a guard. Standing watch was usual for her eldest cousin, who was undoubtedly the most serious of them. Her second cousin Nymeria was lounging across several cushions, her pale yellow silken dress hugging her curves tightly while her black long braided hair lay draped across her shoulder and down between the valley of her breasts. Laying in a similar position to her sister, her third cousin and frequent bedmate, Taim, was listening intently to her elder sister while slowly popping one grape after another into her mouth in an almost sensual manner while her golden hair was done up into an elaborate braid behind her head. And lastly, Elia, the eldest daughter of her uncle's paramour Lady Elaria Sand, laid on her front while using her elbows to prop herself up. At only 10 name days, the young Elia idolized her elder sisters and was hanging off every word that left Obara's mouth. That is exactly what I am saying, sister, Obara continued, completely unfazed with the dismissive tone of her sister Nymeria. While the sorcerer battled the creature that he claims was responsible for the doom of Valyria, his apprentice, Jon Snow, held off the flames of a dragon before cutting the beast down while the rest of us protected him from the stonemen. And how did he manage to cut the beast down? Tyene asked, her tone lacking the disbelieving tone of her sister's. The only method that has been successful in taking down a dragon is to use a scorpion or another dragon. Or to kill it in its sleep. He used the sorcerer's fire sword, his lightsaber, as he calls it, Obara explained. He jumped up onto the top of the dragon's head while the beast was distracted, and the sorcerer threw the weapon to him. The moment Snow had it in his possession, he brought the blade to life, plunged it into the dragon's skull, and killed the beast in 2 blows. It was quite the story, one worthy of any bard's tongue. The killing of a dragon was no small feat, and unlike the uncertainty that showed on Tyenne's and Nymeria's faces, Arianne knew her cousin's words to be true. Obara wasn't one to shovel horse shit. If she said something happened, it happened. And what of Jon Snow himself? Arianne asked offhandedly. Is he as Nymeria says? A boy whose balls haven't even dropped. Sharing a glance between Tyene and Nymeria, she could see just the slightest of an upturning of Obara's lips, while on the floor Elia watched on in ignorance of the full meaning behind Arianne's question. 3 years ago, Arianne had stumbled across an unfinished letter in her father's solar that was destined for her brother, Quentyn, who was fostering at Euronwood to try and improve the relationship between their houses. In the letter, her father had stated that Quentyn would one day sit in his seat and rule Dorne, which was a clear violation of Dornish laws of inheritance. She was the eldest. Dorne was hers by right of birth, not her brother's. Yet still, her father was going to pass her over in favor of her frogged-faced brother. At first, she hadn't wanted to believe it, but as she thought on it, the more it made sense. Her father had rejected many of her potential suitors that would serve her well as a consort. After nearly 2 moons, off thinking of the letter, she finally confronted her father. The conversation that followed was perhaps the worst of her young life. Her father had not denied the accusation. In fact, he stated that it was his plan to have her brother inherit Dorne, to steal her birthright, and when she pressed on what would happen to her, he simply brushed off her concerns and said that he would find a good place for her. For nearly a year after that conversation she waged a, in hindsight, anyway, childish rebellion against her father. She stopped listening to him, stopped taking commands from him, and in the end, she even went so far as to have a brief tryst with her uncle Squire Demon Sand. But even then, her father didn't seem to care. After her tryst, she realized just how childish she was being, and decided that if her father wasn't going to give her Dorne, as was her right, she would have to take it from him. She wouldn't kill him. She still loved her father far too much to even consider such an action. But she would make it so that he was left with no choice to name her as his official heir. To that end, she started paying far more attention in her lessons, learning everything she could of not only Dorne and its politics, but of the rest of the 7 kingdoms as well. Everything she put her mind to, she excelled at. She even managed to successfully create a new trade agreement between Dorne and Braavos. It wasn't for much, merely a decrease in taxation from Braavos on imports, but still, it was something. And yet, no matter what she did, her father never even so much as gave her an acknowledgement of her deeds. Just before she reached her 6 and 10 name day, it became apparent that her father would never name her his heir. And unfortunately, she simply didn't have the political pull within Dorne to force her father's hand. But she still had one weapon at her disposal, and it could be a powerful one at that. Her hand in marriage. But she needed to be extremely careful with her pick. She needed someone strong, someone powerful, someone who no one would even think once about crossing. And as she came to this realization, there was only one person who met that criteria. The Northern Sorcerer and the Butcher of Amory Lorch, Lord Alim Nox. But while the idea of bedding the powerful man was indeed a fantasy that filled many of her fantasies late at night, she slowly came to realize that he was not necessarily the best option. To be sure, he was powerful, and no one would dare cross him, especially after what he had done for Dorne by helping to give some justice to her Aunt Elia Martell. But that was exactly the problem. He was too powerful. She knew that if she were to marry him, eventually she would become little more than a puppet while he ruled Dorne behind the scenes. And that was not something she was willing to have happen. And there were also the rumors of the man having a woman back in the north. So, as unfortunate as it was, she was forced to conclude that the sorcerer would simply not fit in her long-term plans, at least not as her husband. That was why it seemed to have been a gift from the gods that, after little more than a moon's turn after acceding that Nox was not a fully suitable option for her, rumors started floating through Dorne regarding Nox and, more importantly, why he was so fixated on staying in the north. The Stark children all had the same type of power as Nox, and the Sorcerer was training them all, including Lord Stark's bastard son. And it was the bastard son who drew Arianne's attention. Politically, marrying a trueborn son would be preferable. But in this case, it wasn't feasible. Marrying Lord Stark's heir meant that she would become the next Lady of Winterfell, which was not what she wanted. And the other son was far too young for her needs. That was why she started trying to dig up every scrap of information about the bastard son of Lord Stark as she could. Strangely enough though, this proved far more difficult than she would have liked. She'd been able to learn that Jon Snow was in fact Lord Nox's favored student. He had also been raised alongside his trueborn brothers and sisters, something that seemed far more Dornish than Northern. But when she tried to find out just who his mother was, that was when she hit the proverbial wall. No one was able to answer that question. Even Lord Stark had never seemed to state who Jon's mother was. It was a complete mystery. Naturally, it was one that people started taking a great interest in the moment word started to spread that the Stark children and Jon Snow had the same abilities as the Sorcerer. The most common story she'd heard was that he was the son of Lord Stark and Lady Ashara Dane. A tale that held some merit. It was well known that the late Lady Dane and Lord Stark were at the very least interested in one another at the tourney of Harrenhal. And if that interest had progressed to a physical affection, then the timing would work out that after finding his deceased sister at the Tower of Joy, Lord Stark took his bastard son from Lady Dane's arms on his way back north. It could also explain why Lord Stark was so hesitant to speak of the boy's mother. After all, it was known that Lady Dane killed herself after he left, so perhaps the pain of losing her brother, her lover, and her son in one fell swoop was simply too much to bear. In fact, the story held such merit that her father had recently even reached out to House Dane to ask to either confirm or deny the story. And they were still waiting to hear back from them on the matter. If he truly was a son of Dorne, then he could be even more useful to her than she'd originally thought. After nearly a year of collecting every scrap of information she could on Jon Snow, and the Starks in general, she made her decision. Jon Snow was the perfect consort for her. From what she heard, he was well liked, even loved by his trueborn siblings, giving him close ties to the future Warden of the North. He was also being trained personally by the Northern Sorcerer to wield the same power as he did. And being a bastard meant he stood no chance of inheriting anything from his father without pissing off his lords. The best he could hope for would be to become a master of arms or perhaps live out his life at the wall or with the maesters. None of which seemed appealing prospects for one who held so much promise. But most importantly, he was still young, malleable, someone she could mold into what she wanted. Though, she did hope that he was strong enough to resist somewhat. The chase and seduction wouldn't be as fun nor enjoyable in the end if he simply went along with her every whim. And she wanted someone who was strong enough to rule alongside her. Not a simpleton who would bow to her every wish or a fool who would think that just because he had the cock that he was in charge. To call him a boy would be a disservice, Obara said, bringing Arianne back to the conversation at hand. While he is young, he has this aura about him that makes him seem far older. After he killed the dragon, it was like he was a different person. He gave orders and even I was willing to go along with what he said. And despite his boyish looks, he will grow up to be a handsome man. Why, sister, Nymeria grinned, eagerly leaning towards her sister. I do believe I see a blush forming on your face. Do you fancy the boy? I didn't know you liked them that young. He doesn't look his age, Obara muttered quietly, but not quite quietly enough to keep to herself. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Father left him with his squire in the yard while he and the sorcerer went to talk with Uncle Doran. Then that is exactly what we'll be doing, Arianne announced with a note of finality, marching towards the door to her chambers and leaving her cousins scrambling to follow. Just as she was about to pass through her door, she stopped and took a moment to look herself over in the mirror that had been gifted to her by her uncle after one of his many trips across the narrow sea. At 7 and 10, she had changed greatly from the little pudgy flat-chested girl she had been. Her olive skin was near flawless, her chest grown to be a thing all admired, and her hair had grown into long curls that hung loosely down her back and over her shoulders. In short, she had grown into a beautiful woman. A woman that was desired by men, and even women, from near and far. He's barely 3 and 10 name days, she thought as she took a moment to adjust her dress to accent her curves just the slightest bit more. Men twice his age can barely control themselves around me, let us hope that he is made of stronger stuff. Pleased with her appearance, the Princess of Dorne marched out of her chambers with her cousins close behind as she sought out her prey. It didn't take them long to arrive at the training yard, nor did it take long to find her intended target. For standing in the middle of the yard were two young men, both shirtless, and each with a training sword in hand as they worked through a series of movements together side by side. The slightly taller young man was easy for her to identify. After all, she had a rather, if only singular, carnal encounter with him. And while there was no true spark or passion between herself and Demon Sand, she could at least admit that he struck an impressive sight. His strong jaw, sky-blue eyes, sandy brown hair with a close-trimmed beard and his well-toned body earned from hours upon hours of training were certainly a sight that could make many a maiden, make any woman, wet themselves with desire. But while Demon was impressive, the young man beside him was equally impressive. Her cousin was correct. Snow certainly didn't look like a boy of 2 and 10, almost 3 and 10. Rather, he looked more like a young man of at least 5 and 10. He was slightly shorter than Demon, but not by much, merely a hand's width if she had to guess. And even with the distance that separated them, she could tell that in a few years he would indeed be a handsome man. With his long face, his dark hair and dark gray eyes. And, just like Demon, his body was nothing to be ashamed of. Lean and well-toned, if slightly paler than she was used to. Demon was a sight to behold, but this Jon Snow, if given a few years, he would be the thing of fantasies for any maiden, young and old, across the 7 kingdoms. A slight stubble on the cheeks, kept closely trimmed to less than a finger widths, Arianne mused as she tried to picture what sort of man he would grow into in a few years while watching the two treat her to an unexpected, but quite welcome, show. Let his hair grow and pull it back, perhaps bound in a tail behind his head. Yes, I can definitely work with this. Letting her hand rest lightly on the railing, Arianne slowly walked her way around the upper level surrounding the training yard, keeping herself out of the eyesight of the two strapping men below. As she made her way around the backside of the two of them, she started to realize something. While she was not an expert in martial combat, she did enjoy watching a good fight or watching men and women train. At first, she'd thought that Demon was teaching Snow a few tricks, but as she watched more closely, she realized it was the exact opposite. Snow was teaching Demon a few things. Coming around almost full circle of the yard, Arianne descended the steps leading to the ground level of the yard, emerging just as the two men in the yard appeared to reach a stopping point as Demon led Snow over to a shaded area of the yard so the two could drink greedily from a flask of water. Raising her hands, she began to lightly clap, the sound of her hands echoing throughout the empty yard and announcing her presence to the two. Demon didn't seem surprised to see her as he merely turned to her and bowed his head respectfully. Snow, however, his reaction was everything Arianne could have hoped for. His eyes grew twice their size at seeing her before tracking up and down her body while his face turned a steadier shade of red. Well done, you two, she congratulated the two as she approached. That was quite the display. I am glad you approve, Princess Arianne, Demon said, using her name as a way of subtly announcing her presence to Snow. The bastard's reaction to her station was even more comical. His eyes, which were already wide, grew even wider as his blush increased and he started trying to look everywhere except where he, and even she, wanted to look. Even more amusingly, he seemed to be suddenly very conscious of the fact that he was standing before her without a shirt on. I have known my uncle Squire for some time now, but I have never truly seen him take lessons from anyone other than my uncle, let alone from one so young. What is your name? Jon Snow, my lady, princess. Arianne couldn't help but smile slightly at his stumbling. It was rather cute, in a boyish way that stood in stark contradiction to his physical appearance. Jon Snow, the son of the Warden and Lord Paramount of the North, Eddard Stark. And the apprentice of Lord Nox, the Northern Sorcerer. I have heard stories about you. Snow appeared shocked that she knew of him, until his eyes flickered behind her where she knew Obara was standing, and a look of understanding crossed his face. I hope what you've heard have been good things, Princess. Arianne, she corrected, drawing a quick look from the boy. In a private setting like this, I prefer if my name, not my title, would be used. Snow took a step back. I couldn't do that, princess. It would not be proper for, not proper. Arianne asked, taking a step forward to counter his step back, putting her almost within arm's length of him. I am the princess of Dorne, am I not? And we are currently in Dorne. So, what I say is proper is what is proper. Let us try again, shall we? I wish for you to call me Arianne, not princess. Now, try it. Snow looked more than a little unsure, but soon enough he relented. As you wish, Arianne. Letting loose her full smile, Arianne took another step forward, placing her well within arm's reach of the young man. That's better, she muttered, looking him up and down. I see that your training has done wonders for one your age. I may not be an expert with a sword, but I can tell just by watching you that in time you will, undoubtedly, be one of the best in the lands. Perhaps even on par with the Sword of the Morning. She'd hoped that by mentioning the legendary position given only to those of House Dane that she would be able to gain some sort of insight on whether the boy knew of his lineage or not. Unfortunately, the boy showed little recognition of his potential mother's family outside of the name and position. Shame. Either he doesn't know, or he is far better at hiding his true thoughts than any young man his age has the right to do so. I could only hope to eventually be considered on the same level as the legendary Sword of the Morning or Lord Nox, Arianne. Humble too, such a rare trait to find these days, considering almost all men like to strut about like a stallion out to stud. Yes, this young man has the qualities that I'm looking for. He'll need some refinement, but he's still young. He will grow. Gracing him with a dazzling smile, she looked back and forth between sand and snow. Demon was giving her a more than slightly amused look as she did so. He knew exactly where her thoughts were. They'd discussed it a length before and he'd been one of the first to agree to help her take her place as ruler of Dorne, even if he knew that she would never be his. Well, maybe not never, this is Dorne after all. The display between yourself and Demon here was quite impressive, Jon Snow. Arianne stated, slowly circling the young man. Tell me, Demon, if you two of you were to spar, who would emerge the victor? Demon didn't hesitate. If we were to spar with swords alone, Snow here would win without question. But if we were to spar while I wielded my spear, then I believe I would have the edge over him. His words brought her up short slightly. Demon, much like her uncle, was not one to exaggerate their skills. They were both good and they knew it. For Demon to say that Jon could potentially beat him, he wasn't just trying to build up Snow's confidence. He was serious. And what of you, Jon? She asked, turning the young man. Do you think you can take on Demon while he wields his spear instead of the sword? To his credit, Snow didn't answer right away, preferring instead to turn and study Demon. I believe I could. Arianne. Confident. Good. Then, let us put that to the test then, Arianne said with a clap of her hands. You two shall spar. Demon with his spear, and Jon with his sword. First to 10 victories will take the match. And to give you both a little incentive, I shall put a wager of my favor to the winner on your little contest. Jon looked confused at her statement, but Demon merely gave her a sidelong look. Regardless of the looks, both accepted and Jon moved off to the weapon rack to replace his wooden training blade for a training blade. Demon, Arianne whispered quietly, ushering her uncle's squire to her. Test him, but don't hurt him. To her surprise, Demon merely laughed. Arianne, I fear your concerns may be misplaced. If anything, you should be concerned that he will be the one hurting me. Raising her brow at the statement, Arianne stepped back towards a shaded section of the training yard and took a seat amongst the cushions on the ground. As she and her cousins got settled, she watched with rapt attention as Snow and Sand choose their respected training weapons before meeting back in the center of the yard. Demon held his spear in both hands, the shaft crossing his body on an angle while the tip pointed slightly towards the ground. Jon meanwhile took a stance that she had never seen before. He stood with his sword level with his arm and pointed on an angle towards the ground while he turned his body slightly so that his side was facing Demon. Begin, Arianne shouted, signaling the start of the match. Demon struck first, letting go of the spear with his left hand while he thrusted with the right to extend the reach, trying to draw first blood. But before the spear could ever even get close, Jon parried the attack away before quickly countering by stepping in close to Demon and placing the tip of his sword directly over Demon's heart. The entire exchange lasted less than a few seconds, but there was no doubt that Jon had taken the first point in just 2 moves. Didn't realize he was a water dancer, Nymeria commented as she leaned forward, suddenly very interested in the fight going on before them as Demon and Jon reset themselves. He isn't, Obara countered. I have watched Jon and the Sorcerer spar for hours on the ship. From what I've learned, Jon prefers 2 forms of fighting. This one he and the Sorcerer call Makashi, I believe it was. It focuses on quickness, precision attacks, and counters. His other style is called Juyo. I fought him once when he used that style, and that was one of the few times I truly feared for my life. Even though we were only sparring. Now Arianne was even more impressed than she already was as she watched Jon and Demon trade blows with one another. This time Demon, after losing the first point so quickly, had adapted a more cautious approach as he tried to figure out Jon's fighting style. Jon Snow, she thought, licking her lips. You are just becoming more and more of catch with each new thing I learn about you. Holding his wine glass in one hand while swirling the dark red wine around, Nox carefully examined the board resting between himself and Prince Doran. The various pieces on both sides of the board were scattered throughout as both players carefully moved their pieces across the board as they tried to kill the king on the opposing side. Seeing a path to victory, Nox leaned forward and moved his heavy horse piece across the set number of tiles, placing it near Doran's dragon piece, which was nestled up against a mountain terrain to block the path to his king piece. His move made, Prince Doran went to immediately counter his move, only to pause as he truly looked at the board. Impressive trap, the prince muttered, retracting his hand from his dragon piece. I almost fell into it headlong. I didn't take you for an expert Syvas player, Sorcerer. Never played a game till our brief stay in Volantis, Nox admitted. But my homeland has a similar game. And strategy is strategy, no matter whether you're partaking in war, politics or a simple game like this. Some would argue differently, Doran stated, moving his catapult around the mountain terrain to flank Nox's heavy horse piece. While they all require a level of strategy, the nuances of each are vastly different. Perhaps, but they all boil down to the same basic principle, Nox admitted, taking his dragon piece and using it to remove Doran's elephant from the game. In order to win, you must get your opponents to think they know what you are doing, and then do something they do not expect to take their victory out from under their feet. Looking down at the board, Doran went to take his move but then stopped. Even without sight, Nox knew the game was over. His dragon was poised to take Doran's king piece, which meant that he would have to move his trebuchet in order to prevent the dragon from moving into a killing position. But if he made such a move, then his light horse would be able to move to the spot that would be vacated, and the game would be over anyway. Well played, Doran nodded, tipping over his king piece in admittance of defeat. Well played indeed, Sorcerer. It is but a game, Prince Doran, Nox shrugged. In the grand scheme of things, you are perhaps one of the best players in all of Westeros, on level with Tywin, Olenna, and Jon Arryn, if my analysis is correct. Flattery, Doran chuckled. I'm but a crippled man stuck to this wretched chair. Your body may not be in its prime, but your mind is far above almost all others, Nox countered. Your play with your brother in Essos speaks volumes to your abilities to play the game. Oh, Doran asked, leaning back. And what was my play with my brother? To find out if there is anything that you can use to sway me to your side when you make your move against the Baratheons and the Lannisters. As well as to set up a few other parts of your long-term plans. Nox replied casually. Doran didn't appear fazed, not that Nox expected him to be. The man was a master politician after all. I'm afraid I'm not sure what you're talking about, Sorcerer. Yes, I did send my brother to Essos to try and learn if you were in fact from that region, but House Martell and Dorne are loyal subjects to the crown. Ha, if anyone actually believes that, then I have a wonderful plot of land to sell them in the middle of the bite. Nox chuckled. You want vengeance, Prince Doran. Do not try and deny it. The mountain killed Prince Aegon by smashing his head in with his bare hands. Then raped your sister to death with the boy's blood still on him while Lorch stabbed your niece over 100 times. Then both were presented to Robert Baratheon, who not only smiled at their deaths, but released and rewarded the 2 men responsible for their demise. If you weren't planning on taking revenge, then I would be disappointed in you. Such an insult cannot go unpunished. Picking up his own glass, Doran took a long drink. Robert, the Mountain, Lorch, you missed one if revenge was truly my goal. Tywin, while complicit, is not guilty of the murder of your sister and your niece. Aegon yes, but not the women. Nox answered, holding up his hand to stop Doran's response as he continued. While ruthless, you and I both know that Tywin is smart. Elia and Rhaenys were far too valuable. Ideally, he would want Elia to be married to his son Jaime after leveraging his release from the Kingsguard. And then Rhaenys would be betrothed to Robert and Cersei's heir to the throne, thereby easing the tensions amongst the loyalists with the knowledge that the dragon's blood, however diluted, would still be on the throne. The only woman he truly wished dead was Lyanna Stark, because if she were to be alive, even soiled, Robert would name her his queen and there would be nothing he could do about it. Doran seemed fairly interested in his words now. Not surprised but interested in Nox's point of view. Then why did he not condemn the actions taken by the Mountain and Lorch and have them executed? Because, to a man like Tywin, being seen as not being in control is worse than being seen as guilty, Nox answered, to which Doran nodded. Plus, he never outright said that he had or had not ordered the attack on Elia and Rhaenys. He more than likely gave the orders for the 2 to be captured. But more than likely the 2 put up a fight, and due to the bloodlust from battle, the Mountain and Lorch lost control and killed them. That left Tywin with one of 2 options. 1. Admit that his bannermen went against his orders and appear weak. Or 2. Say nothing and let people come to their own conclusions. So that is what he did. He counted on Robert's well-known hatred of the Targaryens to blindside the people so that no one would ever suspect that his own men went against his orders. Setting his glass aside, Doran folded his hands in his lap. Your thoughts mirror my own. Tywin is a prickly sort. One who would rather be found guilty than not in control. And it is not wrong to say that I hate the Lannisters and the Baratheons for what was done to my family. But I am not engaged in treason against the crown. Nox smiled at the wordplay. He had missed this verbal sparring. The North, for all its charm, did not care for politics or verbal sparring on this level. It reminded him greatly of his time on the Dark Council. An interesting turn of phrase to say that you are not engaged in treason. Setting down his glass, Nox decided it was time to pull out his trump card, so to speak. My apprentice ran into 2 interesting individuals before we met with your brother in Volantis. A young girl and a young man, both with silver gold hair and violet eyes. And the young man seemed most aggravated, as if he was expecting something to happen but was denied what he thought was his due. No doubt he was hoping for an alliance through betrothal of sorts, but the father of the potential bride must have made the proposal provisional, based on certain elements regarding what could happen in the future. Doran's friendly demeanor, as well as the atmosphere, disappeared completely as Nox dropped his proverbial bomb on the Prince of Dorne. Before you make any rash decisions, Prince Doran, Nox said, holding up his hand. Know that I have no loyalty to the Iron Throne, and what I heard can be considered merely hearsay or conjecture. Therefore, I have no intention nor desire to spread it beyond just the 2 of us. Unless someone was to act rashly, of course. Then I would be forced to do what I must to protect myself and those I care about. Doran relaxed slightly, but not much. The man was still on edge, and rightfully so given what Nox had laid out before him. And what would it take to ensure such hearsay did not spread? I wouldn't want such unsubstantiated rumors about Dorne spreading through the rest of the 7 kingdoms. Nothing, Nox replied, waving the concern away. Nothing is happening to myself or those I call my own, so no word need be spread. The underling meaning to his words were clear to Doran. Nox had him, and Dorne by extension, by the balls. If Doran left him alone, then the fact that a baron met with the exiled Targaryens would stay with him. But should Doran try anything, then word would be spread. And given the king's general mentality towards anything related to the Targaryens, well, Dorne's peace probably wouldn't last long. And if things were to change? Doran questioned. If, for some reason, those in exile brought war to come home, where would you stand? Depends, Nox shrugged. My allegiance is not one that can be bought. But if I'm left alone, then that is that. But do keep in mind, while I do not owe direct allegiance to the Starks, I do consider Ned Stark to be a friend. And a friendship to me is indeed a rare thing. It is something which I have only acknowledged to less than 10 individuals in my entire life. Thus, I would be most aggrieved if something were to happen to him or his family. Doran didn't seem to like that answer, but it appeared as if he was resigned to it. Then the future will indeed be interesting should the unfortunate develop. Indeed, it shall, Nox nodded, rising to his feet. But I feel that is enough politicking for the day. I sense something amiss in the training yard that I fear will need to be addressed soon. And while we are making our way there, perhaps you can indulge a question of mine. Just what is the purpose of the Kingsguard? Ever since she was a little girl, Arianne had always been fascinated with displays of skill, particularly on the field of battle. In fact, her first infatuation was with her uncle Oberyn and had come to be after watching him spar and utterly humiliate no less than a dozen men in the yard on his own. Later, her attention had turned to his squire Demon Sand, who was quickly becoming one of the better spears in Dorne. But while she'd always enjoyed watching a good spar, she had never experienced a reaction quite like the one she was having now watching as Jon Snow thoroughly trounced one of the best spears in Dorne. Her entire being felt like it was on fire, and not because of the heat of the sun bearing down on her. After Snow had managed to take 2 points on Demon, a familiar warmth had started to pool within her. By the time Snow had taken a 5-1 point lead, the warmth had grown into a raging inferno and had started to coalesce between her legs. And now that the young man had taken a 9-3 lead and was on the match point, she was having trouble sitting still. The fire within her was all but demanding that she take the object that had stoked such passion within her. Even if he was still a slight bit younger than what could be considered proper for such activities, and she wasn't the only one who was drawn to the display. Beside her, her cousins were all staring at the two men with undivided attentions. While she wasn't sure just how word of what was happening had spread throughout the palace, but to be sure it had. For all around the training yard, both the ground and upper levels were packed with visiting nobles and servants alike, no doubt hoping to catch a glimpse of the man that was being trained by the northern sorcerer and was a potential son of Dorne, if the rumors of his mother were true. Biting her lip, Arianne watched with rapt attention as the two squared off against one another. Demon was panting more than slightly. His spear was held at a slightly lower angle than when they started as the toll of the training the two had gone through, and now the fight began taking its toll on his body. Jon, though, did not seem to have the same difficulties. To be sure, his breath was labored, and his body was covered in sweat, but his stance was still just as strong as it had been when the two had started their duel. Letting out a loud yell, Demon lunged forward, his spear aiming for the center of Jon's chest. Jon moved almost impossibly fast as he sidestepped the lunge and batted the spear tip away. Demon, having seen the same move before, quickly countered by trying to strike with the butt of his spear. Jon, though, had apparently seen the move coming and quickly moved to block it before kicking Demon in his unprotected chest, doubling him over and ending the spar as Jon brought his training blade down, stopping just a hair's width from making contact with Demon's head. All around the yard, people started clapping, congratulating the two on their performance. For her part, Arianne couldn't keep the smile off her face as she watched Jon hold out his hand to help Demon. Oh yes, he is perfect. And give him a few more years, he will be beyond perfect. I need to talk with Obara, and soon. I need to know if I can expect any competition for his eye or not. As the clapping slowly died down, there was one set of claps that did not. Even after everyone had stopped, the one set continued to clap slowly, almost mockingly, as the owner stepped out from the crowd and into the yard. Well, the squire of Prince Oberyn, bested by a foreign boy. How low the Red Viper's standards must have become. Arianne wanted to curse as she quickly rose to her feet, recognizing the man making his way towards Jon and Demon. Damn it, she cursed, holding her head high. Father did not tell me that Sir Gerald, Darkstar, Dane, of all people, would be in the palace today. The Knight of High Hermitage was from a cadet branch of the House Dane, and he was cousins to the infamous Sir Arthur Dane, the last Sword of the Morning, and Lady Ashara Dane. But while Sir Gerald may have inherited House Dane's striking features with his purple eyes and gold almost silver hair, he had not inherited their temperament. Sir Arthur was a man of honor and Lady Ashara a woman of grace and generosity. Darkstar was neither. He was a cruel bastard at heart, at most generous of times. And to think, there was a time I entertained the notion of tying myself to him to affirm my hold on Dorne. Thank the gods I learned of his true self before I did something incredibly foolish. Sir Dane, Arianne said out loud, drawing attention to herself and hopefully away from Jon. This is an unexpected pleasure to have you within Sunspear once more. Gerald smiled brightly as she approached, a look that might have once thrilled her, but now filled her with nothing more than dread. Princess Arianne, Gerald smiled, taking her hand and kissing the back of it. Your beauty continues to grow and shine brighter and brighter than the sun with each passing day. Flatterer, she smiled, but felt disgusted with herself for even having to act halfway interested in the man. But I must confess curiosity as to the reason for your visit. Gerald's smile slipped only slightly before reaffirming itself. Why, because of this young man here, of course. Gerald smiled unkindly while beckoning at Jon. I came to speak with your father on the matter, and imagine my surprise to find the supposed ill-gotten bastard of my whore of a cousin here in Sunspear. And not only is he here, but apparently also humiliating the squire of the Red Viper himself and under the watchful eye of the Princess of Dorne. My, how far House Martell has fallen. Has House Martell already forgotten that it was the barbarians of House Stark that were instrumental in during the war against the Targaryens? The same war that saw to the death of our beloved Princess Elia and her children. Yet here you now stand with the son of the very dishonorable man who not only apparently fucked, impregnated and then abandoned my cousin, Ashara, but also murdered my cousin Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword in the Morning. Your ancestors would be turning over in their graves if they were to see this insult to their memories. Arianne wanted to slap the man, but before she could utter any defense, Jon beat her to it. My father is not dishonorable, Jon stated clearly and loudly. And I do not know if Lady Ashara Dane is my mother not. My father has never spoken of her. My father fought Sir Arthur Dane on equal footing. But, regardless, you should not speak of your kin so unkindly, Sir Dane. In the north, we have a saying. When the snow falls and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies but the pack survives. In the north, family is everything, Sir. Arianne just barely managed to hide her grimace. While Jon's words had some weight and good meaning behind them, she really wished he wouldn't have said anything in the first place, as he didn't truly understand just how to deal with a man like Sir Gerald. Is that so, bastard? Sir Gerald asked, his eyes narrowing. Then, tell me, where was your father's sense of honor and family when he married that whore fish after fucking my cousin and putting you in her womb? Most honorable man in the land. Ha, Stark wouldn't know honor if it came up and bit him in the ass. And the day I believe a northern barbarian can defeat a son of House Dane in a fair fight is the day I kiss my own ass. This wasn't good. She could see exactly what Gerald was doing. He was winding Jon up, provoking him into doing something rash. Something that would give Gerald reason to bring harm to him. And that was not something that she could allow. Thankfully, Jon seemed to be able to handle his emotions well enough, as he, mercifully, didn't rise to the bait Gerald was laying out for him. Instead, he just closed his eyes and took several long and slow breaths, his visibly tensing body starting to relax. This was something that Gerald obviously wasn't pleased with. Nothing to say, boy? Gerald asked, leaning towards Jon. Or perhaps your supposed victory over the squire of the Red Viper has given you a false sense of skill. How about a real challenge then? A spar between the two of us. And I'll even give you an incentive. Should you manage to land a single point on my person, I will apologize for words I spoke against my whore cousin, your possible mother, and that dishonorable barbarian limp-dick man you call your father. I accept, Jon said immediately, his voice solemn and drawing a wince from Arianne. Splendid. Gerald's smile was positively vicious. I cannot allow this, Sir Gerald, Arianne said, trying to get between the two of them. Jon has been training and sparring all morning. He is exhausted while you are fresh. A match bet we. Making excuses for the boy's defeat already, Princess Arianne. Gerald sneered. I didn't realize your tastes ran so young or along the lines of barbarians. I am fine, Princess Arianne, Jon said, stepping forward. Even after my spar with Sir Demon, I am still more than capable of handling Esser Dane in a spar. Chuckling, Gerald began loosening the ties of his clothes to free up his movements. You have a quick mouth, bastard. Let us hope your sword is just quick, or I won't enjoy it as much in shutting it permanently. As Gerald made his way to collect a training sword, Arianne rounded on Jon. What are you doing? She hissed in a hushed tone. You've done exactly what he wanted. You had my father's protection in mind. But now that you are in a spar, he can harm and even maim you without repercussions. Jon turned to her, and when he did, Arianne felt the breath catch in her lungs. His once dark gray eyes were slowly turning a dark yellow before her very eyes. The same applies to him. And while I don't care about what he may say about me, I will not stand for someone insulting my father, their own family, or you, princess. Don't worry, I can handle the likes of him easy. Moving aside, Arianne watched helplessly as Jon marched to the center of the yard where Esser Gerald stood waiting. A not-so-small part of her wanted to stop this farce immediately. Gerald was twice Jon's size and age, had been fighting for years, and had garnered quite the reputation for his swordsmanship and his ruthlessness. But it had been Jon's confidence in the, well, aura for lack of a better term that was coming from him. When he told her that he could handle Esser Gerald, she believed him. Don't make me wrong on my assumption, Snow, she thought, returning to her place next to her cousins. Nymeria, Tyene, and Elia all had the same worried look on their faces. But Obara was calm, as if she didn't have a care in the world. There is no need to worry, her eldest cousin said softly the moment she returned to them. Snow will win. Arianne was about to ask how her cousin could be so sure, but then she noticed it. Jon had changed his stance from what it had been when he'd been sparring against Demon. In fact, his entire demeanor seemed to have changed. The calm look he wore while sparring against Demon was gone, and in its place was a look that she could only describe as pure, unadulterated, seething rage. Even Esser Gerald seemed taken aback, though he tried to hide it as he pointed his wooded training blade towards Jon. Nice trick with the eyes, bastard. But yellow eyes don't make you AW. Jon seemed to move in a blur as he rushed at Gerald, his sword arching downward towards the taller man's shoulder and chest. Gerald just barely managed to get his own blade up in time to block the strike. While he was able to block it, the sheer force behind Jon's attack defied all logic as Gerald's wooden training sword was pushed back into his chest and the large man was forced to take several steps back as he tried to regain his balance. But Jon didn't allow that as he rained down a relentless barrage of attacks on Gerald, each one forcing the older man to backstep further and further away as he struggled to absorb the powerful attacks. With his back pressed against the edge of the sparring yard, Gerald finally managed to get his footing under him and began trying to launch a counterattack. With his base set, Gerald was able to start holding his own against Jon and even started pushing the younger man back away from the edge. As Jon started backing away, Arianne's concern grew as she started to notice something about Jon's form. He continuously left his front leg forward, a clear weak point that she hoped Gerald wouldn't notice. But, to her distress, Gerald did notice, and as Jon made to step back, Gerald slashed down towards Jon's exposed front leg. But just as the training blade was about to make contact, Jon shifted his feet quickly, letting Gerald's attack pass harmlessly by and leaving the older man exposed. Which Jon took immediate advantage of as he delivered a quick and devastating down cut onto Gerald's chest with enough force to make the older man stagger back and drop to a knee. A killing blow. Gerald immediately threw out a blind backhanded strike, which Jon easily swatted away, as he tried to give himself time to scramble back up to his feet. Time which Jon seemed to allow as the younger man started pacing back and forth with his training sword held loosely by his side. No, not pacing, Arianne quickly corrected herself. Stalking. Like a predator stalking its prey in the wild. The look on Esser Dane's face was one of absolute fury as he readied himself once more. Letting out a cry, Gerald brought his sword into a high guard with the intent of bringing his sword down on Jon's head. But Jon merely raised his sword to block, arresting Gerald's strike before it could gain too much momentum. Then Jon did something she wasn't expecting, and certainly something she hadn't seen him do against Demon. He kicked out with his front foot, catching Gerald in the side of his knee and dropping him. As he was still falling, Jon's sword came down and caught Gerald on the back of his shoulder. But, unlike his spar with Demon, Jon didn't stop his swing before he made contact. No, he brought his sword with far more strength than a young man his age should have been able to possess and dropped a man twice his age, size, and experience face first into the ground. 2 killing blows, Arianne thought with a growing smile, watching as Jon backed off and began to stalk his prey once again while Ser Dane half crawled half rolled towards the edge of the yard. If I thought he was impressive before, then this is, oh shit. The sound of metal scrapping against leather echoed throughout the near-silent courtyard as Gerald grabbed hold of his sword, which he'd left at the edge of the yard, and quickly pulled it out from its sheath. This was no longer a spar. Live steel had been drawn, and from the look in Gerald's eyes, he was thirsty for blood and wouldn't stop till he had his fill. Jumping to her feet, Arianne felt a cry leave her throat as she called for the guards to intervene, but her voice was muffled in the screams of those watching as Gerald ran at Jon with live steel. But Jon didn't even bat an eye. Sidestepping Gerald's thrust, the Northerner swung his training blade around in a tight circle before bringing it down on Gerald's exposed right hand. The sound of bones breaking and Gerald's pained scream broke through the noise of the spectators as his sword fell from his now injured hand. But Jon wasn't done. Instead of hitting Gerald again, an easy target as the man was currently defenseless, Jon thrusted his right hand towards Gerald, his palm open and facing his downed opponent. Then he slowly began to clench his hand into a slight fist. Whatever doubts remained in Arianne's mind about the validity of Jon having sorcerer-like powers were dispelled as Gerald's cries abruptly cut off. Ser Dane's eyes bulged as his hands started pawing at his neck. And then, without being able to comprehend just what was happening, Arianne could do little more than watched in befuddled amazement as Gerald is lifted into the air until the tips of his toes were dangling just above the surface of the ground. "You call my father a man without honor." She could barely even recognize Jon's voice, but it carried through the yard as if he were standing right next to her, and the very sound of it sent a chill through her body. A chill, and a renewed warmth that would not go away. "You insult the memory of your cousin. Both of them. And you insult a princess in her own palace. You, Esser, no, you do not have the right to that title. You, Gerald Dane, are the one without honor. Enough." The single command resounded throughout the courtyard with such force that many of those who were present immediately dropped to a knee. Even Arianne felt the need to stop whatever she'd been doing and lower her head in submission, a feeling she was highly unaccustomed to. It took almost all of her willpower to keep herself still as she looked around for whoever had issued the command as an unnatural chill shot through her body, making her feel almost as if the stranger itself was standing over her. It didn't take her long to find the man. And the moment she laid her eyes on him, she knew exactly who he was without needing to be introduced. The man was tall and handsome with a close-trimmed ashen beard, pulled back silver hair, and a black cloth covering his eyes. His black robes billowing behind him as he marched into the yard despite the absence of any wind. This was Lord Darth Nox, the Northern Sorcerer. The Breaker of the Pike. The Storm God's avatar. The Stranger incarnate. The will of the old gods of the First Men. And just behind him was her father, being pushed in his rolling chair by her uncle Oberyn with Hoda right behind with his axe draw. All three of whom were looking positively murderous, but not at Jon. Rather at Dane, who was still on the ground from where he'd collapsed. In the center of the yard, almost forgotten due to the legend's arrival, Gerald Dane hit the ground hard as Jon released whatever hold he had on him, leaving the knight to clutch at his throat as he coughed violently, trying desperately to get some air back into his lungs. Backing away, Jon made to speak, but the sorcerer merely held up a single finger, silencing the young man before he could say even a single word. She was prepared to step forward and defend the young man, but that proved to not be necessary as the sorcerer bypassed Jon and made his way over to where Gerald was still trying to recover on the ground. As he stood above the downed man, Arianne felt a chill go through her just from standing in the man's presence. She couldn't imagine what Gerald must have felt like to have been at the center of the sorcerer's apparently sightless focus. "You insult a man I consider a friend." The sorcerer's voice was calm and steady, but she could hear the underlying tone of anger clear as day. "You insult your own family. You insult my apprentice. You draw live steel during a spar because you were losing against a boy less than half your age. Your jealousy has turned to anger. Your anger has turned to hatred. And now, you've allowed your hatred to blind you, letting it control you. A scraping noise drew Arianne's attention towards the sorcerer's feet. Gerald's sword was sliding across the ground without anyone having a hold of it. After just a moment, it stopped just before the downed Dane. You hated your cousin, Sir Arthur, because he was the sword in the morning. You hated Lady Ashara because she was considered a beauty of the realm and would never give you the time of day. You hate the Martells because of what you perceive to be inaction and weakness. You hate Lord Stark because he defeated Sir Arthur and had the affection of Lady Ashara. You hate me because I work with the Starks. Your hatred has consumed you to the point where it is now all you know. Even now, as you lay before me gasping for breath, your hatred is demanding that you pick up your sword and run me through. You believe killing me will make you a legend beyond anything your cousins, or the rest of your family, could ever hope to overcome. Which leaves you with two paths to take. The first, you leave and begin letting go of your hatred and set yourself free. Or the second, you let your hatred run its course, pick up your sword and run me through. But I best warn you, should you take the latter path, you had best make your strike count. Because you will never get a second chance. You've already lost the usage of your right hand thanks to your actions. I would hate to see you lose more. From his spot on the ground, Gerald glared up at the sorcerer before grasping the hilt of his sword with his left hand and using the blade to help himself rise to his feet. Even from across the yard, Arianne could see the hatred in Gerald's eyes as he met the sightless visage of the northern sorcerer. He's giving the fool an out, she thought, as the two continued to stare one another down. Part of her, the part that recognized Gerald as her countryman, wanted him to accept the offer and leave. He barely stood a chance against Jon. What chance could he stand against the man who trained him? But another part of her, the slightly more sadistic part that recognized Gerald for the liability that he was, wanted him to try his hand at the sorcerer. Letting out a yell, Gerald made his decision as he lunged forward, the tip of his sword heading straight for the sorcerer's unprotected heart. Arianne could have understood it if the sorcerer had dodged or even blocked the thrust. Although with the distance between them and the frantic nature of the attack, she wasn't sure if the sorcerer would have been able to do either. But what she had not expected to have happen was for Nox to catch the sword point less than a hand's width from his chest and stop Gerald cold. Fool. Arianne had no words to describe what happened next. The sorcerer, Gerald's blade still firmly in his right hand, raised his left hand, and then, thunder and lightning leapt forth from his fingertips and slammed into Gerald's chest, throwing the man to the ground where he started writhing in agony as the lightning continued to crackle down upon him, screaming at the top of his lungs so loud that she was sure that even the denizens of Shadow City could hear him. The attack lasted but a moment. But when it ended, Gerald was left as a simpering wreck on the ground, curled into the fetal position as he whimpered and moaned while small wisps of smoke rose from his clothes. Lord Sorcerer Nox, her father's voice cut across the silence, drawing all attention to him as he was wheeled out towards Nox by a baron with his ever-faithful guard Areo Hoda. I understand your anger over his actions, Sorcerer, and I agree with your handling of the situation as it involved one sworn to you. However, I cannot allow this to continue, as I cannot allow you to kill one of my own bannermen in my halls. Sir Dane will be educated on the penalty for trying to harm those I consider my guests, breaking the ancient laws of gods and men. You have my word on that. She was half afraid that the sorcerer would press the issue, but to her relief the man simply nodded and backed off. As you wish, Prince Doran, the sorcerer said, bowing his head slightly. I apologize for the scene. If my apprentice and I have worn out our welcome, we will make our departure. Nonsense, Lord Sorcerer. Arianne hadn't even realized she'd spoken until she'd already taken several steps towards the intimidating man. All she knew was that the sorcerer was threatening to leave, and that was something that she couldn't have happen. Not yet. She hadn't had a chance to firmly etch herself into young Jon's mind. And after seeing just what he could potentially become, that was becoming more and more of a priority for her. Lord Dane's temperament is well known throughout all of Dorne, and he was in need of a desperate lesson in manners, she continued, walking up beside her father and taking her place by his side. Had it not been yourself, then I'm sure someone else would have taken him to hand soon enough. Though, I doubt their lesson would have been as effective as yours, Lord Sorcerer. Princess Arianne, the sorcerer greeted her. Your uncle has told us many a tale of your beauty during our voyage. But I feel as if he has greatly understated just how beautiful you are. Even to one without eyes like myself, your beauty shines like the sun of Dorne on a midsummer's day." She felt a pleasant thrill run through her at the sorcerer's words. "I do hope that young Jon was taking notes, or not. Don't need him wooing and running into the first pretty skirt he comes across once he figures out how his cock works. My thanks, Lord Sorcerer. And may I say, the tales of your skill and power are, as you have said, understated." "My daughter speaks true, Sorcerer," her father said, and she had the distinct impression that he was curious as to just what her play was while he motioned for his guards to pick up the still groaning Gerald and escort him out. "There is no need for you and your apprentice to leave. This incident will not be held against you or the North. In fact, Lord Sorcerer, it is tradition to hold a feast upon the return of a son of Dorne." She was stretching things, she knew that. It was tradition to hold a feast to celebrate a return of a member of the ruling family, but her uncle hardly ever cared for such things. "And considering you traveled with my uncle, saw him through the horrors of Valyria, and brought him home safely, we would be remiss should we not offer you, your apprentice, and those you of the nobility you traveled with to join us for the evening." "My dear niece speaks true, Nox," her uncle said, though whether he was following her lead or just having fun, she wasn't sure. "It would be our honor to have you as a guest tonight. As well as the others that we stood shoulder to shoulder with during our brief venture to Valyria." Nox seemed to be pondering as he remained silent. "I was hoping to return north as soon as possible. But I suppose one night's rest will do our crew some good before we set sail once more. We accept your gracious offer, Princess, Prince Doran, Prince Aberon." "Splendid," Arianne smiled, glancing towards Jon. "Then we shall see you tonight. I shall have baths and clothes prepared, Sorcerer, for those who follow you. And I look forward to seeing you both tonight." Giving Jon one last smile, she turned with a slightly exaggerated swivel of her hips in Jon's direction before heading back into the palace proper. She had a lot of work to do. She had to see that word was sent to the bathhouses to be expecting the Northern Sorcerer and his party, and potentially send clothes as well for them to wear. Then there was what she was going to wear as well that needed to be taken into consideration. This would perhaps be the only night that she would have to get the attention of young Jon. And she was not about to let this opportunity slip her by. The return to leaning his head back against the warm soft stone in the bath, Nox let out a content sigh as he felt the warm scented water begin to relax the muscles in his back and legs. Outside of jumping into the sea on occasion, it had been months, hell since they left Winterfell, that he'd had a full bath. He wasn't entirely sure if it was Arianne, Aberon or Doran who set them up with private baths in the Tower of the Sun for their visiting noble guests, but he was thankful. The baths were a gift from the Force, as were the women who took their time to massage each of them with scented oils. Though their backs, legs and necks were not the only things the women were sent to take care of. And judging by the sounds coming from some of the private rooms and the beet-red face of Jon after he all but ran from his private room, many were taking advantage of the women's skills. But despite the pampering and relaxation, Nox couldn't help but feel more than a slight twinge of annoyance creep into his being. Not from the prospect of having to stay for a feast tonight. No, he had expected that they would have to stay one night in the company of the Dornish ruling family after returning with their wayward prince. But rather his annoyance stemmed from the conversation he'd had with Asha and Wendell Manderly just prior to entering the baths. Apparently, neither the Sea Wolf nor Asha's yet unnamed galleon had managed to escape their little skirmish completely unharmed. And because they were docked, both decided that now would be the most opportune moment to see to their repairs before starting their next leg north. Unfortunately, the damage to both ships, while not extensive nor enough to make either unseaworthy, was worrying. And at best would take a few days to repair fully. So, with nothing better to do, the crew dispersed into the city while those of more noble birth took guest rooms in the Tower of the Sun. The only two who decided to stay on the ship were Gerion Lannister and Talisa Maegor. The latter because she wanted to work on finalizing her notes for their Greyscale cure. And the former because he was a Lannister, and despite as much goodwill as he might have earned with Prince Aberon, he didn't want to test the hospitality of the Martells by forcing them to welcome a Lannister, and the brother of Tywin Lannister no less, into their home. Ever since they'd left Valyria, he'd been receiving, well, not visions but feelings. Sensations. Sensations that were emanating from the north. Something was happening in the north. Something important. Something that he needed to be there for. Yet here he was, stuck in Dorne for several days while he waited for their ships to be fully repaired. And while he sat on his ass, that strange sensation only grew in annoyance. What was worse, he couldn't see what was causing the strange disturbances. In fact, his sight had been quite clouded by something ever since they'd passed by the stepstones. He'd thought that after taking out the dark side entity that had made its home in Valyria that he would gain some better clairvoyance in his visions, particularly the one that led him to make his home in the north. But instead, the exact opposite had happened. His visions were even more clouded now than they were before. It was almost as if something or someone was on purposefully blocking his sight. Though the who, where, what, and how currently escaped him. You know, Sorcerer, if I didn't know for a fact you got a woman waiting for you back in the north, I would swear that you prefer the company of a man in your bed rather than women. Rolling his head to the side, he turned in the direction he knew where small Jon Umber was currently relaxing in a stone bath of his own. Oh, and why do you say that? The small Jon snorted. What are we supposed to think, Sorcerer, huh? Bravos, Volantis, and now here in Dorne. All these exotic cunts to sample and yet you keep it in your pants. Think you're the only man on the ship who hasn't gone for a taste. Except for young Jon here, boy. Unless you decided to sneak off and sample some foreign cunt while none of us were looking, Jon went redder than before and tried to disappear beneath the edge of the tube he was in. Come off it, small Jon, Nox groaned. He could understand being excited for sex. But honestly, between the small Jon and Theon, he wasn't sure just who had the more one-tracked mind when it came to the subject. Snow here hasn't even hit 3 and 10 yet. And, as for myself, I am content with Nyra waiting for me back in the north. And I told her I wouldn't lay with another woman till I returned to her, and I am a man of my word. Ha ha ha, she's got ya by the balls, Sorcerer. Small Jon gasped, splashing water out of the tube as he made to pinch the rear of the woman, rubbing his shoulders, and getting a sultry chuckling in response. Come now, we're in Dorne, Sorcerer. Dorne, and these girls know a good find when they see one. Why not take advantage of our host's hospitality? Unless you're more than a little disappointing below the belt, Bet that's it. Gotta compensate with your magic, huh? Shaking his head, Nox rose from the tub he was in to reveal that he had gone without a towel when he stepped in. Life as a slave and as a Sith had removed most reservations of modesty from him. And add to the fact that he couldn't physically see added to the fact that he didn't care who saw his body. Fucking hells, Sorcerer. Umber stuttered as the woman who was massaging his shoulders ceased her menstruations as Nox got out of his bath and reached for a nearby towel. Was your father part horse or something? For God's sake, leave something for the rest of us to compete against you with. Now why would I do that? Nox asked as he tied the towel around his waist as he rolled his neck and headed towards the exit of the bath. Just because you can't measure up, doesn't mean I should limit myself in any manner. Entering the separate room for changing, Nox found that all their clothes were gone and had been replaced with fine silken clothes of varying colors. For Nox, he found a pair of loose-fitting pants, a black silk shirt with gold trim and a light long overcoat that would reach the floor. Either Elaria was taking careful note of our clothes sizes during the voyage, or Sunspear has some very talented seamstresses in their employ, he thought as he chucked the towel aside so he could dress in the clothes laid out for him. Just as he was finishing up the lacing on his pants, he was joined in the room by his apprentice, who had yet to get the heat in his face under control. Master Nox, where are our clothes? More than likely being laundered, he answered, pulling on the shirt. It was a remarkably good fit. Destroyed. Seeing as how long we've been wearing them and what we've been through, I would put my money on the latter. Oh, Jon replied ineloquently as he awkwardly went over to where his new clothes were located and began going through them. How did they know they would fit? Your guess is as good as mine, Nox shrugged, not really caring just how they got the new clothes but thankful for them nonetheless. He had been more than slightly tempted to simply burn the ones he had been wearing. We need to speak of the feast tonight, Jon. And what is expected of you? Jon paused with his hand halfway towards his new clothes. I've been to a feast before, Master. In the north, yes. Here in Dorne, no, you haven't. And outside of the pure cultural differences between the North and Dorne, there is also the fact that you will more than likely be seated near, if not at, the high table with myself and the Martells. Now he had Jon's full attention. His eyes going wide as his nerves raced about the prospect. Me, sitting near the high table. But I'm just as Basta. What have I told you time and time again about that title, apprentice? Nox asked, leaning forward and fixing his full presence on his apprentice, making the young man shiver slightly as the dark side washed out of Nox and over him. That title only means something if you allow it to mean something. Stop using it as a crutch, or I can guarantee you that next time you use it in my presence as such, you will need a crutch for the next several months. Am I understood? Yes, Master, Jon nodded shakily. Good. Nox nodded, pulling his aura back into himself enough so that Jon could breathe properly. You are an apprentice to a Sith now, Jon. It's high time you start acting like one. Now, thanks to your little display in the yard in humiliating Esser Dane as well as defending the honor of Princess Arianne, you have garnered quite a bit of favor within Prince Doran's court. But at the same time, you have more than likely made a few enemies as well. You must be on guard tonight. Those who are seeking your favor will be obvious. The women will want to bed you or stake a claim on you. And the men will either want you for their daughters or will be looking to poach you away from your family. And the enemies you made will be looking to belittle you and make you make an ass of yourself to lower your standing. Understand? Jon's flush, which had started to dissipate after being under Nox's aura, flared back to life. I mean, yes. But why would the women want, well, me? And would it be so bad if? Think with your head, Jon, not your cock, Nox sighed, throwing the overcoat around his shoulders. You need to get over this aversion you have to the fairer sex and sex in general. And I suggest you do so quickly before I take on that aspect of your training as well by locking you in a brothel and forcing you to watch the whores ply their trade until you can talk to or about beautiful women or men and think of sex without stammering like an idiot. Stumbling as he attempted to put on his pants, Jon started stammering once more. But that, I don't. I know where to poo, I know how. Lord Stark talked to Robb and I about duties and expectations and knowing about sex is a lot different than knowing about sex, Jon, Nox sighed. Finish dressing already and take a moment to compose yourself. The feast begins soon, and I will not have my first apprentice in this land make a fool of me tonight. Staring down at the glass of watered-down Dornish red wine before him, Jon did his best to keep himself focused as all around him the feast in the Tower of the Sun went on well past the falling of the sun. His master had been correct in the statements that he'd made to Jon after the baths. He had indeed been seated near the high table, just below the dais where the Martell family and Lord Nox were seated. He had also been right in that the feast was far, far different than anything he had ever experienced in the north. It wasn't just the fact that they were in Dorne and the Dornish people were vastly different than the northern people. Nor was it the fact that he was freely given wine, watered-down wine to be sure, and he'd never even been offered that in the north. No, the one thing that truly set this feast apart from the others was the fact that Jon, again just like Lord Nox had predicted, was being constantly approached by lords and ladies from across Dorne. And they were talking to him. Not just to curry favor with his Lord Father or with Lord Nox or with his siblings. But simply because they were interested in him. Jon Snow. So far, he'd felt that he'd done a decent job in talking with the different lords and ladies. But it certainly wasn't easy. The lords he could handle, as they mostly seemed interested in his skills with sword or his mind for the battlefield or his venture into Valyria. Those questions he could handle. But what he couldn't handle and almost made him want to run from the hall and find a corner to hide in were the ladies. Many of them were, well, quite forward. Hells, one lady who could have easily been older than Lady Stark had point-blank asked him if his cock was working properly yet and if he would be willing to give her a son from his loins. And she asked him this while holding onto the arm of her husband. Then there were the more subtle offers he'd constantly received throughout the night from various ladies and their daughters to either spend the night with them before he had to leave or to offer him a permanent place in their household as their paramour for the older ladies or future husbands for the younger. Mercifully, after fending off the 10th or 11th subtle hint at bedding, Asha and Daisy had taken it upon themselves to seat themselves at the 2 vacant seats on either side of him that had been left empty when Small John and Eddard Karstark had both disappeared after being offered a dance. Though sitting with the two had presented a whole new set of problems to Jon. Problems stemming from the fact that both women were wearing dark, form-fitting dresses. Though Asha seemed to have slit hers open down the front to expose the breeches she wore underneath. For as long as he'd known Asha, she'd always worn what Lady Stark would call men's clothes. For over the past few months he'd known Daisy, he'd only ever seen her in leather or light cloth. To see both in dresses, well, it was something that he never thought he'd see. But what was even more startling was that both seemed, well, pretty. No, beautiful, not that they weren't before. But it seemed that by wearing dresses, their beauty was just accentuated. So, he was having trouble keeping his eyes in appropriate places when he looked at the two. But the problems he was facing with the various ladies of Dorne, Asha and Daisy paled in comparison with the real problem he was having during the feast. A problem that was sitting up at the high table with her father, Prince Doran, as well as Lord Nox. Princess Arianne Martell. As was proper, the ruling family as well as their esteemed guest Lord Nox were the last to enter the banquet hall after all the others were seated. And when the princess entered on the arm of Lord Nox, Jon was sure that his heart skipped a beat. When he'd first met the princess earlier that day, he'd already thought she was without a doubt the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. But seeing her in a loose-fitting orange and red dress of her house colors that hugged her body in all the right places with golden ringlets in her hair, Jon was not one for jealousy, at least he tried not to be. But when he saw her enter the hall on his master's arm, well, it wasn't the first time he'd wished death upon his master. Only it was the first time he'd ever done so outside of one of his exhausting and brutal training sessions. If you don't close your mouth soon, Jon, you'll drool right into your food. Shaking his head, Jon sent a half-glare in the direction of Asha, who wasn't even looking at him as she kept her eyes on the lords and ladies dancing in the middle of the hall while sipping on her wine. I'm not drooling. You'd do a better job of convincing us if your tongue wasn't hanging out of your mouth like a dog ready to hump her leg, Daisy chuckled, making Jon growl as he found himself on the defense from the women on either side of himself. Focusing on the food in front of him, a colorful assortment that he never would have thought possible, Jon tried his best to get himself under control once more. We're just pulling your leg, Jon, Asha chuckled, tapping his shoulder with her knuckles. You've done a good job so far tonight, thinking with your head instead of your cock. Just make sure you keep on doing that, especially with that princess staring at you like you're a rare piece of meat. Gulping, Jon risked a glance towards the high table, just in time to watch Arianne slowly put a piece of food into her mouth. A mundane move, but from her, gods, that just wasn't even fair. She doesn't look at me like that. Shaking her head, Asha drained her wine and refilled it. Jon, every woman in this room, married or not, is looking at you like that right now because of that little display you did in the training yard. You just need to be careful, because I doubt many, if any, care about you as a person. They only care about securing your power and your connections for themselves. The princess isn't like that. Jon hissed, though where his anger was coming from confused even him at the time. Setting her glass down, Asha fixed him with a look that chilled him to his bones. Jon, I say this to you now because you're as much my little brother as Theon. But don't think for a moment that just because she has a pretty face and was nice to you that she doesn't want to use you. She's a princess, an unmarried princess that hasn't been officially declared as her father's heir. Which means she needs allies and power. And she will do whatever she needs to do to get that power. And you, Jon, you are a prime target for one like her. Of course, I've known her for about as long as you have, so I could be wrong. But still, you need to be careful. If something sounds too good to be true, it quite often is. Mulling her words over in his head, Jon risked another look towards Princess Arianne. She isn't like that, is she? She was so nice earlier and, but then again, I am a bastard. What use am I to her? A princess. I'm young, not yet a man. Not like the other men here. All I have is the force, is that the only reason she is interested in me? With those thoughts running through his mind, Jon suddenly lost interest in the feast going on around him and the food before him as he sat emotionlessly thinking over everything that had happened over the past day and wondering if anything that had happened during his brief exchange with the princess was genuine or not. Sipping on her wine, a fine vintage of Dornish red, Arianne watched the dancing taking place before her in the great hall of the Tower of the Sun. Normally, she would be in the midst of the dancing, enjoying herself and working on making the connections that would grant her a smooth transition into her father's seat in the future. But that was not her purpose for this feast. No, this was her opportunity to make a different sort of connection. One that could firmly secure her future. The only problem was, the one that she had her sights set on was seated a fair distance from her and had been almost pointedly ignoring her and the festivities going on around him ever since the Greyjoy woman talked to him. And if that wasn't bad enough, the Mormont woman was sitting right next to him and seemed to be the only one he was willing to talk to. It appears that I am going to have to be the one to make the first move, she thought with a frown as she noticed Jon look towards her, blush, and quickly turn away again. The Mormont girl is hovering over him like a protective mother hen. But, perhaps, this will be the perfect opportunity to kill two birds with a single stone. Getting to her feet, she took up her glass of wine and made her way over towards the squire's table where her new objective sat. Good, he's staring, she thought with just the slightest bit of glee as she spotted Jon following her intently out of the corner of her eye. I did wear this outfit to catch his attention. Glad to see my efforts were not in vain. Arriving at the squire's table, all the squires immediately stood up and bowed their heads to her. Giving them all a polite nod in return, she promptly shooed them all away save for the one she needed to speak with. Her uncle Squire Demon. I must say, Demon, she began, setting down her glass and taking a seat. I'm surprised to see you with your ass still firmly planted on your seat with such a prize just across the room. Demon gave her a strained look. He knew exactly what she was speaking of, or rather who she was speaking of. I don't know what you're talking about, Arianne. She couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. It was quite the sight to see the man she knew intimately squirm so. Oh, come now, Demon. I know you better than anyone else. Unless, of course, you've been running off to the Red Lantern District while I wasn't looking. I know what gets your blood moving. Dark hair, fair complexion, strong features, a warrior woman, and eyes that says she would brain the first man who looked at her wrong. I'm surprised your sword has not cut its way out from your breeches just from looking at her. Demon scowled at her but didn't correct her. And what about you, Arianne? I've noticed your future conquest is sitting right over there and he was practically drooling the moment you stepped foot in the hall. Why aren't you staking your claim and ruining all other women for him? Details, Arianne replied dismissively with a wave of her hand. No way she was about to tell him that Jon was pointedly ignoring her as of halfway through the feast. But now, I see a way that two friends can help each other out. We drag those two out onto the dance floor. And later perhaps you will be able to have some real fun with the one who has stolen what I couldn't with just her appearance. She hadn't meant to say the last part, but it had slipped out on her before she could stop herself. Much to my regret, Arianne. Sighing, she polished off her glass of wine. We had our fun, Demon, and it was fun, never doubt that. And you will always hold a place in my heart because of it. But you and I both know that there was no spark between us. And if I can help you find what truly strikes your interest, then I will do exactly that. Even if I have to drag you over to her kicking and screaming. Nodding, Demon finished off his own glass and rose to his feet while holding out his hand to her. Well, let us not let our future fun slip from us. We have only the one night for now. And who knows how long it will be before either of us have a chance to meet them once more. Indeed, Arianne agreed, taking his hand. Let us go show those two what true Dornish hospitality is like. Looping her arm through Demon's, she let her uncle's squire take the lead as he led the two of them around the dining hall and towards their targets for the night. As they approached, Jon was unsurprisingly the first to notice them. He quickly shot to his feet the moment he realized they were indeed heading for him. Princess Arianne, as eloquent as this morning, good to see that you are consistent, Jon, Arianne smiled, finding his stammering amusing and flattering at the same time. And you would be Lady Daisy Mormont. It is an honor and privilege to meet you. Even in Dorne, We have heard of the strength of the bears of Bear Island and respect you for it." Lady Mormont seemed caught off guard. Apparently, she hadn't been expecting Arianne to greet her personally, or perhaps to even acknowledge her presence. Thank you, Princess. And, may I say that your uncle, Prince Oberyn, greatly undersold your beauty. Apparently proper etiquette is not high on priorities in the North. I suppose it's understandable, all things considered. The North has never cared for the great game. They're too preoccupied with keeping their people alive through the winter and waging a never-ending war against the wildlings. Something I can greatly respect. Arianne smiled in return. Thank you, my lady. And may I introduce my uncle Oberyn's squire, Demon Sand. Jon here already knows all about me. He used me as a training dummy well enough this morning. Demon joked, which drew a chuckle from the Mormont woman and a slight blush from Jon. But you, my lady, may I say it is indeed an honor to make your acquaintance. And if you would do me the honor, I would love to have the chance to speak and dance with you this evening. Lady Mormont arched a brow at Demon, but Arianne could detect the slightest of red appearing in the warrior woman's cheeks. Do you think it is that easy to woo me, Sir Demon? Remember, I have had to put up with Prince Oberyn's advances for nearly 2 months now. Just Demon, my lady. I am not lord and I am not yet a knight. And if it truly were that easy to woo you, my lady, then you would already be on the floor in the arms of one of the men of Dorne. Yet here you are, alone, and a woman as beautiful and powerful as yourself should not be alone. Yet I hope that you would grant this loyal man the honor of your presence tonight. And perhaps tomorrow the two of us can dance a different dance in the yard to see if the she-bears of Bear Island are truly as strong as any man in the realm. The reddening in Daisy's face had progressed to fully encompass both of her cheeks by the time Demon had finished speaking. Smooth, Demon, appealing to both her womanly and warrior sides. Very smooth. Do you honestly think you can keep up with me, Demon? Daisy asked, a slight hitch in her voice. Gracing her with a smile, Demon let go of her and held out his hand for Daisy. I would very much like the opportunity to try, my lady. Keep speaking like that, Demon, and I will have to find a better use for that tongue of yours, Daisy replied, mildly shocking all three present as she took Demon's offered hand. What, you try spending months isolated on a ship with your uncle and his paramour constantly going at it like bears in heat while constantly fending off their advances and see what kind of colorful manner of speech you pick up. Jon, good luck. Demon then swept Daisy off her feet, almost literally, as he led her off onto the dance floor. And Arianne found herself in the very unusual position of simply being left standing before Jon, who was doing little more than shifting his feet awkwardly before her. Well, Arianne asked, trying to keep her impatience from showing in her tone. He's still young yet, she reminded himself. It is usually not custom for a woman to ask a man to dance. Nor is it considered polite to simply leave any lady, let alone a princess in her own home, wanting. Sorry, Arianne. Would you please, do me the honor of, will you give me the hun, will you dance with me? He asked more than slightly awkwardly. Points for manning up finally. But he definitely needs some honing of skills outside the yard. Why, yes, Apprentice Snow, she wasn't entirely sure of the title. But he wasn't a knight yet, so apprentice worked as well as any. I would be delighted to see how well you fare on a different field. Apprentice, Jon mouthed, seeming to test the title on his lips. Oh, shite. I mean, don't I'm mucking this up, aren't I? Just a little, Arianne chuckled. Honestly, his fumbling was cute in a way. But you can more than make it up to me by showing me a good time tonight. And stop ignoring me. Jon flinched and, for a moment, she felt a ping of regret. She hadn't meant to let that slip. By the waters of Raiwan, what was wrong with her tonight? It wasn't like her to lose control of her tongue so easily like this. I apologize, Princess Arianne, Jon replied, his back straightening and offering her his hand. Would you grant me the honor of your presence on the dance floor this evening, Princess? Better, she smiled, taking his hand. And yes, you may. I do hope you know how to dance. For I am a demanding partner, Apprentice Snow. Letting him lead her out onto the floor, Arianne stopped when she felt they were far enough in and placed her right hand onto his shoulder while holding onto his left with her own. Her amusement increased substantially as she felt Jon's right hand lightly touch her side, before moving up, then down, then off her before settling back down. Trying to find a spot to hold me that is socially acceptable. Oh, I do so love the innocent. From what I've heard from my uncle and Aunt Elaria, it is often the most innocent ones that have the dirtiest and most adventurous minds. Let's hope they weren't simply blowing smoke. The dance started out awkwardly with Jon almost stepping on her feet twice. But after the second time it was almost like something flipped in the young man. His awkwardness disappeared. He met her eyes. He tightened his hold on her and he started leading her through the waltz that the bards were performing. I must say, Jon, you are quite the dancer. I take it Lady Stark insisted on you having lessons with your siblings. She knew the question was a mistake the moment it left her lips as Jon's eyes darkened slightly before quickly returning to normal. No, if it was up to Lady Stark, I would have been left out in the woods when I was still but a babe. Arianne suppressed the wince. Obviously, Lady Stark was a sore subject for Jon. Not that she was necessarily surprised. Prudes of the Riverlands and the Reach were notorious for their ill treatment of illegitimate children. Even going as far as doing exactly as Jon described, leaving them out in the woods when they are still in their nappies. Lord Nox then. This time she got a slight grin out of Jon. Wrong again, princess. It was my sister, Arya. Let's just say that she would probably be right at home with your uncle's daughters. She'd much rather be out in the yard shooting arrows or fighting than sitting in a tower doing needlework. In fact, she hates just about any activity that is associated with being what Lady Stark considers proper womanly activities. It was actually quite entertaining to watch her face when Master Nox took her daughter on as one of his acolytes. Lord Nox is teaching your sister as well. She wasn't quite sure just why that little fact surprised her, but it did. She knew from the rumors circulating around the realm that Nox was teaching Stark's children. She just hadn't put it together that he was teaching both his sons and his daughters. Jon nodded. Master Nox doesn't care for one's birth or their sex, princess. You are either worth his time or you are not. Hells, the college he started in Winterfell had a woman in the first class as well as a young man who he literally picked up from the streets of Wintertown as he was walking through it one day. It's one of the many things I admire and respect about him. Arianne racked her brain as Jon twirled her around in a tight circle before reaffirming his hold on her. She needed to leave an impression on Jon. A good impression, and not just because he could help her in the future with her aspirations. She wanted Jon to have a good impression of her. Not the apprentice of Lord Nox, or the son of the Warden of the North. No, she wanted to leave a good impression on Jon Snow, the young man before her. You care for your siblings. I can hear it in your voice, Jon. That I do, princess, Jon smiled, a far-off look entering his eye. There isn't anything I wouldn't do to make sure they are all safe. I suppose that is one of the reasons I want to succeed so bad under Master Nox. I want to prove myself worthy to protect them. From anything. Robb, Arya, Bran, Rickon, even Sansa. I will not see any harm fall upon them. He's very protective of his family. A good trait to have and one that will serve him well in the future once he has children. Unbidden, an image came to her of little children running around her with dark gray eyes, black hair, and tan skin. An image she promptly dismissed. That future is not set in stone yet. And I cannot let myself be consumed by such fantasies just yet. And tell me, Jon, where do you see yourself once your apprenticeship with Lord Nox has concluded? The question seemed to catch Jon off guard. But he recovered quickly, and a strange glint entered his eyes as he seemed to almost close off. I don't know, honestly. I'll probably stay with my brother and serve where he needs me most, princess. Asking about his future has undone all the work I put into loosening him up, Arianne could have cursed. Damn it, what did that Greyjoy woman put into his head that has him so on guard? I could probably guess, and in truth she wouldn't be half wrong. But still, this is starting to get more than a little annoying. Stopping their dance, Arianne made sure she had his full and undivided attention. It is getting quite stuffy in here. Don't you think, Jon? Yes, a little, Princess. But to a northerner like myself, if it isn't snowing, then it's always stuffy and warm. Then you agree with the need for some fresh air, she nodded, holding out her arm. Will you do me the honor of escorting me outside, Jon? And please, for the love of the gods, call me Arianne, not Princess. I do quite enjoy hearing my name leave your lips. The abrupt change did as she intended and put Jon off balance once more. I guess Arianne. Good, she said, looping her arm through his and pointedly leading him out of the hall and out into the cool night air of Dorne. Spying Tyene near the entrance to the hall, she gave her cousin a quick look and a subtle motion with the fingers of her offhand. Years ago, Arianne and her cousins had developed a mild code system using their hands. Usually it was to ask for help when they wanted to escape from certain social obligations. But over time it had changed to encompass much more. This time, the signal she gave her cousin was to make sure that she and Jon would have privacy. Getting the message, Tyene gave her a quick nod before moving through the crowd to collect her sisters to ensure she and Jon would not be disturbed when she decided to sit him down. Leading him out into the courtyard, Arianne kept a firm hold on Jon's arm until the two of them reached the far end, well away from the Great Hall and close to the Tower of the Sun. Spotting a stone bench, Arianne purposefully led Jon over and sat the two of them down. Well, I got him out here. Now, what the hell do I say? She thought, racking her brain for how best to play this situation out. He is not like any other man I've met or played this game with. Perhaps he doesn't know how to play. Or maybe he just doesn't play the game. Well, where subtly fails, let us just try brute force then. Tell me, Jon, what is it that Lady Greyjoy said to you that has put you so on edge around me? I don't know what you mean, Arianne. Smiling, Arianne patted his knee. Your attempt is cute, Jon, but don't try and lie to me. You don't have the experience yet to tell a successful lie without a tell. But to be fair, I don't think I need you to tell me what Greyjoy said to you. I can pretty much guess. She warned you to be wary of me, that I was only interested in you because of your power. Am I wrong? Jon didn't seem surprised at what she said. Are you? Is that the only reason you're paying attention to me? I'm only a bastard. There is nothing else special about me that would warrant the attention from a princess. A not so small part of Arianne wanted to bang her head against the wall. Please tell me that he is not this dense. Please, gods, tell me that it is just his age acting up combined with a distinct lack of instruction regarding nobles and the higher houses of Westeros. Tell me, Jon, do you truly understand your current situation regarding the realm and your potential future? My situation? Jon asked curiously as if the idea was completely foreign to him. I'm just a bastard. Just a bastard, Arianne repeated before sighing. Apparently, both Lord Nox and Lord Stark have been lax in certain aspects of his education. A bastard you may be, but you are the bastard son of Lord Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North and a near brother to Robert Baratheon. You have been raised alongside your trueborn siblings and have been well educated your entire life. And, as if that wasn't enough, you are the first and only apprentice to the Northern Sorcerer, Lord Nox. A man that is both respected and feared throughout the land by both the high and lowborn. Your status, Jon, bastard aside, is unique to any in Westeros. Hells, if it hasn't started already, I can guarantee that lords and ladies across the realm will be lining up to throw their daughters at you in the hopes of claiming you. Jon looked extremely uncomfortable with the idea. And I suppose that you are not like them, Arianne. This is where she knew she had to be careful. It wouldn't do to outright lie to him, as that could drive an irreversible wedge between them. But she couldn't be too blunt, as that could also drive a wedge that his naive and youthful mind wouldn't allow to be removed. I will not lie to you, Jon. At first, yes. The fact that you were learning directly from the sorcerer did intrigue me and drew my attention towards you. But do not think that I am some simple-minded fool that claws or whores myself out for even the slightest chance at getting a taste of power. That is not what I am looking for in the long run. I need someone strong, someone I can count on to stand by my side, not someone who will simply use me and toss me aside. So, I started looking into you. Granted, given the distance between Dorne and the north, it was exceedingly difficult to find out much. And had I learned that you were a simple barbarian that abused your gifts, I would have ridden you off and gone about my life. But, instead, the few scraps of information I managed to find out about you only served to paint you in the best of light. While we have only known each other for a few hours now, I can tell that you are indeed a good man and that you will grow into a great man one day. I do consider myself an excellent judge of character, Jon. You were teaching Demon in the yard and seemingly enjoying it, a fact that in and of itself is quite amazing. When you fought against him, despite having the clear advantage, you did not humiliate him. When that idiot Esser Dane stepped in and insulted me in my house, you quickly rose to my defense, even though you knew next to nothing about me. And you are quite dashing, even if you still are not yet old enough to grow little more than a bit of fuzz on your cheeks. Jon's cheeks were quite red by the time she'd finished. I thank you, Arianne. I really don't know what to say to that. Smiling, she patted his cheek lightly. Usually, when a woman delivers a compliment like that, Jon, it is considered proper to reply with one in turn. Oh, well, I think you are a nice person, I mean, a beautiful woman, Arianne. And I don't think you're a whore, I didn't mean to say that. No, wait, I did. No, Jon stammered. I mean, I already said that you are, and I should probably stop making a fool of myself. Arianne couldn't help it. Watching him stammer was just too, well, cute. It's all right, Jon. It just means that you must practice, that's all. And it wasn't all that bad of a compliment. The two fell into an easy silence as they continued to sit beneath the stars of Dorne while off in the distance the bards continued to play and sign to all who would hear their tune. May I ask you a question, Arianne? She couldn't resist. You just did, Jon. But I suppose I wouldn't be opposed to a second, should you have it. Jon blinked at her, then chuckled and shook his head. Gods, you remind me of my sister. Both actually, to a point, I guess. But what I wanted to ask you is, well, you asked me where I saw myself in the future. Well, may I ask you the same, Arianne? Tilting her head back, Arianne gazed skywards. Dorne is much different from the other kingdoms that make up Westeros, Jon. Not just in our, well, more liberal approach to certain topics. But because of our line of succession. In Dorne, the mantle passes to the eldest born child, regardless of whether they are a boy or a girl. By all rights, I am in line to succeed my father once, gods forbid, he passes to the next life or steps down. That is the law. I may not have always been the best of students, but recently I have done everything I can to ensure to my father and our bannermen that Dorne will continue to be in good hands once I take over rulership. But my father, years ago, I discovered a secret letter he was sending to my brother. My younger brother. In it, he stated categorically that he had every intention for my brother to become the next ruling prince of Dorne. Not me. And to add insult to injury, the only betrothal requests my father entertains for my hand are with those who are either still in a cradle or those who are so old that I doubt they would be able to rise without parading a troop of naked whores through their room. Oh, Jon muttered, his eyes wide. I didn't know. I'm sorry. You couldn't know, Arianne sighed. And I am working to ensure that whatever my father plans for me, they do not come to fruition. But, why? Jon asked, drawing a sharp look from Arianne, prompting the boy to stammer to make a decent follow-up. I mean, I can understand you being the eldest and all. I mean, I can't imagine what Robb would say should Lord Stark declare that Bran was to become the next Warden of the North. I don't mean to sound, well, stupid or mean, I guess. But why do you want to rule Dorne? Huffing, Arianne shifted herself on the cool stone bench. Dorne is mine, by right and blood. It is my home, Jon. But more than that, I want to make things better. My father has been a good ruler for Dorne, but there are a lot of grumblings. Especially after he failed to receive any form of reparations after the murder of my aunt and baby cousins at the end of the rebellion. But since then Dorne has stagnated. Then I see the way the North has blossomed the last few years. Your father and Lord Nox have taken the North from a land that many wrote off as an untamed snowy wilderness ruled by barbarians to being perhaps one of the wealthiest and most influential kingdoms of Westeros. Even if many won't admit that fact. I want the same to happen here in Dorne. And I believe that I can do that, with my own sorcerer by my side. Jon seemed to almost be staring at her in wonder by the time she'd finished. Whoa, you're passionate about this. Again, she couldn't help the laugh that escaped her. I'm Dornish. Passion pretty much defines everything about us. No, Jon said, shaking his head. I can feel your passion, Arianne. You truly mean it. You're not just saying stuff to make yourself sound like a good person to me. You really are passionate about wanting to change your land for the better. It's amazing. I haven't felt such passion like that in, gods, I don't know if I ever have felt such passion before. She wasn't entirely just what Jon meant with his little speech, but something about her being passionate about her goals seemed to resonate with him. But she wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. Even if she couldn't understand just what had happened. As I said, passion is what makes the Dornish, well, Dornish. Arianne replied lamely, almost smacking herself for the comment. Jon smiled, a smile that lit up his face and made her heart quicken. Then, perhaps, I would enjoy more Dornish hospitality. Oh, my dear sweet naive boy. You have no idea just what kind of realm you are walking into with that statement, she thought with a grin as an idea started formulating in her mind of just how properly show the young man her favor. Well, I believe the feast is done for the night, she stated since she could no longer hear the music from the bards. Would you do me the honor of escorting a princess back to her rooms, young apprentice? Of course, princess, Jon nearly shouted, jumping to his feet and hastily holding his hand out for her take. It would be a sin for a woman of your beauty to wander the halls of her own home alone this night. Better, Arianne smiled, taking his hand and rising to her feet. So, he can learn. And he's a quick study. Even better. Looping her arm through his, she steered him towards the hall that would take her towards her room. As they walked, she caught a quick glance of her cousin Nymeria hiding in the shadows of one of the columns. Motioning with the hand that was not holding onto Jon, she quietly dismissed her cousins for the night. Their aid will no longer be needed tonight. So, are your cousins going to follow us back to your room? Or, no, you've dismissed them for the night it seems. Arianne nearly tripped. What? Now who is the one stammering, Arianne? Jon asked, shooting her a cocky grin. I suppose it's reassuring to know that your cousins are looking out for you. And I'm honored to know that you feel safe enough in my presence to dismiss your hidden guards. Oh ho, he wants to play, huh? Well, Jon, once again you have no idea of the world you have just entered. Though, I am curious as to how he knew about my cousins. Tyene and Nymeria are especially good at making sure that no one will notice them unless they want them to. And tell me, Jon, how did you notice my cousins were shadowing us? Tyene most especially will be most upset to know that she has been found out. Your cousins are good, Arianne. Very good, but, well, let's just say that Lord Nox and I can cheat a bit, as he likes to say. Oh, getting a little too big for your breeches, Jon. I'm going to have to take you down a peg or two before you leave me for the night. My honor as a player of the game all but demands it now. As they walked, she carefully pieced together how she would get the last word in, as it were. Granted, she'd been planning on this move since she invited the Northerners to feast with them after watching Jon's fantastic display in the yard, but she hadn't thought that she'd have to go through with it till now. Arriving at the door to her room, she turned. So her back was facing the door and she was facing Jon. Well, Jon, it is a shame that you and the Northerners will be leaving come morning. Perhaps the two of us can break our fast together in the morning. I have come to quite enjoy your company this evening. I would be honored, Arianne, Jon replied. But I don't know if we will be leaving right away tomorrow. Before we came here, Esser Manderly informed Lord Nox that the Sea Wolf sustained a small bit of damage to the hull during our encounter with the pirates around the Stepstones. So, we might be here another day or two while the damage is repaired. She wanted to do a little dance at hearing that the Jon would potentially be staying for another day or so. It would give her just that much more time to figure out just what she needed to do to leave a lasting impression on him. I see. Well then, I hope to see more of you if you do stay beyond morning, Apprentice Jon. I would never dare to disappoint a princess, Princess Arianne, he replied, raising her hand and placing a chaste kiss across her knuckles. May you sleep well tonight, Arianne. You as well, Jon, she smiled, opening the door to her room and backing into it, but stopping just short of fully closing the door. Peering out through the crack left in her door, she watched as Jon took a calming breath or two in the hall. And then waited until he turned and started walking away before making her move. "Apprentice Jon," she called out, opening the door and stopping him in his tracks. "It occurs to me that I have been quite remiss. I wagered my favor to the victor between you and Demon. And I will not be known as one to go back on her word." Jon made to say something, no doubt some honorable dribble about her not needing to worry about it. But what he was about to say died on his lips as she made her move. With 2 quick movements, the clasps that had been holding her dress onto her shoulders were removed and her dress fell to the ground. It was almost comical, and endearing, to see the young man's eyes bulge and his face go scarlet as he saw firsthand that she had foregone any small clothes this evening. And it was also quite thrilling to see that her presence had a very noticeable effect on another not so small part of him either. Very, very impressive, especially for one still so young as he. "Just a taste of what you can expect of my hospitality should you find yourself in Dorne on a more permanent basis in the future, Jon Snow." And with that, she quickly closed the door to her room, sealing it and setting the latch in place. Oh, that was fun. The return to Part 2. Standing on what had become his customary spot on the covered bridge connecting Winterfell's great keep to the smithery, Ned Stark watched his eldest son and daughter. They were working together to coordinate the dozens, if not 100 or more, servants and builders around as they worked on setting up Winterfell for something that had never before happened in the north, or anywhere else in all of Westeros as far as Ned knew. Based on the suggestion of his heir, and after signing off on the idea, Winterfell would soon play host to the first ever Spring Inventors Fair. The idea had been presented to him by his son several months ago. Apparently, the idea had been floating around in his head for some time. It was based off something Nox had told him about his homeland, about how they valued and uplifted those who sought to better their society by not necessarily through strength of arms but rather through the strength of their minds. After working on the finer details of the fair for weeks, Robb finally approached him along with Maester Luwin and Samwell Tarly. Much to his shame, Ned's first inclination had been to reject the idea out of hand. The North did not have time for tournaments or extravagant displays. But the look of excitement on his son's face when he made his first pitch stilled his tongue and he decided to hear him out. And an hour later, Ned was glad that he did. The knowledge and advances that Nox had brought to the North had propelled them to a position that Ned never thought the North would ever be in. The coffers of Winterfell were fuller than he had ever seen them as a boy or since he'd taken over lordship. And he knew after speaking with Lord Manderley that White Harbor was in a similar position. The glass trade with not only the rest of Westeros but also Bravos and Pentos had brought in enough coin to start expanding their other exports as well. Ironwood from the foresters was highly sought after, especially when crafted into armaments or furniture. For the first time, the North was exporting the excess foodstuffs that they were growing from the glass gardens, which primarily consisted of the exotic fruits, grains, and vegetables that Nox had brought with him in the form of seeds. The blast furnaces were producing high quantities of high-value steel that they were running out of uses for. And while his son's idea would probably not have the same immediate effect as Nox had on the North, it could still lay the groundwork for others outside of Nox advancing their stations and providing services to the North. Robb's idea would encourage those throughout the North to follow in Nox's example. After all, as Robb had pointed out to him, it was impossible for them to know everything. A fact proven when his son asked him of the nuances of plowing and planting crops, which he had some knowledge of but not a lot. Robb had even come up with ways of encouraging the people to attend. The fair would last a week, and during that time those who had new ways of doing things, or had discovered a new type of crop, or created something new and useful would have a chance to show it to himself and the other lords of the North and explain its benefits and uses. Should whatever was presented prove worthwhile, then the individual who presented it would be gifted with coins or boons pending on what they offered. His son had even worked out a budget for the rewards. And seeing as how the fair would last a se'night at least, Robb had also planned out other amusing activities almost like it was a tourney. The only difference was there wouldn't be men pretending to be at war. No, the events would be practical in nature. An archery tournament, a contest of strength, a hunting contest, And, once again, Robb had surprised him by planning out every gold dragon that would be awarded and where they would be able to recoup the cost. With his blessing, Robb had taken over full planning of this fair of his, and had sent out ravens to the major holdfasts, informing the various lords of what was planned. And, in a move that surprised and mildly worried Ned, Robb showed a fair bit of political shrewdness as he planned the fair around his name day celebration. Which, as he was turning 3 and 10, the lords of the North would be honor-bound to attend. The responses they received from the various lords of the North was surprisingly supportive. At first, the fair had only been planning on having northern houses attend. That had changed, however, when they received word back from Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort, who informed them that not only would he be attending, but that his son Demeric would taking a short leave from his squiring duties under Lord Horton Redfort of the Vale to return home for the celebration. And Demeric would not be coming alone. While Lord Redfort would not be able to attend due to his duties, his son Michael Redfort would be traveling with Demeric along with the knight he was squiring for. Sir Lynn Corbray and a few other men at arms who were taking the opportunity to empty out their dungeons and escorting those who had volunteered to take the black. Apparently after hearing about Sir Corbray's journey to the north, Lord Bronze Yohn Royce had decided to journey with them along with his 3 sons. The youngest of whom would be on his way to take the black after they left Winterfell. But despite the seemingly positive responses to the fair, perhaps one of the most supportive of responses came from Bear Island and the new head lady of Bear Island, Lady Mage Mormont. Feeling the wood beneath his hands groan, Ned forced himself to relax. Thinking of what had transpired just 2 months prior still filled him with rage. The Mormonts had never been the wealthiest of families in the north, but they had always been amongst the most honorable and the most loyal of the Stark bannermen. That was of course until Jorah Mormont had decided to sell poachers to a Tyroshi slaver less than a month after Nox had left with his niece on the expedition to Valyria. How he even managed to get in touch with the slaver, let alone get him into the north, was a problem that still plagued Ned's mind. But the fact remained that he had violated one of the oldest taboos in the Seven Kingdoms by selling those men into slavery. His guilt was unquestionable and his sentence unavoidable. Yet, by the time Ned had arrived at Bear Island, Jorah and his wife Linnis were both gone, leaving only Longclaw, a confession, and a broken family behind. Forcing such thoughts from his mind, he turned back to his children still in the yard, directing the servants and craftsmen of Winterfell as if they were the Lord and Lady of Winterfell instead of just children. Cats, as well as Lady Nyra's, lessons have been paying off for Sansa, it seems, Ned thought with a smile as he watched his barely 1 and 10 named day daughter direct with the experience of a seasoned lady of a great keep. Ideally, both Cat and Nyra would be helping with this task, but Rickon had caught a spring sickness and Cat had refused to leave his sickbed. And Nyra, well, given recent events, it was best if she rested as much as possible. The last thing Ned needed was for Nox to come after him if anything ill were to happen. "My lord, a raven has arrived." Resisting the urge to groan, Ned nodded and held his hand out towards where he knew the Maester of Winterfell was standing just behind him. An unexpected raven was never a good thing. Dark wings and dark words, as the saying often went. "Who is it from?" "Dorne, my lord," Maester Luwin replied. The raven came with 2 messages, my lord. One bearing the mark of House Martell, and the other bearing Lord Nox's sigil. Turning around quickly, Ned took the small scrolls from Luwin. One did indeed carry the mark of the Sunspear and the other carried the sigil Nox had taken to using. The Sorcerer's sigil was a simple circle with 2 3-pointed spikes on either side. Leaving the missive from the Martells for now, Ned broke the seal on Nox's note and quickly unrolled the scroll. It had been over 6 months since they'd had word of the expedition. For all he knew, Nox and the others had perished in Valyria. Yet as he quickly read over the relatively short message, Ned felt himself sigh in relief. Jon is still alive and now Nox's official apprentice. No other casualties amongst the nobility that went with him. However, they did lose over 30 men in Valyria. He doesn't mention what they managed to obtain, but he assures that it is a substantial sum that will see the North thrive for generations. And Nox isn't one known for exaggerations. "My lord, Nox has returned to Westerosi waters," Ned informed the Maester, folding the letter up and tucking it into his belt. They had to resupply and do some minor repairs to the Sea Wolf in Sunspear. By now, They should be approaching Storm's End. Lewin's eyes widened. From Storm's End, it should only take them a scant few weeks to arrive back in White Harbor. Ned nodded. Have horses and carriages prepared. We're heading to White Harbor to welcome them home and to see what they've obtained from the Dragon Lords. Yes, my lord, Lewin bowed. What of your son Rickon, my lord? His sickness may have passed, but he is still weak in the lungs. He will remain as the Stark in Winterfell, along with my lady wife, Ned decided almost immediately. I'll inform my family myself, Maester Lewin. See to it that everything is ready for our trip to White Harbor. And make sure precautions are taken for Lady Nyra. Last thing I need is to alienate one of my closest allies should something ill befall her. Whistling a merry tune as he marched his short legs through the corridors of the Rock, Gerion Lannister, the imp, the halfman, overall lecher, and unofficial heir to the Rock despite what his father would claim, kept his gaze upwards as he made his way into his father's wing of the Great Keep. He'd just received word from his ears in Winterfell, and there were several things of import that he needed to discuss with his father and the Lord of the Westerlands. It had taken more time than he cared to admit getting his eyes and ears in place in the north and even longer to get a timely communication set up with the two of them. But now that it was in place, he could get regular updates with each trade convoy that went north. Which, in no thanks to his brilliance, was now set to once every other month. For nearly 2 years after setting his eyes and ears in place, there was very little information of import that the two would send him. What little information his spies were able to send him primarily consisted of the sorcerer's advancements in the fields of craftsmanship, the building of glass gardens, the growing of new exotic fruits, and his forming of a college in Winterfell to train both men and women the sorcerer picked as if they were going to be maesters. He urged his spy to try and get closer, but that had failed quite spectacularly. But despite the failure, it had led to an interesting discovery as it had given credence to Nox's relationship with the former serving girl, Nyra, a woman with no family nor social standing. Still, though, he did find a small amount of amusement in hearing how his spy had tried to sneak into the sorcerer's private quarters to seduce him, only to find the former serving girl already there and taking a bath while waiting for her lover to return. His father though had not found any amusement in the story. Ever since he met the sorcerer, he'd been trying to plan a way to lure the sorcerer from the north and into House Lannister's service. Marriage, lands, and titles were of course the easiest course of action to take. But over the years, each of those had been slowly taken away from them. The sorcerer, from everything he'd heard, was quite enamored with the former serving girl. And while his father normally would have no problems with simply removing such an obstacle, he was hesitant in this instance as there was always a chance that such an action could lead back to them. Which spoke volumes as to how much his father respected and feared the sorcerer, though he would never publicly admit to the latter. So, while marriage was not apparently an option, lands and titles still were. But then that option was taken from them as well once Robert declared him a lord, though without granting him any lands of his own. There'd been a brief hope that the action would have driven a wedge between the sorcerer and Lord Stark, but that did not seem to be the cause. In fact, the sorcerer didn't even seem to care that he was even given the title in the first place. The man was nothing if not utterly confusing. Thankfully, for both Tyrion, his spies, and the girls' families, the whore he'd sent to Winter Town just happened to catch the eye of the young Greyjoy lad 2 years ago once he came of age to start visiting the brothel. While she was able to get some decent information by carefully plying her trade to the guardsmen, the Greyjoy lad was a wealth of information. It was from the Greyjoy's mouth that Tyrion was able to learn of Nox's training of the Stark children well before it became general knowledge. And it was also through him that she was able to learn of the sorcerer's expedition to Valyria months before they set sail. Apparently, the boy had been quite vocal about the expedition, mostly over the fact that his sister, Asha, had been allowed to take part and he'd been forced to stay behind. And now, his spies had relayed 2 other bits of information. One of which was only mildly interesting, while the other one was very, very interesting. Arriving at his father's solar, Tyrion gave the 2 guardsmen a passing nod before waltzing directly into the room without knocking. The only occupant in the room was his father, sitting behind his desk with a northern glass pitcher of Arbor Gold on his desk. "Need I educate you on the purpose of knocking?" his father said levelly as Tyrion shut the door behind him. "Oh, I knock on closed doors, but only in a brothel, father. Nothing worse than walking into a room only to see a man you know getting his cock sucked dry by a pair of wonderfully painted whore's lips. Reaching out for the pitcher, he cursed his luck as his father, without even bothering to look up from what he was working on, blindly reached out and snatched the pitcher away from him before Tyrion could get a hold of it. I care not to hear of your constant shaming of our house, Tyrion, his father growled, refreshing his own glass before setting the pitcher back down, well out of Tyrion's reach unless he walked around the desk. The trade vessel from the north has returned. What news do you have of the Stark children's progress, and what news of the Sorcerer? Of course he would want to start with Stark's children. Ever since he's learned of them having the same power as the Sorcerer, he has almost completely shifted his focus from the Sorcerer to the children. After all, it is far easier to claim a child through marriage rather than a full-grown man. Without the presence of the Sorcerer or the Bastard, their training in the mystic arts have ground to a halt, Tyrion informed his father while pushing himself up into a cushioned chair. Honestly, if his father wasn't about to give him wine, he might as well make himself comfortable. Though from what our ears have heard, Stark's heir as well as his second daughter are both quite powerful, even if we don't have a reference for what that might mean. If the eldest daughter has the same powers as her siblings and the Sorcerer, she is denying them and not participating in any training. The second eldest son just began training before the Sorcerer left, so his skills are minimal at best. And the youngest is still shitting himself and struggling to walk straight. So, I doubt if we will be hearing any tales of him toppling towers anytime soon. And what abilities are Stark's heir and his second daughter showing? Outside of Robb moving stones larger than a man with his mind and showing the strength and skill of a man 10 years his senior in the training yard, nothing much, he replied, scratching the back of his head. Not sure if they're hiding their true abilities, or if that's the extent of them. Our eyes have noted, however, that the young Stark girl seems to almost disappear at will. Not sure what to make of that, however. Has there been word of the Sorcerer and whether or not he and the Bastard were successful on their expedition to Valyria? Tyrion knew that his father was extremely interested in this, as was most of the realm for that matter. But his father especially was, though not necessarily for the reason many may think. It was well known that his uncle Gerion had taken a good number of Lannister men and one of their better galleons and had made off to explore the Cursed Land years ago and had not been heard of since. While Tyrion, and a few others in his family, were curious as to whether the Sorcerer would return with knowledge of his uncle's fate, his father was concerned for another reason. If there were any who could potentially succeed in venturing into the depths of Valyria and return, it was the Sorcerer. And once he did, gods only knew what he could come back with. As none had managed to make the trip successfully since the Doom, no one truly knew what he'd find. Valyrian steel, perhaps even the method to make the steel, gold, lost knowledge. If he came back with even one of those things, he could propel the North into a true power in Westeros capable of toppling any of the other great houses. After all, there was a reason the Valyrian Empire's rule was unquestioned until the Doom. There has been no word yet, but it has only been 6 months since he departed. Dusting the piece of paper he'd finished writing on, his father set the parchment aside and pulled out another sheet. And what new information do your whores have for us? Apparently, the Stark heir has been working to prove himself since the Sorcerer and his bastard brother left Westeros, Tyrion started, eyeing the wine pitcher and glasses longingly. He's organized what is being called an Inventor's Fair. He's inviting lords and ladies and small folk from all over the north to visit Winterfell for the week surrounding his name day. During this time, any who have inventions, new processes, or new products can present them before the Warden of the North. Should he find them worthwhile, he will reward the one who brought it forth with coins, titles, or support to expand. And word is that the students at the Winterfell College will also be displaying some of what they've been working on to garner more support from the local lords. There are also going to be a few competitions as well, though no jousting nor a melee. In truth, the moment Tyrion heard of the fair he'd wanted to take the first ship north and put his name into whatever lists were available. Given his nature as the halfman, he would never be able to enter a tourney, and if he did it would only be as a joke. But this fair in the north was a tourney that emphasized the strength of the mind over the strength or skill of one's body. And that was a competition that he could not only get behind, but that he was pretty sure he could easily win. I see, his father stated simply, seemingly not caring about the event in the slightest. And what else have you heard? His father might not have been interested in the first piece of news, but Tyrion knew that he would be interested in the next bit. Well, there has been a rather interesting development in Winterfell lately. They've kept it quiet for the most part, but the Greyjoy lad seems to like to run his mouth when he's in the throes of pleasure. And this development just happens to revolve around the former serving girl turned lady, Nyra. His father's quill stopped mid-move. Tell me everything, please, brother. I am not your brother. I am your king. I am the dragon. And you, dear sweet idiot sister, have woken the dragon. And now you must suffer the consequences for your insolence. Violet eyes on a young girl's face turned towards him, pleading for him to do something, anything, to help as the man that had a tight hold on the girl's arm raised his hand high in the air before bringing it down harshly onto her cheek. Letting out a pained yell, Jon sat bolt upright, smacking his head against the low-hanging ceiling that was above his bunk. Rubbing his forehead and doing his best to block out the pain, Jon swung his feet over the side of his bunk in his small cabin on board the Sea Wolf and rested his head in his hands with his elbows against his knees. The dream he'd just experienced was, well, strange to say the least. If it was the first time he'd had such a dream, he would have just ignored it. But this wasn't the first time he'd had such a dream. In fact, it wasn't the first time he'd had a dream about her, even if he didn't know just who she was. He'd seen her more than once in his dreams since they'd left Valyria. Well, 3 times now. But this was the first time that she looked at him during the dream. Once as mere chance, twice as coincidence, thrice as a pattern. Jon remembered Lord Nox telling him during their training, "Let's just hope that Master Nox can provide some answers to these strange dreams." Getting up from his bunk and throwing on a shirt and pants, Jon left his cabin and made the short journey up the nearby flight of stairs and to the main deck of the Sea Wolf. On the main deck, life was pretty much proceeding like normal for the crew. The sailors worked the riggings while the various nobles went around the ship offering a helping hand wherever they could. The only real noticeable difference was the slight decrease in the number of sailors on board. But that was explained by the captured galleon that was sailing a fair distance behind them while being captained, at least temporarily, by Asha Greyjoy. Giving a few polite nods to those he'd gotten to know extremely well over the past near 7 months, Jon made his way towards the rear of the ship and Lord Nox's cabin. Giving a few light knocks on the wood, Jon waited until he heard Nox call for him to enter before walking in. It was never smart, nor healthy for that matter, to walk in on Lord Nox uninvited. The interior of Nox's cabin was, as to be expected, almost immaculately clean. All save for the table of course, which throughout the entire voyage had been constantly filled with books, scrolls, and, as of late, crystals from Valyria. Much like the one that Lord Nox had standing on end before him as he leant over the table. And, it might have been a trick of the sun, but Jon could have sworn he saw the crystal glowing and some sort of mist hovering above the crystal when he first walked in. "Trouble sleeping, Jon?" Jon nodded, deciding not to press on the crystal and instead focus on the reason he'd come to his master in the first place. "I've been having strange dreams for some time now. Dreams of a young woman." Nox's face lifted from the crystal and a grin spread across his face. "Dreaming of Princess Arianne already, Jon? Tisk, tisk, it isn't proper to have such dreams about a lady, let alone a princess of the Dorne. Though, if she takes after her uncle in any regard, I'm sure she'd not only encourage such dreams, she'd also give you ample material to dream over." For not the first time, Jon was glad for his master's lack of sight as he felt his face heat upon the mention of the Dornish princess. The embarrassing fact was his master wasn't wrong. Jon had had more than a few dreams of the Dornish beauty since they'd left Sunspear. Just thinking about how she bared herself to him after the feast was enough to give rise to a problem that he'd had to take in hand more than a few times. But it wasn't just her beauty, or the fact that she was the first woman that he saw bare. She'd also taken a firm hold of his thoughts because of just who she was. The two had spent almost the entire day together in her chambers, with her cousins present of course, just talking. Honestly, Jon couldn't think of another time he ever said so much than those few hours he'd spent in her company. They talked about everything from family to politics to Jon's training and potential futures. And while nothing had been set between the two of them, her offer of making him her consort in ruling Dorne had given him a potential future he'd never dared imagining before. Though a large part of him doubted such a future would ever come to pass, she was a princess after all and of age to marry. The thought was still a pleasant one. No, I mean I have. Well, I've dreamed of Arianne and, no. This isn't about her, Jon said, desperately trying to keep the thoughts of the Princess Bear before him, her perk breasts, and pointed knee. No. He needed to put thoughts of her aside for now. This is about another girl. A girl with violet eyes. I think it's the same girl I ran into in Volantis. The one you asked me about before we met with Prince Oberyn. The change was subtle, but after years of studying under Lord Nox, Jon had a feeling that he at least could spot when his master was interested in something. The fact he stopped working on anything else and leaned forward a touch screamed to Jon that he had indeed piqued his master's interest. And what do these dreams of yours entail? Well, not much, he replied awkwardly. All I can see is darkness in her. And whatever she's touching or whoever is touching her. The dream I had just now. She was with that same man as she was back in Volantis and he was yelling at her and saying something about waking the dragon, or some such nonsense. Then he raised his hand to strike her and she looked right at me. It was like she could see me and was pleading for my help. And then the dream ended, and I awoke. I've dreamed of her before but this was the first time she ever looked at me and saw me. Interesting, Lord Nox replied, leaning back and rubbing at his chin. And you say this is not the first time you've had such a dream since running into the young girl in Volantis, Very interesting. Tapping his foot impatiently, Jon wished that his master would just tell him what it was he was experiencing with these strange dreams. Master, do you know what is happening? Perhaps, his master answered cryptically, making Jon's shoulders sag in defeat. I can think of a few phenomena that could cause such an occurrence. Each one more unlikely than the last due to sheer rarity of the phenomenon occurring. But, in my experience in such matters, it is best not to rule out anything until you are completely sure it is not the case. Next time you have one of these dreams, and I can guarantee that you will, try and talk to this young girl if you can. Or, if by the off chance you happen to see her when you are awake, try and get her attention. If you can, it will help me narrow down the list of possibilities of what might be happening. I will try, Master, Jon bowed. Though with that now resolved, he wasn't quite sure just what to do next. Master, if you don't mind me asking, what is it with those crystals you were so intent on bringing back with us from Valyria? I mean, they don't seem valuable, not like the other gems. But, just now, I thought I saw a glow from that gem and some sort of mist forming above it. Picking up the crystal, his master turned it around as if to inspect it before his sightless eyes before motioning towards the empty folding chair next to him. Take a seat, Jon. I suppose that now that you are my official apprentice, I best begin delving deeper into the mysteries of the Force with you than I have in the past. Quickly taking the seat, Jon tried not to let too much of his excitement show on his face at the prospect of learning more about the Force. So, what are these crystals? He asked, picking one up in his hand and peering into its depths. He could almost sense something from within, but he had no clue as to just what that might be. If my hunch is correct, and after weeks of studying them I am fairly certain it is, then these are primitive versions of what my people called holocrons. Nox explained, picking up another crystal, this one a pinkish color and the size of his fist. Think of them as repositories of knowledge accessible only to those who are Force sensitive. Blinking, Jon turned the crystal over in his hand. So, these are basically books that only those like us can read. Why would they do that? Wouldn't it be easier to just write it down on paper instead of using these things? Easier, yes. More secure, no. Secure, Jon asked. Yes, Nox nodded. The Valyrians were smart, Jon, very smart. They managed to conquer Essos because of their dragons, which also served as a deterrent for any planning rebellion against them. But once they had control of Essos, they kept control through economics. Do you remember my lessons on what drives the price in the market? Supply and demand. The cost of something can be partially determined by these two factors. If you have something that everyone wants but is in low supply, then you can charge extra for it. But at the same time, if you have something everyone desires but there is a surplus, then the cost will drop because people will know they can go elsewhere to acquire it. It is why the North is trying to keep a firm hold on the creation of glass. If everyone can make it, then the price of it will drop significantly. The same principle was used by the Valyrians, albeit with a different product. Can you take a guess as to what it was that the Valyrians had that everyone else wanted and were willing to pay a high price to obtain? Their dragons, Jon answered immediately before thinking a bit harder. But it takes a dragon lord to tame one, so not that. Valyrian steel. Very good. Nox praised him. The Valyrians controlled the economics of Essos through two factors, the slave trades and the trading of Valyrian steel. The slave trade controlled the people, and the trade of Valyrian steel controlled the coins. Now, using our theory of supply and demand, how would Valyrians keep a firm hold on the trade of Valyrian steel? Frowning, Jon stared down into the crystal. By making sure that they were the only ones who knew how to make the steel, Jon stated, before his eyes widened in realization. So, to keep the process secure, they developed a means of writing down the process of its creation in a manner that could only be read by those who had magic. The Dragon Lords. Very good, Jon. Nox praised him once again, making Jon sit up straighter. So, how do we read these crystals? Jon asked, excitement racing through him at the prospect of learning an ancient Valyrian secret. His hopes were quickly dashed though as Lord Nox set the crystal he was holding back down onto the table. Well, that's the problem. These crystals, while similar to the holocrons of my home, are still different than what I'm used to. And while I've been able to ascertain that each crystal holds a wealth of knowledge within, I haven't been able to figure out just how to access it. The past few weeks have been quite frustrating. The admission surprised Jon. He'd never known anything that his master hadn't been able to do, know, or figure out in a relatively short period of time. To hear him admit that he didn't know how to accomplish something, it was something he never thought he'd ever hear from Lord Nox. Turning the crystal repeatedly in his hands, Jon tried to find something, anything, that might give him a clue as to how to open it. If only this was like a book and I could just simply open it. But I suppose that's the point. If it was easy to do, then the Valyrians wouldn't have felt the need to go this far. How do you usually open them, Master? Picture your body as a bucket, and the force within you is the water within, Nox explained, picking up one of the crystals again and causing a light glow to appear within. The crystal in your hand is a second bucket. You want to pour the force out of you and into the crystal. At least, that's how it's supposed to work in the simplest of terms. But, apparently, these have something else that triggers them. It's just a matter of discovering what that trigger is. Narrowing his eyes in concentration, Jon tried to copy his master's instructions exactly. Gods! He exclaimed, nearly dropping the crystal as it lit up like a torch in his hand while a ghostly image of a lightly armored man appeared above his hand. Well, isn't that something? His master mumbled as the two watched the ghostly figure speak in what Jon could only assume to be High Valyrian while seeming to demonstrate movements with a sword. Turn it off by cutting off the force you're allowing to flow into the crystal. Then repeat the process once more. Closing off his connection with the crystal, Jon let out the breath he hadn't even realized he was holding as the light in the crystal died and the figure faded from view. Breathing again, Jon repeated exactly what he'd done before. And just like the time before, the crystal immediately came to life in his hand as the ghostly figure appeared above the surface of the crystal once more and began instructing once more. So, that is how you did it. Figures it would have been something so simple. His master muttered as he picked up the pink crystal once more. The pink crystal immediately started glowing. Only instead of an armored man appearing, a scantily clad and very well blessed woman hovered over the surface of the crystal. And just like the man that appeared from his crystal, the woman started talking in High Valyrian the moment she appeared. What are they saying, Master? Tilting his head to the side, his master listened to the two voices for some time before answering him. My High Valyrian isn't all that good right now. We'll need Talisa's help in translating them further or get her to up her lessons in the language. But from what I can tell, the man in your crystal is describing basic sword techniques that are best suited for use when riding a dragon. As for the woman, well, she seems to be describing a sex ritual to ensure proper procreation. And I must say, She is quite vivid in her details. I think she could make even a baron blush like a virgin maid. Losing his connection to the crystal, the ghostly figure died out in his hand. We're going to need to do something about the innocent nature of yours, Jon, his master sighed, setting the crystal aside. It wouldn't do for you to freeze up from the first sight of a pair of tits or from someone using crude language. And before you say that it won't happen, don't. I knew a woman who flashed a man during their fight. It distracted him enough to allow her to kill him. And I've invested far too much time and energy into you to let you die that easily. Honestly, I thought seeing Princess Arianne in her name day suit would be enough to not make you blush at just the thought of sex, but, apparently, I was wrong. Perhaps I need to lock you in a brothel all day so you can watch the whores apply their trade. That should knock some of those preconceived notions of modesty out of your head. Gods damn it, how does he always? Wait, what is that? Placing his hand against his head and squeezing his eyes shut, Jon fought against a sudden pain in his head that came upon him with no notice. But as strange as the sudden pain was, what was even stranger was how fast it left, leaving not even a dull ache behind as a reminder of its brief presence. Gods, he breathed, placing a hand to his head and surprised to find sweat forming on his brow. What was that? That, Jon, was a disturbance in the force generated by a single individual that is not only fairly powerful in the force, but also currently in excruciating pain. Turning to his master, Jon went to ask him what he meant, but Nox was already out of his seat and across the room. A chart of Westeros out in front of him and his fingers running along the coast. With the speed we have been traveling, we should be passing by Blackwater Bay soon. Given the strength of the disturbance, the source must be nearby. Jon, inform Esser Manderly that we are to change course immediately. We're making a detour to Dragonstone. Yes, Master, Jon nodded, the crystals momentarily forgotten as he quickly got to his feet and all but ran out of the room to deliver Lord Nox's new orders to the crew. The return to Part 3. The Castle of Dragonstone was certainly an imposing sight, one that Nox knew more than one Sith Lord or even Dark Council member would gladly take for his or her own keep. Hells, he was even tempted himself the moment he laid eyes upon it. And it wasn't just because of its near impenetrableness due to the natural defenses of the island provided nor its walls. Nor was it the fact that the keep was made entirely of black stone that almost seemed to shine slightly in the light of the sun. No, what truly drew Nox's attention was the fact that the keep almost seemed to be radiating the Force, much in the same manner as the Sith and Jedi temples on Korriban and Tython respectively. Had they not just been to Valyria, he would have questioned as to just how such a primitive world was able to create such a strong Force construct like this. But now he didn't question it. He knew. This place, even while still a fair distance from the harbor and the keep itself, felt almost identical to the lost city of Valyria. Only more, well, alive. One of these days, once I have time, I'm going to need to travel this world more, he thought as they passed through the breakwater leading into the harbor while Esser Manderly barked orders at the crew to prepare to drop anchor and lower the rowboats into the water so they could go ashore. Winterfell was built by this Bran the Builder, who I have no doubt had the Force and used it aid in his creations. Force forging, it has to be. A lost art that went out of style once lightsabers became more commonplace instead of Force-forged weaponry. Nowadays, the only Force forging, if it could even be called that takes place is the creation of the armor worn by the Sith and Jedi. And even those are pale imitations of what they once were. If those with the ability to utilize the Force in a forging process are still prevalent on this world, then finding them has now become one of my top priorities. Getting into the boat with Jon and Talisa at his side, Nox let his senses take in as much of the island as he could. Which, unfortunately, was not much. It was almost as if the keep itself was fighting against his sight. A truly odd sensation, yet not unexpected. This world just keeps getting more and more interesting with each new discovery I make, he thought, barely managing to contain his glee at having the chance to study yet another complex that had been designed and created with the aid of the Force. If this world had been discovered by the Empire, or hell even the Republic and the Jedi for the take matter, there would have been full-blown civil war to decide just who got the right to rule it in each respective body of governance. Though the Jedi would have probably gone for the option of banning travel to the world until they could enlighten the primitives about the power they could potentially wield. It would have been such a waste. But that is neither here nor there. And this world is mine now. And mine alone. Sensing that they were getting close to the docks, Nox pulled his senses back into himself. But paused as he felt a familiar presence waiting for them on the dock. Well, from what I gathered of the two of them the last time we met, one is not far from the other. Which means if he is here, then so is Stannis. Sir Seaworth, Nox called out to the elder man once their boat began to be tied off onto the dock by the rowers and dockworkers. I didn't think our arrival would warrant such a greeting from a man of your standing with Lord Stannis. The former smuggler turned knighted landholder merely stared completely gobsmacked as Nox, Jon and Talisa carefully stepped off the boat and onto the dock. Lord Sorcerer, Seaworth greeted them with a polite bow, his accent thick and quick. I must say, my lord, it's a wonder you're here on this day. Almost enough to make a man believe the gods really do exist in this shite world. Now Nox's interest was fully piqued. Turning his heads upwards, he tried once more to try and find the source of the disturbance but found himself firmly rebuked by the keep. Whoever or whatever sent the disturbance must have done it in a single concentrated burst and then retreated into themselves. That seems to be the only way they got the sensation out past the walls of the keep. Is that so, Sir Davos? And why would my appearance make one believe in divine intervention? Fear, anguish, hope, despair all swelled within the older man in swirl of emotion, each one battling to best the other despite him keeping a calm face. Lady Shireen, Lord Stannis's daughter, she's caught Greyscale. Now it all makes sense, Nox thought as the last piece of the puzzle was put in place. That burst was definitely from one suffering some form for torment. But it was also young, untrained, and it also explained why there hasn't been more than the initial burst that Jon and I both sensed. She doesn't know what she's doing. Then it is indeed fortunate that we are here, considering Lady Talisa here and I have been fine-tuning our cure for Greyscale ever since we had successfully cured 4 members of our crew, Nox stated, shock echoing off the old knight at his proclamation. Jon, head back to the Sea Wolf and get what supplies we need to treat the young lady. Sir Davos, if you would please leave an escort behind to bring my apprentice here up to the keep once he's acquired what we need, it would be appreciated. And while he's at it, I feel it best that Talisa and I begin to work on the young lady as soon as possible. Jon was back in the boat before Nox had even finished speaking, leaving the elderly knight stumbling to catch up as he ordered a few men to stay behind before motioning for Nox and Talisa to follow him up towards the keep. Lady Talisa, Sir Davos said as they walked up the winding pathway leading up the cliff's edge towards a tower stationed at the very top of the cliff's edge. A very SOC name, my lady, from the region of Volantis, if my ear doesn't mistake me. Talisa's steps faltered ever so slightly. That is correct, I am Talisa Maegor of House Maegor of Volantis of the Tiger clan. This time it was Sir Davos's turn to lose his footing. Lady Maegor, I wasn't expecting to ever see the daughter of one of Volantis's triarchs to grace the shores of Westeros. Not anything we need to be concerned about is there, Lord Sorcerer. No, Nox replied, shrugging off the concern as they neared the top of the path. Lady Talisa here was merely looking for a chance to leave her past behind and bartered her services as a healer to our crew in return for safe passage. And I must say, it has been quite the advantageous trade. I doubt I would have been able to create this cure for Greyscale without her expertise. Talisa preened at the compliment as Davos's watchful eye flickered back and forth between the two of them. Well, then I owe ya to my thanks now, if this works the way you say it does. Lord Stannis has sent ravens to every corner of the realm calling on anyone and everyone who might know a way to help his only child. He's even offered a boon to the ones who are successful in healing her. Just don't be blowin' smoke, Lord Sorcerer. Lord Stannis ain't in the mood for false hope. The three stayed quiet as they came to the top of the cliff's edge and entered a drum-like tower that was covered with effigies to dragons and many other unsightly creatures. Okay, I'm starting to seriously think there was a Sith Lord who crashed in Valyria at some point in time and handed down their fashion sense to the Targaryens before they came to Westeros, he thought as Davos led them through a dew within a dragon's maw of all things. This place would suit just about every Sith I have ever come across in my life. Walking briskly through a throne room, which Nox briefly noticed was made almost entirely out of obsidian of all things, Davos led them towards the back of the chamber and up several flights of stairs before coming to a stop before a set of double doors that was guarded on either side by 2 guards, both wearing the black and yellow stag of House Baratheon. "This is the Northern Sorcerer, boys," Davos explained, waving towards the 2 of them. "And a lady healer from Volantis. They're here to see Lord Stannis about Lady Shireen's condition." It was telling the amount of pull Davos had, even if he didn't know it, that the 2 guards immediately moved to open the doors. The interior of the room was just like the rest of the keep. Dark with obsidian-carved figures of dragons and other almost demonic figures scattered along the wall. But the one thing that truly set this room apart was the gigantic table that dominated most of the room. A table that was carved into an exact replica of Westeros. It even had the major holdfasts and keeps marked along its surface. And at the far end of the table, standing with his back turned towards them so he was facing out the large windows overlooking the bay, was Stannis Baratheon. "My lord," Ser Davos said, walking forward to stand beside Stannis as the man turned around. "The ship was Ca, the Northern Sorcerer," Stannis said abruptly, cutting his man off. "And a woman from Volantis. Given what I have seen of your abilities and what many have theorized you can do, I take it that you are here because of my daughter's ailment." "Nope. Still hasn't gotten that stick out of his ass. I would have figured since he's obviously married and has a child that he would have gotten laid since the last time we spoke. But either his wife or he is just a poor fuck cause he hasn't loosened up an ounce." "You would be correct," Nox replied. "We were passing by on our return from Valyria and Sen. Can you heal her?" Biting back the retort that wanted to be free, Nox nodded. Talisa and I have developed a technique to heal Greyscale and, has it been successful?" Now Nox was getting ready to blast the man with a bolt of force lightning, just to remind him just who he was speaking to. "I hate being interrupted. If you would let me finish, Lord Stannis," Nox growled, noticing that the 2 guards behind him both shifted their weight and readied their grips on their swords. "Then you would know that we have cured 4 individuals of Greyscale since we left Valyria. And you too, don't even try it. You take even one threatening step towards either myself or the young lady beside me and I'll shove your heads up each other's asses." It was only because of Lord Stannis's intervention that the 2 men did not immediately charge at Nox and thus seal their fate. "Leave us, both of you," the Lord of Dragonstone commanded, his tone brokering no argument and making both men immediately bow and leave the room. "How long will this cure of yours take to administer?" "The initial treatment could last an hour or several. It all depends on the severity of the infection," Nox explained. "After that, your daughter will need to take a specific dosage of antibiotic twice a day for at least a week or more to help fight off the remaining infection. After the antibiotics have run their course, your daughter will need to remain isolated for at least a week or more to ensure the infection does not flare up once more. And if it does," Nox merely shrugged, "then we go through the process once more. However, of the 4 we have treated, all 4 have had all of sign of Greyscale disappear within 2 to 3 weeks after going through this treatment. Though to hedge our bets, I will leave a detailed process with your maester on how to continue her treatment should the need arise." Stannis's face never changed once throughout the entire conversation. But he could tell that it was just an act. The man was a duck on a pond. On the surface, calm. But underneath the surface, his feet were going near the speed of sound. "What do you need?" the Lord of Dragonstone asked, breaking the long silence between the 4 people left in the room. "My apprentice is collecting what we need from our ship in order to heal your daughter," Nox informed him. "But we can begin our preliminary examination of your daughter's condition before he arrives." Nodding, Stannis's eyes tracked towards the open doors and the 2 guards standing just outside. "Guard, go and wait for the sorcerer's apprentice in the main hall. Bring him immediately to my daughter's chambers the moment he enters. You too, with me. You as well, Ser Davos." Falling in step with Stannis, Talisa and Ser Davos lined up behind them as they were led further up the tower. "When did your daughter's condition become recognizable?" Talisa asked as the 4 climbed the stairs. Stannis didn't give any indication of having heard her as he continued to head up the stairs. Maester Crescent recognized the greyscale forming on her flesh a moon's turn ago. The Maester has been doing what he can to slow its progression, but he has been unable to treat her fully. That wasn't good. The few that they had treated were both recognized and treated within 2 weeks of coming into contact with the affliction. Force only knew just how far the disease was able to spread, given it had been 4 weeks since it was first recognized. As they reached the topmost level of the tower, Nox was immediately hit with another slight disturbance from the Force. A wail of agony and defiance. And now he had a decent idea about just who was causing the disturbance and why. Leading them towards a door with 2 guards stationed on either side, Stannis didn't even spare either helmed man a glance before he strode past them, flinging the doors open and leading the 4 inside. "My lady, please, you must take this. It will." "No," a young voice screamed in agony. "No more. No. Please." Stepping around Stannis, Nox took stock of what was going on. The room was sparsely furnished, save for a desk and a large bed. And upon the bed was a little girl perhaps no older than 6 or 7 years old. Her entire presence screamed agony, stemming from the greasescale that stretched from near her eye level down past her neck and under the nightshirt she was wearing. And beside the bed was a very old man, even by Nox's standards, trying to get the young girl to drink some milky white concoction. Milk of the poppy, if I remember correctly. The moment the 4 entered the room, the maester turned his attention from the little girl on the bed to them. He could feel the eyes of the man bounce off all of them, only to come back and linger on him. "Lord Stannis, please, forgive the sight. Your daughter is in a great deal of pain and," not waiting for the old fool to finish, Nox stepped past Stannis and all but physically pushed the aged maester out of the way so that he could take his place beside the young girl. Holding his hand over the girl's head, he sent gentle waves of force into her in order to temporarily deaden the nerves in her body. Almost immediately, the young girl stopped screaming and squirming in her bed. "She's strong in the Force. Not quite as strong as Jon. But she's definitely at Arya's level in terms of sheer power." Feeling the girl open her eyes under his hand, Nox pulled back slightly on his power. You're the sorcerer from the north." The young girl's voice was coarse from screaming for Force only knew how long. And deep within his darkened heart, he felt something shift within him. "Damn it! Why do I always have such a soft spot for children?" "That I am, young Shireen." Hope swelled within the young girl as a smile graced her scaled face. Are you here to help me?" "I am," he nodded before holding his hand out over her face once more. "We can talk more later, young one. But for now, I need you to sleep." At his command, Shireen went limp as her eyes rolled back into her head. "Gods, what have you done, sorcerer?" Turning his head towards the old maester, Nox waved off the man's concern. He could almost taste the fear and distrust that was coming from the maester. "Not what you think, old man. I merely put her into a deep sleep for the time being so that we can work on curing her. Talisa, I need you to expose the areas we need to work on. Lord Stannis, we need freshly boiled water, a wooden table she can lay on, fresh linens, and whatever vinegar you have here. Also, her current clothes, plus whatever she's been wearing since the greasescale was discovered, and her bedding, all need to be taken out and burned." Perhaps it was the command in his voice, or perhaps it was because he'd managed to give his daughter a small semblance of peace, but Stannis didn't even hesitate before barking out orders for the guards and chambermaids to fulfill his commands to the letter. Less than half an hour later, the room had been cleared out of her bedding and clothes, and a table was brought in along with fresh linens to cover both the hard wooden surface and to preserve the young girl's dignity. "The greasescale has spread far, but not nearly as far as it should have," Talisa noted as herself, Nox, and the maester examined the young Shireen while Stannis and Davos stayed as far back as they could while still being in the room. "If the first time you noticed the scaling was nearly a moon's turn ago, the spread should be far greater than what it is. She's remarkably strong-willed for one so young." Nox knew that there was more to it than that, but now was neither the time nor the place to go over the fact that the Lord of Dragonstone's daughter was not only Force-sensitive, but one of the more powerful Force-sensitive individuals he'd come across on this world. Sensing the approach of his apprentice, Nox didn't bother turning around as Jon half-ran half-skidded into the room as he attempted to slow himself. "Master," Jon breathed heavily, trying to catch his breath while holding out the leather case containing the antibiotics and surgery tools. "I've brought everything." "Good." Not even bothering to look back, Nox held out his hand and used the force to pull the leather case out of Jon's hand and onto the nearby table, where the case unfolded to reveal the different cutting instruments and vials of antibiotics. Lord Stannis, at this time, there is nothing you can do to help, and this will not be pleasant. I'd advise you take yourself and my apprentice, Jon here, down to the courtyard so that you can work off some of that famous Baratheon fury that I can sense boiling just under the surface within you. And don't feel the need to hold back on account of his age. I assure you, Jon Cannon has taken quite the beating in the yard many times. Jon, knowing what was coming, didn't need telling twice and almost left a trail of dust behind him in his haste to get out of the room. Stannis hesitated only a second behind Jon, but after giving a slight nod to the maester and a wordless command to stay in the room, he too left and was followed soon after by Davos. Dipping his hands into one of the buckets of freshly boiled water to wash them, Nox stepped to the side and allowed Talisa, followed by the maester, to repeat the process before the three gathered around the unconscious Shireen while they each put on leather gloves that had been provided for them. Picking up one of his makeshift scalpels, he turned it, so the blade was pointed towards him, and held it out for Talisa to take. Talisa, you're on point this time around. We'll follow your lead. To her credit, Talisa didn't hesitate nor flinch as she took the scalpel from him before bending over Shireen near her face. We'll begin near her eye and work down, Talisa stated, her hand steady and her voice firm as she picked up a pair of tweezers in her offhand. Sorcerer, stand ready with water and vinegar to keep the wounds clean. What in the name of the gods do you think you're doing? The maester shouted as he finally recognized just what was about to happen as Talisa laid the flat of the blade against Shireen's skin near the edge of the greasescale by her eye. You cannot just flay the girl. Lord Stannis will have both of your heads when Snapping his fingers, the force responded to his command by clamping the maester's mouth shut with an audible click. Shut up, and let us work. Casting the maester a not-so-pleasant look out of the corner of her eye at being interrupted, Talisa bent back over Shireen and resumed her position. Taking a single breath to steady herself, Talisa slid the blade under the greasescale, causing pus and blood to pour out from the wound. Dipping a nearby clean cup into another pail of boiled water, Nox slowly poured the water around the wound, keeping the pus and blood from blocking Talisa's view as she slowly worked her knife around the edges of the greasescale in order to dislodge the infection from her skin. Without a way to tell time, it was difficult for Nox to tell just how long they worked. But he knew by the time Talisa had finally removed the last of the greasescale from Shireen, hours had passed and the sun was nearing the horizon, forcing her to call for torches, candles, and lamps to be brought into the room to provide her enough light to see what she was doing. During that time, the maester had finally stopped trying to interfere and had instead taken over the duties of removing the infected flesh that Talisa cut away while Nox kept the wounds clean. That should be the last of it, Talisa sighed with evident relief, dark circles forming around her eyes. Now, we need to clean the wounds with water and vinegar to disinfect it as best we can. Then, it will be your turn, Sorcerer, to heal her up. Heal her up? The maester questioned, looking down uneasily at the exposed flesh that had been removed while he and Talisa used a mixture of water and vinegar to clean the infection as best they could. How do you intend to heal her from this? Simple, Nox replied with a slight smirk as, I intend to cheat as it were. With the wounds cleaned, Nox held his hand over Shireen and slowly pulled on the force, shaping it to his will before laying it over the young girl like a warm blanket. The maester stumbled back and gasped loudly as the open flesh across Shireen's face and chest reformed and closed, leaving only a slight discoloration of skin as any evidence that she had even been afflicted with greasescale in the first place. By the gods, old and new, Crescent breathed as he reached out to touch the freshly healed skin. Don't, Talisa warned the man, stopping him from touching Shireen as she began pulling out bandages to cover the freshly healed flesh. We don't know if the previous areas are still contagious or not. So, for the next week, the parts of her body that were marred with greasescale need to be kept covered and clean. Sensing a familiar presence making its way quickly up the stairs, Nox stalled Talisa from bandaging the young girl. Hold off on bandaging the girl up for a moment, Talisa. In this case, seeing is believing right now. He could sense her confusion as to why he stopped her, but his reasoning became apparent as several sets of heavy boots marked the return of Stannis, Jon, Davos, and several guards wearing the sigil of House Baratheon. I have waited long enough, Sorcerer, Stannis all but growled as he marched into the room. When will you be finished? Purposefully standing between Stannis and his daughter, Nox took his time in removing his gloves and tossing them into a pile of other linens that were destined to be put to the torch. Patience is a virtue, Lord Stannis. Delicate operations like this take time. Otherwise, the healers can make a mistake and make whatever they're trying to heal worse. But, in this case, your timing is impeccable as we have just finished with the first stage of healing your daughter. Stannis didn't even wait for Nox to finish as the man crossed the distance between them so that he could lay eyes upon his daughter. Relief and joy sang out from the man as he looked upon his healed daughter sleeping peacefully on the table. All signs of grayscale gone from her person. But as quick as his joy came, it was quickly and ruthlessly stomped back down, leaving the man as blank as a droid or a Jedi. You said this is the first stage. Yet, I see no sign on grayscale on her. What needs to be done next? So, the man has emotions. But like a Jedi he seems content to deny that they even exist. Moving around the room, he picked up one of the vials of antibiotics that Jon had brought with him. Nothing invasive is what she just went through. She simply needs to take a spoonful of this twice a day. Once when she wakes and once before she goes to sleep for the night for 2 weeks. During this time, she needs to be kept isolated and under observation just in case the grayscale flares back up again. And what is that? Some sort of liquid magic, Sorcerer? Maester Crescent asked, though his tone lacked the bite it had when they'd begun the process of removing the grayscale from Shireen. Nothing quite as fanciful as that, Maester. Nox countered, setting the vial down. This was created with good old-fashioned science. Nothing mystical about it. It's a concoction that's distilled from mold. It'll help her fight off the infection, attacking the grayscale still in her system. Or to put it simply, think of it as sending reinforcements onto a battlefield. And that will cure her? Stannis asked, his eyes still not leaving his daughter. In our limited experience so far, yes. Nox nodded, though, I will note that we have not treated one with such an advanced condition as your daughter's. But your daughter is strong, very strong. She will pull through this. Giving one last glance at his daughter, Stannis straightened and turned so he was facing Nox and Talisa. I promised a boon to whoever managed to heal my daughter. You two have done what many, including my own maester, have told me was impossible. Name your boon, and should it be reasonable, I will see it done. I require nothing, Lord Stannis, Talisa answered almost immediately. I would never seek payment for healing a child. Well, I'm not entirely as selfless as the good lady Talisa here, Nox added with a chuckle. But there are 2 things. You only get one, Sorcerer, Stannis countered. I'm only asking for one thing, Lord Stannis, Nox countered back. The interrupting was seriously starting to grate on his nerves. This keep is made of black stone that has drawn my interest. I request a sample of it. A single barrel full would be sufficient. If the Lord of Dragonstone found his request odd, he didn't say it. Done. And the second, a discussion between the 2 of us that would be best held in private. He could feel the irritation come from Stannis, but the man merely gave him a curt nod in response before turning and marching quickly out of the room. Keeping up with the man's brisk pace, Stannis led the 2 of them a short distance down the hall before opening a seemingly random door and letting Nox enter before shutting the doors behind them. Just like the few other rooms he'd encountered in the keep, room was very Spartan with only a single desk and chair in the center of the room. What is it you wished to speak to me about, Sorcerer? Stannis all but demanded as soon as the 2 of them were alone. Your daughter's future, Lord Stannis, he said, facing Stannis. Stannis rocked back, clearly not expecting that a suspicion and confusion warred within him. What of her future, Sorcerer? Your daughter is force-sensitive, Lord Stannis. Much like myself and the Stark children under my charge. Not only that, but she is strong in the Force, very strong. It's why she was able to hold the infection at bay as much as she did and why I'm confident that with a little bit of help, she will be able to make a full recovery. Given the proper training, she could become quite the powerful individual in the future. Whatever Stannis had been expecting, that was clearly not it as his suspicion and confusion were dashed almost immediately. My daughter is the same as you. Well, not exactly the same, Nox shrugged. She's not nearly as powerful as myself or even my apprentice out there in terms of raw power. But given time and training, she could one day reach my level. Moving away from him, Stannis stood with his back towards him while facing out of the lone window in the small room. And I take it that you are the only one capable of training my daughter to use this power. Yes, he immediately replied. Take it how you will, but it is the truth. I'm sure you could find teachers in Essos or maybe even the Citadel if you're lucky. But, at best, they will be able to teach your daughter mere parlor tricks. I will teach your daughter how to use her power to the fullest. And what will it cost me to have you train my daughter to use these strange powers of yours? The Lord of Dragonstone asked as he folded his hands behind his back. Nothing, Nox answered honestly, drawing a surprised turn of the head from Stannis. Those of us like myself, true Sith, seek out those who are truly powerful and pass on our knowledge to them. It is by doing this that we ensure that the next generation of Force users are more powerful than the previous. So, you could almost say it is my obligation to find and train those I find of sufficient power so that they might one day surpass myself. It was an oversimplification of the Sith doctrine, but Stannis didn't need to know that. I see, Stannis replied, turning to once again look out over the island while thinking over the offer. The fact that you are training Lord Stark's children gives credence to your claims. And if what I saw in Stark's bastard boy in the yard is any indication, then you truly are a man of your word. However, my daughter is not yet 7 name days. She is still too young to foster. This time, Nox didn't bother to hide his scoff. A bullshit excuse and not the real one as for why you don't want your daughter to come with me right now. True to his family name, fury coursed through Stannis as he spun around and faced Nox. You presume to know what I am. I don't presume, I know, Nox countered, not backing down. He'd faced far angrier and far more powerful than the lord of a small island to even feel the slightest twitch of fear. You suppress your emotions well enough to keep your face passive in order to fool those around you. But to one like me, you might as well be screaming what you're feeling at the top of your lungs. You don't want your daughter to come with me right now because of some horse shit about her not being old enough. No, simply put, you don't want your daughter to come with me because you love her, and you're scared. For fuck's sake, you just nearly watched her suffer a terrible death at the hands of Greyscale. Is it really such a crime to admit to yourself that you love that little girl and you're afraid to let her go right now after she's just been healed? Walking forward until they were but an arm's length apart, Nox kept his eyes, figuratively of course, trained on Stannis. I've seen what happens to those who deny their emotions and rely only on a sense of duty to guide them. They become little more than mindless drones masquerading as people. You love your daughter. There is no shame in admitting that. Instead of denying it, use it. Use your emotions to fuel your purpose and make you stronger. Make yourself better than others think you are. An uneasy silence settled in between the two as Nox stood his ground before Stannis, neither willing to be the first to break away. In the end though, Stannis was the one to crack first as he sighed and turned around, unable or unwilling to keep facing Nox. Is there a time when my daughter will no longer be able to learn how to use these powers of yours? The younger one can begin training the better as it allows their mind to be properly melded to the use of their abilities, Nox commented. But if you wish to hold on to your little girl a little while longer, then I would say she has to begin formal training within the next few years before she reaches the age of 10. Until then, I can give her some exercises to help her begin learning how to control her powers. And if she doesn't begin your formal training until after her 10th name day. Nox shrugged. Then her powers will go down one of two paths. Either they will begin to atrophy until they are next to non-existent or she begins experimenting without proper guidance and potentially harm either herself or those around her. The answer seemed to appease Stannis. So, what you are saying is that I have to decide whether or not I want my daughter to receive training from you within the next 3 years. What does this training entail? The bastard proved himself a fine blade, perhaps one of the finest I have ever seen despite his age. Yet my daughter is no man. And she has responsibilities to uphold as a future lady of House Baratheon. Nox wanted to bang his head against the wall. This shit was so much easier in the Empire, and even the Republic. Once a Force sensitive was taken in for training, their past lives were supposed to be of no consequence. Not that that was always true. But it was the way it was supposed to be. Think of her training as in terms of an education given to even the highest-ranking families in this land and the education given to the maesters of the Citadel. And then elevate said education several times over and you will have but a glimpse of what I intend to teach your daughter. She will be trained in martial prowess. It is a part of what makes us who we are. But it need not be the field she specializes in, like my apprentice Jon. And frankly, Lord Baratheon, it is not just your choice to make here. This is your daughter's life you are talking about. If you don't feel the need to give her the choice about her future, then perhaps you don't actually love your daughter as much as I thought you did. The fury within Stannis raged once more as the man fought to keep a lid on his family's temper. Oh, I can't wait to get Shireen up north and begin her training. Her family's words are, ours is the fury. What better slogan for a future acolyte of the Sith can there be but that? Very well, Sorcerer, Stannis said harshly, all friendly tone gone from his voice. I shall consult my daughter about training under you in the future. Splendid. Now he just needed to plant the idea in the girl's head to want to be trained. Which shouldn't be that difficult of a task. After all, children were always very easily swayed by the arcane. Then, with your permission, our ship will stay docked in the harbor for the night so that Talisa and I can monitor your daughter's progress throughout the night. And in the morning, I shall test your daughter's aptitude for the Force, and should she prove herself to a certain point, I will give her a few exercises to do before she comes north. Then we will leave as soon as I am satisfied. We have been away from the north for far too long, and many amongst my crew are anxious to return to their homes. Very well, Stannis replied, going over to his desk and writing down a quick note before handing it to him. Give this to the first servant you come across and they will grant you and your foreign healer any room near my daughter so you may stand vigil throughout the night. However, come morning, I will be present when my daughter awakes and when you put her through this test of yours. Now leave me, I have much to think about. Taking the note, Nox gave the stern man the barest of nods before turning and leaving him alone. Well, that was interesting. Responding to a disturbance in the Force and finding another potential acolyte on Arya's level, I must be doing something right for the Force to favor me so.
Another tale fades into the silence. But here in the fantasy audiobook library, stories never sleep. Subscribe and return when your heart seeks adventure. We'll be waiting.